the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, and I'm City Councillor Paula Fletcher. And here we are up in the council chambers today rather than in Committee Room 1. So maybe a lineup of people at Committee Room 1 that don't realize we're up here. So Matthew, I don't know if anybody's down there telling folks to come up. Yes, we have a concierge down there. Thank you. We have quorum now, and I'm going to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody. This meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in City Council chambers. It's being live streamed on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We have quorum today, and Councillor Sachs is online, and the committee is here today. Welcome, committee members. We have quite a meaty agenda. If you're registered to speak today, please listen to me call your name. And where Mr. Nolan is sitting is where you'll be making your deputation. There he is here. So it's a little different than Committee Room 1 because we don't normally have deputations at City Council. And if you want to see who the speakers are, you can go online and visit Infrastructure and Environment Committee link at toronto.ca council, and you'll see all the speakers for today's meeting. The agenda is posted on toronto.ca council and for members on Clerk's Meeting Portal. IT staff are available for members, and member staff can be in the horseshoe at any time, unlike City Council. And if you need help, please let them know, and please submit your motions for approval by email to iec@toronto.ca, and you can get help from clerks with motions. You'll be able to control your own microphone up here, which you can't do in City Council meetings. So, restraint, but you are in charge today. And are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do, please raise your hand, unmute your mic, and tell us the nature and item number. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of our meeting from September 26th? That's Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor, opposed, and that's carried. We have 13 items on our agenda, one item of new business that will require a motion to introduce. Mr. Clerk, when will we move the 3 minutes speaking? We'll do that now. Been asked by a number of members and have agreed that the speaking time would be 3 minutes. We have a very meaty agenda, lots of presentations, and that is a motion that I'll put now to the group, and that after 10 o'clock, you need to register before 10, not taking other registrations after 10 o'clock, and the length of the presentations will be 3 minutes. So I'll move that here. In favor, opposed, and that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll now go through the order paper, the agenda rundown. And here we go. Item number 1, 25.10, Circular Economy Roadmap. There is a presentation on that, and we do have speakers, so that will be held. Item number 2, legal advice regarding aspects of the City of Toronto's Blue Bin Program post-transition plan. That's, that's item 2A. I'm sorry, I missed the Blue Bin. How could I miss that? Because it's my favorite topic. Transition item 2, transition of the Blue Bin Program to extended producer responsibility post-transition plan. We have a presentation, and there's also a great interest in this. And then 2A is a legal opinion. Just let committee members know that rather than clear there, that would have to be in camera. I'm sure there's some in-camera questions here, and I'd like the city solicitor to make a little presentation, go over the advice to us. So what we will do is we'll go into private session or in-camera session at noon. if we were to go in at the same time we're dealing with this item, everybody would have to leave and then come back. So to make it smooth this morning, we'll have a presentation, we'll have our questions, we'll stand that item down, come back to it at 12 o'clock, and all the public will leave at that point and leave us in our private session. And then for public members who are coming back, you'll come back at 1:30. I hope that's clear, and if you need a question, put your hand, put your hand up and we'll answer it for you, but I think it's pretty clear. Number 3 is enhancing the basement flooding protection subsidy program to reduce basement flooding risks. There is a speaker there, so that will be held. Number 4 is the next generation water metering, advanced metering infrastructure procurement strategy. Do any councillors have any questions on this? Or are you all right with that? Big new move. You'd like to move that, Deputy Mayor? So moved by Deputy Mayor Morley that the recommendations of the General Manager be approved here. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 5 is safety barriers along the Leaside Bridge. Is there any, are we holding that? Can we approve that? It's very big news. It's fantastic, I know, for a number of us. Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
I'd be happy to move that.
You'd move that. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work, and Councillor Pasternak, and I've been advocate here. So it's a very big move that we're making, and thanks to staff for going so quickly. With that, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 6, redesign study of the intersection of Eglinton Avenue West and the Allen Road Expressway. We have speakers, also a request from Deputy Mayor Cole and Councillor Matlow that we hear this at right after lunch because Councillor Matlow can be here. So I'd like to just move that to 1:30, please. And the speakers, if you're here, you don't have to stay for the morning. You know you'd be coming at 1:30. Number 7, Metrolinx Crosstown LRT at grade segment traffic and parking amendment bylaws. Is there anybody that wishes to hold that, speak on that from the committee? Deputy Mayor, you're moving.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm happy to hold it if there's no
All
questions.
Right. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 8, automatic speed enforcement program update. That is, do we wish to discuss that here today? You'd like to hold that? Councillor Cole is holding that. Deputy Mayor's holding that. Number 8, how about the appeals process, number 9? Can we let that go, or?
I'll hold that.
You'll hold that? Thank you. Councillor Pasternak holding review of automated speed enforcement ticket appeals. Number 10, feasibility of limiting the number of automated speed enforcement infractions an individual owner can receive from a single camera location prior to receiving their first infraction in the mail. And that is whether or not that's a moot point. That's a question here today. Can we just move that on? Does anybody need to hold that, or can we just?
Can we not combine 8, 9, and 10?
I think they're a little different.
They are a little different.
Yeah, they are a little different. So I think that the staff, so some are about tickets and compliance, and the other is about the whole topic. So
Madam
unless
Chair,
you want to hold that, yeah.
I wonder if we defer that one?
Pardon?
I wonder if there's an opportunity to defer that item?
Defer until we know what's happening.
Yeah,
All right.
that's
Would
good.
you like
I'm
to
happy
move
to
that
move the
motion?
deferral.
All right.
Yes.
Motion to defer by Deputy Mayor until
Next IEC. I'm not sure if we'll have any more details by then, but
why don't we put it two out, because we don't know about the legislation, exactly how fast that will go.
yeah, that sounds good. December.
Does that make
IEC.
sense, Mr. Green? So that would be when? You're looking it up. If necessary, how about, and report back, because it might not actually be a
Need
thing
to
by
come
that
back,
time.
right?
February 25th, and I'll let you know if that legislation is all done and have no more. Then when we do the agenda rundown, we'll just see if we need to actually bring that report back. Thank you.
Sounds
All in
good,
favor?
thanks.
Opposed? That's carried. 2511 Harvard Hoskin Reconstruction. There are no speakers. Councillor Sachs, yes?
Yeah, I'd like to hold it, please.
Okay. Held by Councillor Sachs. Welcome, Councillor Perruzza, online with us. Item 12, speeding up the Spadina streetcar. There are speakers there. Item 13, high pollution days and two-stroke engines. We have speakers. And then Councillor Sachs, you have a new item that you'd like to introduce here today on parking pad guidance for existing impermeable sites. And that is, we need to introduce that, correct? So we'll just move to.
I'd like to introduce it, please.
Yep, thank you. All in favor of introducing? Thank you very much. That's now on the agenda. So anybody following along can see what we have held and what the meeting's going to be like. And I think all the speakers need to know on item 6, you're here after 1:30 this afternoon, and we'll be recessing the public session at noon, 12, yeah, 12. And so the gallery will be cleared at that time. Thank you very much. Let's start with our very first item, which is a long-awaited plan by Mr. Nolan, and it is the 10-year, 21.1, 10-year circular economy roadmap, and we have the presentation. Thank you. Or sorry, we have presentation, then we'll have the speakers. Is that how we should do that? All right, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm pleased to be here today to present the proposed 10-year circular economy roadmap. My name is James Nolan. I'm the Executive Director of the Environment, Climate and Forestry Division, and I'm also here today speaking on behalf of my colleague, Matt Kelleher, the General Manager of Solid Waste Management Services. The report you have today in front of you is a joint report from both divisions. So circular economy, the term circular economy refers to a society-wide approach to production and consumption that aims to eliminate landfill waste and maximize resources. It is a system where materials never become waste. Instead, they remain in circulation through processes like redesign, reduction, reuse, repair, refurbishment, remanufacturing, repurposing, recycling, and recovery. Many R's, more than the usual 3 you may be aware of. A circular economy goes well beyond traditional recycling or waste collection. It emphasizes the innovative design of products, buildings, and cities to minimize waste from the outset, while promoting material efficiency, regenerative practices, and sustainable consumption. The circular economy roadmap that we are presenting today complements the city's long-term waste management strategy by looking beyond city waste operations to the wider system of consumption behaviors that generate waste and what the city can do about it. So the Environment, Climate and Forestry and Solid Waste Management divisions are bringing this forward at this time because it is both timely and urgent. We estimate that Toronto's economy generates approximately 2.1 million tons of waste each year, of which at least 50% goes to landfill. Solid waste manages less than half the waste generated and still comes with an operating cost of around $425 million every year. And even that waste does not actually managed entirely by solid waste and related to the financial pressure of the city. That financial pressure also shows up in the city's budgets for activities like enforcing and managing illegal dumping and addressing litter in natural spaces and waterways. Landfill capacity in Ontario is also running out. We've heard that recently at this committee. And the more garbage that goes into landfill, whether to our own green landfill or to a private landfill, puts additional pressure on landfill resources, creating a more competitive and costly environment for finding solutions to Toronto's garbage. And this garbage also comes at a significant environmental cost and social cost. It pollutes our land and water, it eats up valuable natural spaces for landfilling. And finally, it's a lost opportunity. When things are thrown away, we're throwing away all the valuable resources that went into making the product, from energy and materials to people's labor and creativity. So while it's important that the city continues planning for long-term solutions for its garbage, it's equally important that we do everything we can to avoid generating waste in the first place. So this graphic really is to provide a theoretical concept and bring it to life of the circular economy. It helps to imagine what elements of a circular city look like. What I'd like to emphasize here is that the circular economy solutions can be applied across sectors, audience, and scales. In the private sector, we're seeing circularity applied in construction in the form of modular housing, adaptive reuse and retrofit, material reuse, and the practice of deconstruction. In the food system, this looks like food upcycling for businesses, zero-waste grocery stores, and the use of reusable cups and containers. For residents and communities, it looks like repair cafes, bike sharing programs, renting, sharing, borrowing products like books and instruments instead of buying and consuming. Circular cities are sustainable, connected, and deliver real impacts for residents. So now on to the roadmap. The roadmap will help deliver broad value for the city and its residents. Ultimately, it is intended to keep materials in use for longer and increase the demand for reused and recycled materials, helping to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other adverse environmental impacts associated with natural resources extraction. It also supports reducing spending on new products and therefore helps with affordability for residents and small businesses. It fosters local innovation by encouraging businesses to develop circular practices and develop new circular products, services, and business models. And it helps to strengthen economic resilience by reducing dependence on global supply chains. These shifts support local production, create new economic opportunities and jobs, and contribute to a stronger and more sustainable economy that is better positioned for long-term prosperity in a period of global uncertainty and economic renewal. The roadmap itself sets out a vision for Toronto's circular economy transition over the next 10 years. Through the roadmap, the city would deliver incentives, supports, programs for residents and businesses that make circular solutions easily and accessible. It'll also lead by example by embedding circular practices in our own operations, while identifying and addressing barriers to creating and enabling environments for businesses and community to pursue their own innovations. The roadmap was informed by extensive engagement and research with input from residents, Indigenous organizations, and industry representatives to ensure it reflects Toronto's unique context and priorities, as well as learnings from peer cities that are implementing circular economy strategies. So the roadmap is organized around 5 strategic directions, 15 actions, and 55 sub-actions that provide the framework for implementation. Broadly, these actions aim to deliver benefits for residents, businesses, and the city. For residents, the goal is to improve access to affordable local resources and programs. The city's existing circular economy programs are very popular and impactful. For example, the city-supported bicycle repair hubs have, as of 2024, repaired over 25,000 bicycles. For business, the goal is to create an enabling environment for circularity by removing barriers and providing incentives. Government support to de-risk circular solutions was highly requested by businesses that participated in the project's engagement process. And the city has seen evidence of this impact that even relatively small investments can make. In phase 1 of the Circular Food Innovators Fund, the city gave 9 organizations up to $35,000 each to develop or enhance reuse systems. Grant recipients reported strong positive outcomes, including business growth, job creation, operational efficiency, and waste and greenhouse gas reductions. And finally, for the city, the goal is to demonstrate success in city operations and leverage existing assets and resources to reduce waste. So implementation and impact, years 1 to 3. So what does the roadmap look like in that the first few years of that 10-year plan? We've got more detail. There is an implementation plan that is included as part of the report, but really we've identified 7 specific priority initiatives that would start in 2026. Consumer education and campaigns, so deeper outreach, communications, and capacity building efforts to increase the city's ability to collaborate with residents, businesses, and others. Establishing industry forums to build relationships with circular businesses. Identifying city assets to support circular solutions. Reviewing the city's real estate portfolio, for example, to understand opportunities for extending the life of assets. Expanding community-led circular economy initiatives, exploring opportunities to strengthen relationships with organizations the city currently works with. Accelerating circular business innovations through the Green Market Acceleration Program. Feasibility studies on construction and material reuse hubs, so exploring how the city can help create secondary markets needed to enable material reuse in the built environment. And finally, expanding the Circular Food Innovators Fund that I spoke to earlier, helping to incentivize businesses to reduce single-use and takeaway items. So this work would be led by the Environment, Climate and Forestry Division as the strategy's owner, but it would be work across a number of divisions, with 15 divisions being identified and part of the co-creation of this strategy. The roadmap also includes regular progress updates to Toronto City Council in 2029, 2032, and 2036. And so finally, just wanted to note, we have a number of strategies and plans at the city, and all of these actions and projects in the roadmap are intentionally designed to allow circularity to be part of the broader work that the city is doing and the challenges the city is experiencing. So whether that's around budgets and affordability, responding to tariffs, community building and social development, or climate change, the roadmap is designed to align and support these key strategies across all of the work the city is doing, ensuring the work is complementary and reinforcing these priorities. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time today, and I'd also just like to take one last moment to thank the teams at Environment, Climate and Forestry, Solid Waste Management, and across city divisions, and our partners in the community who've been working for many years to develop the roadmap that is before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan, and thank you for your presentation and all of your work. I am now we'll do questions after we hear from our deputants, okay? We're going to hear from 4 deputants, and then we can have questions of Mr. Nolan and then discussion. So our first deputant is Christine Wickett, if Christine is here or online. Christine Wickett, going once, okay. Next deputant, Joanne St. Goddard, Circular Innovation Council. She's online. Very good, thank you. And this is representing Circular Materials, our new, oh, sorry, this is not the same one. You are talking about Circular Innovation Council. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you for being here. And you have 3 minutes. Thanks so much.
Thank you for allowing to be part of your agenda this morning. I do have a presentation, and I'm very hopeful that I'm audible and visual, and I can start my presentation if it's technically feasible. So let's.
I'm going to let you get organized and then put your clock on. So let's get that going with your presentation. Make sure it works.
Can you see the presentation now?
You need to share your screen.
Okay. I'll just maybe speak to my points this morning because it looks like we're having some share issues. I don't have permission, so I can just I can submit the presentation after.
One second.
Okay.
You do have permission. You do have permission, Joanne. Take a second.
Okay, let's see if I can sort this out.
After you, Joanne, will be Rod Muir, and then Emily Alford from T. So I think people are here or online. We'll give you another minute, Joanne, to try to get that organized. What's that?
Madam Chair, the presentation is posted in CMP.
Just a second, I'm dealing with. Second, please, I'm dealing with the clerk. Thank you. What did you want to do?
Yeah, for some reason it's not allowing me to share, so I'm happy to just speak to the slides and then submit them, if that's helpful.
Councillor Sachs has pointed out, it is in CMP for councillors if they'd like to see it, and we're happy to start your time now, Joanne.
Super, thank you for that. So for those that don't know me, I'm the Executive Director of the Circular Innovation Council. If you're not familiar with our organization, we used to be the Recycling Council of Ontario. So we are the entity that actually brokered the funding Producer Responsibility Act at a provincial level to start to support financially municipal operations. So I understand the Blue Box is an ongoing evolution for you. But with that history in terms of resource management, I mean, we've have a long technical and operational and policy expertise in the areas of resource management. And we evolved to the Circular Innovation Council as a national organization in 2020. And so we've been working with various different municipalities, provincial governments, and at the federal level to advance circularity. And really what that means is building regenerative systems that deliver not only environmental benefit, but also economic and social as well. We have hundreds of municipalities at the moment that are members of the organization, including the City of Toronto, who has been a longstanding member for many, many decades. And so we work very cooperatively with the staff. I want to, and the teams. I want to sort of start by applauding the hard work that's been put into this circular economy plan, a roadmap for the City of Toronto. It is truly groundbreaking in an Ontario context. There are other cities around the world, of course, that have led with roadmaps. So a lot of comparators, there are a lot of champions globally, but this is very meaningful for not only an Ontario context, but Canada-wide, because many cities will emulate what you're doing, and that's why it's really important for us to do everything that we can within this plan. And given that it has a 10-year lifespan, it's important that we have it done right. So we at the moment really have 5 key areas that we think would strengthen the roadmap before it reaches council decision next month. There was mention by Mr. Nolan on the connectivity between the other plans: housing, affordability, poverty reduction, climate, net zero, and of course, economic development and resiliency. But it was difficult for us as an agency to really draw direct lines to those plans specifically, and how they will be actioning the items, purposefully and with some measurables. So I would say that's one area where I think it's great that the divisions are coming together, and there is tangential linkages to these plans, but we think that they can even be strengthened. So I would encourage the city to work with the team to do that. And I think more specifically, what it really lacks is broader and specific impact indicators. So we'd like to see some targets that are assigned to the actions and the sub actions, and so that we can look at what are the environmental, economic and social gains or impacts that the city is looking to advance as a result of these actions and sub actions, and then use those
Thank you,
as the
Joanne.
means
We did have,
to review
Joanne,
them.
sorry, we did have a 3-minute, you may have heard at the beginning, we went to 3 minutes. So I've just given you a little extra time. There may be some questions that will draw out the rest of what you'd like to tell us. I'm sure Councillor Sachs will ask if you have anything more to say. So I'm going to
Thank you.
hold your time there and then ask for speakers. I see Councillor Sachs's hand up. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yes. How much do you think? So we know that the cost of waste disposal is already 425 million a year and going up. How much of that do you think we can save with a serious approach to circular economy?
It's a great question. Thanks, Councillor Sack. There's actually 2 key measurements related to waste, and one is really woefully missing. It was another point that I was going to be making. So the 45, and I'm going to start with climate change and then go back to your question. So we know that 45% of carbon emissions that need to be part of any target and should be part of the net zero plan for Toronto are embedded and are embodied in the products that we actually use. So I was really shocked to see that there wasn't measurable indicators or even a clear call out for climate change and what some of the activities like procurement, for an example, can actually do to reduce carbon emissions associated with that 45%, or the products and services that in fact the City of Toronto has complete control over, and what they can do with supply chains regarding that. The same goes with waste reduction. I don't have a number for you in terms of what the impact might be, but some of the strategies that were mentioned by Mr. Nolan, elongating the life of products, supporting repairability and reuse, really goes to speaking to the amount of waste that the city proper can be preventing, but of course its relationship to the consumer and its relationship to the ABCs, which again, there's no mention of the agency boards and commissions. that the city actually has direct relationships with and sometimes responsibility for. So I was shocked to see that the plan does not include your influences in that area as well, expanding your impacts. So, you know, that this is exactly why we'd like to see more specific measurements so that we can extrapolate that and really measure the impact that the plan will have on waste and carbon emission reductions.
Joanne, you and I and many others have been talking about circular economy and waste reduction for lo these many years. And I mean, some things have gone well, but on the whole, our waste production has not gone down at all. Do you think there is a realistic opportunity now to make a material change enough to affect the life of our landfill? And if so, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult. I mean, the estimates are 10 years if we're lucky. And the generation rates of waste are increasing. So even if diversion keeps at pace, we will not lengthen the landfill. I think our only hope is the actions of the municipalities around the globe. It has been recognized that the cities are critical enablers of a circular economy, and in fact, it won't happen if the cities don't take action. And it's in twofold. It's what they do with their own operations, and then how they can influence, as with your key regulations, bylaws, permits, zoning. So this is really transitioning an urban plan for cities towards circularity, not just a waste reduction issue. And it has to happen, you know, with a full court press where that's concerned. And again, going back to my point about not seeing other divisions take responsibility, and I understand there has to be an owner of the plan, and I respect that. But I was surprised to see that the divisions around the city didn't take ownerships and really set targets for themselves in terms of what their contributions, again, could and should be towards the plan itself.
Excellent comments, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. Hi, Joanne. Thanks for taking the time to join us today and sharing your expertise and passion for this issue. I agree with many of the comments you made, and we'll be bringing forward the questions around measurables to staff. But I did want to ask if you could unpack or share some examples for us specifically on the opportunities to strengthen that you've highlighted around broader and specific indicators. I'm interested specific on the social indicators, and if you could give us some examples of what social indicators related to circular economy look like from your perspective.
Yeah, there are a number. So when I did a comparison between the Toronto plan and the cities of Copenhagen, Paris, and Amsterdam, who are broadly globally known as sort of the leaders in this area, the social indicators certainly included things like affordability. So access to some of the programs that you already have in place and amplifying and expanding those is a great example. So bike sharing, car sharing, access to equipment, and I know that there are programs in place. 25,000 bikes repaired is a great start. But there certainly can be more access to these things. So affordability, and you know, we all talk about the affordability crisis. This is about sharing platforms that can be enabled. So I think that's one of the social indicators that we should be really should be top of mind. And again, direct linkages into the affordability objectives of the city. Coupled with that, certainly the resiliency. So we know that as the city engages circular procurement activities with their own buying power, and again, influencing the ABCs, that you're affecting supply chains, you're shortening them. You're looking at made in Canada, made in Toronto, and used in Toronto strategies that help build resiliency, which again has social benefits as well. So those are two that come to mind. We want to make sure that we offer food waste and food salvage programs for obvious benefits, and given the usage of food banks, we should be zeroing in on the opportunity to grow our circular food systems at the city level.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate those examples. That's all for me. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any other speakers? Question? I do have a question, and it is actually related because of recycling. I have a question about Ontario, and the 4% contamination rate that has been set by the new standards. What other city, are there examples of 4% only contamination that you're aware of in the province of Ontario? Which cities have that, or municipalities?
Oof. Not in the province of Ontario that I understand.
I understand, but does
Yeah.
anybody have that you know about?
Current contamination rates, is that the nature of the question?
It is the contamination rates in municipalities, and if any of them are operating at 4%, yes. Or
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. And what would the highest or the best contamination rate be that you're aware of?
My knowledge is a couple of years old, but the best in the country used to be Halifax.
No, I'm
And it's because
I'm talking
you're
about
talking about
Ontario, because you're here
Ontario.
from
Who would have the
Ontario
best at
and
the
you're
moment?
recycling.
Honestly, yeah, Counselor, I'd have to go back and that's findable. I don't know what it is at the moment.
Would you say it was 5%? Would it be 10? Would it be 20?
Oh,
Where are most
typically-
cities sitting? What's typical?
Typical double digits. Yeah, typically double digits, no less than 10%.
No less than 10%, up to, so larger cities, you don't have an idea, since you were the recycling, you were the recycling queen at that point. I'd
5
really
years
like to
ago,
know.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them as high as 30%, and I think the city of Toronto, is familiar with that. And we've seen them maybe as low as 10 or 12 for some of the smaller municipalities. And it's typically the municipalities who have carriage and control of not only the residential system, but the IC&I system as well. Very difficult to do when you parse it out. Very difficult to get lower contamination when you separate them.
when you separate ICI
Banff might
and
be a good
res.
example. So I'm happy to furnish your staff team with some of the knowledge that we have and some of the facts, but getting at 4% is unheard of.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move. Thank you very much for being here with us. I'm sorry about your presentation, but we'll all be able to look at it on our computers. Thank you, Joanne. I'm
Appreciate the time. Thank
sure
you.
we'll see you again. Thank you. Mr. Rod Muir, you are up. Please proceed.
Again, I want to apologize for my last presentation last month. For some of you, I may have seemed a bit forceful. Just have it be known, I'm very passionate about the issue. I'm also going to be very forceful today when I suggest that you reject this proposal outright. Before I get into detail, I'll just remind you again, energy use in Canada, 15% for transportation, 20% to heat, light, and cool your home, 45% we use just to make stuff and then we throw it out. So waste diversion is by any measure, the quickest, cheapest, and easiest means of mitigating climate change that we have at our disposal. Returning now to this report, 9 years to produce, 4 years to get a 3-year plan. No one wanted this. I don't see any requests from council or committee. No one asked for this, and it's not needed. This is not your responsibility. The City of Toronto collects from less than 10% of businesses in this city. Stick to your lane. You are 100% responsibility for homes and apartments, and your diversion rate is 50%. Something that came up at the last meeting and no one batted an eye, and I'm still trying to get over it. Since 2007, we've been trying to get to 70%. We've spent 15 years trying to up from 50 to 70, and we've gotten nowhere. Instead, we get reports like this that are totally off course and totally off direction. And this is nothing new. Here's a stack of them if you'd like to go over them. Reports from 20 years ago. There are 200 recommendations in here. Councillor Shindros-Lynn, you asked me the other day about my ideas. You don't need more ideas. What you need is tactics and execution, in particular, boots on the ground. I was also asked what the key to success of other municipalities, and I was unfair to my friends in San Francisco and other locations, Alameda, for instance, where boots on the ground is critical to getting diversion up. You need to be face-to-face with people, face-to-face with residents, apartment dwellers, and with businesses. You also need to care about this issue, and quite frankly, I just don't see it. There are plenty of climate change deniers on this committee. on this council, and certainly for some who think that waste is not an issue. What I'd like to see is a concrete plan for getting recyclables up and organics in from homes and apartments, plain and simple. None of this 10-year economic plan, whatever you want to call it. It's a vanity project. It's a make-work project. I don't want to be world-class. I don't think most citizens of Toronto want to be world-class. They want the transit to run on time. They want the street lights to be on, and they want their garbage to be collected. In a few months, you're going to have a lot of money and a lot of staff come up because you're no longer responsible for recycling. Show me a plan for using those people and that money to get recycling up and diversion in. Get from 50% to 70% like you've been talking about for 15 years, and totally reject and totally ignore this report and what staff is proposing to do, wasting time for the next 10 years.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Muir.
much for your time and attention this morning.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Muir? No? Thank you. Security will let you out the cordon. I'll just remind everybody that until your time is up, you would not be inside the horseshoe. Here's Miss Alfred. Could you let her in, please? Thank you. She's the next deputant. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm going to sit down for a second. It's a bit intimidating to be in the council chambers rather than the usual committee room, but thanks.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. I'm here from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. My name is Emily. I've spoken to this committee many times, and I'm here to commend the City of Toronto's efforts to develop and support the shift from a linear wasteful economy to a sustainable, resilient, circular economy. A circular economy is a big concept that can be hard to describe, but I have to say the City report provides great examples and case studies to show what it can mean. While it may be hard to define since it's so far-reaching, we believe that Toronto communities and businesses want a circular economy because it gives them the tools to reduce waste, to take climate action at home, and to support their neighbors in a strong local economy. The roadmap should be seen not just as an environmental tool, but as a tool to guide economic development. Circular activities add resilience by supporting shorter, local supply chains for food, relying on local services like repair and reuse instead of importing goods. And that creates local business opportunities and local jobs. Estimates vary, but some reports have suggested circular approaches can create 50 times more jobs than a linear economy. In uncertain times, a circular economy also supports affordability for communities across the city. The city's existing repair and reuse hubs are a great example of bringing real solutions for household budgets. Something as simple as a bike repair shop can sustain local jobs and help people get around. The suggested areas of focus on local construction waste, food systems, and waste make sense. We support the proposed recommendations and hope to see further ideas and developments for the coming years. I'm skipping ahead a little bit because I know we have less time, but I just want to say, as staff have outlined, the Circular Economy Roadmap is a key way to integrate a range of city strategies. I agree with a lot of the comments made by Joanne St. Goddard earlier about the benefits for the economy, about the value of adding more metrics and naming the climate benefits, as well as the waste impacts. Addressing waste is a really big part of moving our city towards lower carbon and addressing climate impacts. So I think it's really great to see this fully integrated with a lot of other strategies. And while I share Rod's passion for waste management, I disagree with his conclusions. I think this is really important for the city to get on with this. We concur about the importance of the city leading by example with procurement. I think this could be an area that could be accelerated with the city purchasing more and focusing on local strategies. For example, when it comes to single-use foodware, the city has a strategy on reducing single-use and takeaway items. It would be great to see the city accelerate opportunities to move towards reusables in city facilities or in city-funded facilities or events like stadiums and arenas. I'll just conclude by saying for the average person, we can see by a lot of the conversation here and even questions that while circular economy is one specific framework, most people think of it as one part of a larger waste strategy. So I'd encourage you to think about how this circularity can not only be integrated into other aspects of city strategies, but keep this circular economy in mind when we talk about the next item on the blue box, on the long-term waste strategy, and the ultimate disposal of Toronto's waste. We have strong beliefs that the city can do a lot better to conserve resources, and that will be best for the environment and the economy in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here this morning. Are there any questions for Ms. Alfred? No, everybody's thanking you.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. Please remain seated. Deputy Mayor has a question for you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, because I've got so many screens going here. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Sachs.
Well, yes, thank you, Emily. First of all, was there anything else you wanted to tell us?
No, I'm fine. I think we've covered it well.
All right, and do you support the recommendations from the Circular Innovation Council?
Yes, I think those are great recommendations. The idea of including more metrics to really measure the benefits and to help maybe prioritize which benefits to include, and also further actions on food waste would be a great area of focus.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's it, Councillor Sachs, then thank you very much. And now we will take this into our committee for questions of staff. And Mr. Nolan has moved over to these other seats, in case you didn't see him go. He's over there. Thanks. Who'd like to lead off? Councillor Chernos-Lynn, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions for staff. So I understand that the circular economy concept is one that requires a rethinking of the accounting and budgeting process if it's to become sort of fully realized. And that has sometimes been an impediment to its implementation in the private sector and more broadly worldwide. So I wondered, how is the city approaching this, and what response have we received from the private sector or other governments as we've developed this plan?
So to the chair, there's a number of actions in the plan that relate to this, including around purchasing, also around working with our financial planning division to think about how we purchase, what we purchase, and how we budget from a broader perspective. So part of the actions is starting to look at how we embed that into the decision-making processes of the city. So I don't have a specific say, this is how it will happen, because the action is to do the work to integrate that into the work that we do. So it's part of the actions that are included in this will be to look at that from that budgeting and accounting perspective and how we value aspects of a circular economy relative to maybe some of the other things we currently look at, value for money, et cetera, how we make that balance.
So just to push this a little bit further, because my understanding from a presentation I saw in this last year is that part of the challenge is that how budgets look on a spreadsheet doesn't necessarily mesh well with this. And so how companies can still appear profitable if they're doing this, are we having discussions around that to ensure that when we do our year ends or we do our budgeting process that it's explained in a way, because traditional accounting is more linear. So how do you know what I'm getting at?
I believe so. So I think that is part of the work we've been doing with business and looking at how cost is considered. This is not dissimilar to what we've done previously, so kind of looking at a past example on the environmental side, which is to start to put value towards some externalities that maybe aren't as clear on a balance sheet, something like greenhouse gas emissions or impacts for future cost of resilience. So it's a very kind of applicable work that we've done to date over to the circular economy. So taking a look at that broader use of products and trying to explain that then and translate that to accounting. So how does that impact you from a supply chain perspective? How can you reduce those costs? So really it's, the work that we'd be doing is translating some of those kind of broader goals or aspects of circular economy into something that then can be looked at from accounting perspective. We don't see that will necessarily change the accounting world, but we can provide for that integration, and we have examples of how that's worked in other areas, so this report would support that work.
Thank you. Okay, changing gears a little bit, a big contributor to waste generated by the city is the construction sector, in large part because of the demolition process. This plan contemplates broader uptake of deconstruction as an alternative to demolition for redevelopment projects piloted by the city, for example, at 1113 Dundas Street West. Can you elaborate on the cost benefit of salvage and reuse of materials in construction now that we've gone through this process? And also, are there any construction construction or demolition companies operating in Toronto that are currently using the deconstruction process or approach?
So maybe I'll start with the end of the question first, and there is. We actually have a few pilots that have been working on for deconstruction. We see an interest in expanding that, so we are also looking at potentially creating a deconstruction hub as well. From a business case portfolio perspective, it really is just to kind of taking a different look at how we remove material when we are starting something new, because there is significant value in that. And so it's us to unlock that value by providing the opportunities. It could be from a location perspective, et cetera, for people to actually take that waste and not just put it into a landfill, but put it somewhere else where it can generate, whether it's revenue, economic value, or for others, it could just be affordability because they're able to access deconstruction materials as opposed to buying new. So there's lots of different benefits. So the balance sheet perspective is to look at the value that's embedded in that material and then how that material can be saved, stored, and then reused later.
Thanks. I love the idea of the hub, like a list that people can go to, I guess, almost, right? Kind of how we're doing with hydro and companies that you can use to green your
Why
house.
don't you make that motion on this item if you'd like?
Okay, sure, I can work on that. Thanks.
Great, thank you. There's more questions. Councillor Pasternak has questions. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the underlying theme or motivation here is diversion, keeping things out of landfill. Would you say that is really what this is all about?
I'd say there's kind of two. There's the underlying theme, and for us, the significant benefit is diversion. There's also kind of the broader environmental benefits, using less, creating less. And maybe a third one is the affordability side, and a good example of that, if you can fix appliance as opposed to having to replace it every time it breaks down, that has benefits for individuals not having to continue to replace, but actually be able to repair, reuse, etc.
So, based on what I've said and what you've said, there's barely a reference to Green Lane landfill and the dire predictions that's going to be unusable by 2035. And I don't see a strategy here, and I know there's new statutory restrictions on buying landfill near small population centers, and I believe the veto of those centers. What is the plan what is the plan to do with our waste when Green Lane is full?
So through the chair to committee, we've presented a number of options in a couple of reports over the past few years on the impeding future of having Green Lane filled. And right now we are currently working on council's direction on looking at either landfill expansion or working with regional partners and potentially finding another site that we can work with other municipalities and investigating the potential of energy from waste, as all options right now are on the table. And our plan is to report back in 2027 with additional information as directed by committee and council.
That was our last meeting where we directed that.
Right. Just based on that, what would you say the likelihood of the city of Toronto finding a new landfill site?
Sorry, Chair, Mr. Councilor.
Oh,
I think
that's off topic?
You're off topic.
I will leave it at that.
Could you dig
then.
in on the circuit, what we've had presented?
Well, I mean, what are we doing circular economy for if it's not connected to landfill future?
There's the little 1 to 3 year plan, that's all. So
All right. Well,
we debated that last week.
It's not referenced in the motivations here.
Do you have other questions? No. Anybody else with questions? Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, I just wanted an answer. One of the deputants, Rod Muir, said that with the province taking over recycling and the Blue Box program, basically, this is going to free up untold number of staff, and many millions of dollars are going to come free. Do you want to comment on this windfall we're going to get? Anybody from staff? waste?
Through the chair, I believe that the deputant was deputing for the next topic on extended producer responsibility, but right now, when we look at where the potential savings of transferring that responsibility to the province, so if we look back before extended producer responsibility was brought in, the city spent approximately $57 million on our recycling program. Through the funding from producers and through the sale of some of those recyclables, we ended up with around $47 million covered. So we had a gap of around $10 million. So right now, fast forward to where the province is now responsible for all of those materials, we will have a savings of around $10 million a year, plus or minus, based on not having that responsibility. That being said, in 2022, when these plans were put in place by the province, the impact of that $10 million was already brought into our rate program. So typically our rate was around 3% increase per year. In 2022, our rate increase was 1.5%, and inflation was north of 6.5%, close to 7%. So that $10 million equates to around a 3% rate increase that we did not have to implement in 2022. So we were able to keep our rate at 1.5% and then absorb that $10 million cost savings across the whole program rather than needing to increase our rate to around 3.5%, 5%, or 4.5% to 5% to cover off the cost. So long story short, that money has already been allocated back to the users through a reduced user fee back in 2022.
So there is no Santa Claus and there is no windfall. Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, Virginia, there is no Santa Claus. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just noting, I see Councillor Sachs online has questions as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to pick up on a couple of the threads my colleagues started. In terms of the measurables, we heard from the deputants today, and that was one of the takeaways for me after reviewing the report. While there's a lot of great pieces of work pointed to, in terms of an overall goal, that seems to be absent. And so I guess my question to staff is, where are we headed, and how are we going to measure those goals that we identify so we can track our progress?
To the chair. So the report and the implementation plan does start to work towards that. As it relates to our 5 strategic directions, we have created kind of broad indicators on terms of how we would measure how we're making progress towards kind of those ultimate goals. As part of our implementation plan, we've got the short form version here. There is a kind of evergreen, broader one that is being developed that really does then speak to the more specific measurables. So that work is underway, but not finalized. As we get support through this process for these, we would then be developing all of our indicators, our internal metrics, and that would then be going forward for future report backs in terms of how we're doing that. But it is part of the plan, and then again we have these broad indicators of success that are included in the plan associated with the strategic directions.
Do we envision a world where there's a dashboard where members of the public can track our success along with our council and staff?
I don't think we've thought quite that far ahead. I think something we could look at, we'd want to make sure, obviously, for a dashboard that it is something that's both valuable, but also that would something we could track and change over time. A dashboard that's static, that gets changed once every year when we do our updated kind of annual review of what we've achieved. Probably not the most valuable type of dashboards, but something we could look into. Are there metrics that we could update on a regular basis that shows how we're making progress, how people are experiencing circular economy? So yes, something we can look at.
Great. I will speak to why I think that's important in my comments, but I'll save that for now. In terms of the collaboration across jurisdictions, we hear that there are a lot of different jurisdictions globally that are going in this direction as well, and the importance of municipalities leading the way. I'm wondering how we're collaborating as part of this big picture work with others that are also leading and seeing some success.
So I'd say from a couple of different perspectives. One, we have individual relationships with some leading municipalities. We've been engaging with them on circular economy. A lot of times we've been learning from them what's working in their municipalities. Other folks have had strategies in place for a while now, so looking at that. We're also part of a number of initiatives, such as there's a Circular Cities and Regions initiative that we participate in. We participate in the Ellen MacArthur Foundation network, so a lot of these are kind of, I'll call it looser networks of municipalities coming together, talking about their challenges, sharing information, but really effective forums for learning and sharing. Obviously, each place has their own different circumstances, but there is the bigger perspective. And I think part of the work that we benefited from this work in general was that we sat down with a lot of municipalities, we interviewed them, so we started to build those relationships across the globe really related to the circular economy. And then we also work and engage with the federal government when you're thinking about cross-jurisdictional activities in terms of work that they've been doing towards a circular economy as well.
Great. My last quick one is just on the diversion rates. We heard from one of the deputants about how challenging it is to get to some of the levels that we've heard are we might aspire to, but certainly there are a lot of challenges with us getting there. We have had some challenges. So in terms of improving our diversion rates and reducing our overall waste, how come there isn't more mention of those goals and targets with respect to the specific rates across the 10-year roadmap?
Through the chair, the diversion rates and more on the waste management focus side of things is going to be part of our long-term strategy review update, which we look to bring back to council, our committee and council early next year, which will include additional measures that we can look at in terms of city operations to help drive diversion into different areas and hopefully increase that diversion rate, with the understanding that we are, again, no longer responsible on the recycling side, but there are other measures that we can definitely look to develop and expand.
Great, I'll leave it there. I see I'm at time. Thank you.
Councillor Sachs, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. We've been talking about getting our diversion rates up and reducing the amount we send to landfill for decades, and our diversion rate has been stubbornly flat. How much do you think that circular economy initiatives can actually save the city, especially as disposal costs go up?
So I think a specific number, that's something that I don't have right now, but part of the work we'll do, and we did do the baselining study, and so that was our first attempt to kind of understand waste generation and diversion. So now with the roadmap in place, we'll start measuring some of these specifics to try to generate kind of a proxy number associated with that the financial benefit to the city of diversion. So it is a challenging item to come up with a specific number, but from a conceptual perspective, all of these initiatives work towards reducing that diversion cost, or at least limiting potential growth.
What is going to actually be different now? When we talked about this 2 years ago, we asked staff to take action to send less waste to landfill, improve diversion waste reduction, and nothing happened that made any difference. What is tangibly going to change in this next year? First for individuals and secondly for businesses.
So maybe I'll start with the individuals. I'll say in the next year, what we would see is twofold: more specific community-oriented activities that people will experience in terms of programs in their communities around circularity. So that could be swap events, repair events, those type of activities. So people can start to see that. At the same time, we would ramp up our information and outreach, start to build broader knowledge of this, the concept. So kind of pairing tangible, real-life, hands-on experience with the broader opportunities to build kind of community support and understanding. At a business perspective, I think two things, although very specific, something like the Circular Food Innovators Funding Green Market Accelerator Program, we'll see direct programs for businesses to reduce their waste and to adopt circular programs. At the same time, we'll also be launching some of these broader business engagements around reducing red tape, so taking that broader approach. So in the next year, we'll see both very specific things that people will benefit from, as well as work to set up ourselves for the longer term in terms of how we can implement the roadmap and how we can get more people engaged in it, both from residents and businesses.
And Councillor, if I can just add on to James's piece, because we're talking quite in depth about diversion. One of the principles of circular economy is that the materials don't get into the waste stream to begin with. So if we are using all of the food and it doesn't go into the green bin, our diversion rate technically goes down. But that's a good thing. We use all that food, whether we consume it or manage it ourselves in our own backyard composters. But the other piece too, when we look at like clothing repair or bicycle repair or any type of repair industry, if those items are repaired, they don't go into the recycling side to get weighed as recycling. So
Yeah, no, I understand that.
that's one of the challenges when we look strictly at diversion. It's not always the diversion rate is the best metric to go by.
Fair enough. I'm happy to focus on total waste to landfill. Back to Mr. Nolan. Mr. Nolan, do you agree with the 6 recommendations from the Circular Innovation Council? And will you bring a supplementary report back to us before the council meeting in November, addressing those points?
So I think from a broad perspective, we're aligned with the overall premise. I think we'd need to look into it in terms of how potentially this would work and any considerations associated with implementation. If committee would like to have more information through a supplementary report, that is definitely something we could provide for.
Okay. In your report, you talk about incentives. Is this going to require new money, or can you do it with your existing budget?
So for 2026, all of the work that we're doing is included in existing budgets.
Okay, that's fine. Stop there. That's good. You've talked a lot about your work with other cities. What elements have you brought into our program from leading edge cities?
So I would say a key element that we've brought in is creating that ecosystem approach from a residents and business perspective, having that close working relationship, especially with businesses, creating kind of a co-creation of a lot of these activities was really key. This is not going to be, solely government driven. We can set the context, but it really needs to be adopted by folks, and that's key to this program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's all the questioners. I just have a couple, and that is, yes, you can bring that. When would you report out on your successes based on your presentation? Is that annually, biannually? After 3 years?
Right now we're looking at a cycle of every 3 years to provide that. Some of these activities are kind of long based, so we may not have a whole lot on an annual basis. That being said, we do have other annual reports like the Net Zero report, where if we had items to bring forward, we could include in that, but a broad report would be every 3 years.
But I think that Councillor Sachs has a motion that would look at letting us, going to council and telling us how we're lining up with what the circular economy folks would like us to do. So you could look at status reports without going into, I think the dashboard that Deputy Mayor is talking about would be something that you could look at.
I think we could look at it, and for annual, I'd say we'd probably propose it be fairly high level,
Yes.
otherwise significant. Yeah. It's a lot of resources to report annually.
Understand, but I'm sure you keep a dashboard, do you?
We do keep a dashboard, yes, tracking our indicators and our measurables.
Yeah, so that was just, without creating a lot of extra work. I think that would be the asterisk on all the motions, without creating a lot of extra work, the work that you've already got, being able to report out or status reports more frequently than a 3-year term, especially for some of the things that you're trying to set up here that you have on page 8. I'm just wondering, because some of these things, community-led circular economy programs, green market, a circular food innovators fund, some of these things are very community-based, and that isn't necessarily expertise of your division or solid waste. So would you be open to working more with SDFA, that is what they do, and they do think across all of the agencies, and that's their expertise level, in order to really dig in on some of these issues that might allow more community-based economic programs, including from folks that aren't necessarily in the economy at the moment, targeting those folks?
I would say we do work closely with social development, but if there's, happy to kind of continue to look at ways to build that. I agree they have a lot of expertise in reaching the community, and we've leveraged them to date, but there are more opportunities, as well as with economic development on the business side.
Yes, and just for Mr. Kelleher, do you have your own standalone community-led programs any longer, or are they at SDFA through there?
So we work with SDFA on our programs.
So you don't have standalone staff any longer?
We do have some staff that work with SDFNA and Energy and Climate, and it's something that we'll look at in the future on combining. And
In combining that, and are they on their own programs, or are they taking their lead from SDFA?
I'd say it's a joint working group, typically led by us with support from SDFNA, and we can look at that in the future when this roadmap is approved.
And how many grants do you give out through your program, your standalone?
I think there's around 10 to 12 a year, plus or minus, and we can get you a rundown of those and
the
what
amount?
Organizations and the amounts. That's not a problem.
And the amounts, so
Yep.
that could also come to council.
For sure.
Under, you could report through Mr. Nolan to council on some of those things if we wanted to deepen that and make sure that it's meeting the deep community development approach that I think City Council would like to do. Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, now's your moment. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I do want to say an enthusiastic thank you to staff for the great work that we see presented here to us today on this roadmap for the next 10 years in a circular economy. I think it's incredibly important, and we heard from some of our deputants about the benefit and frankly crucial nature of cities leading in this work. We have a huge budget, we have a lot of responsibilities, and we have an opportunity to set a tone and set expectations, frankly, within our city about what the future looks like for us all. There are a number of pieces here that I'm really excited to see. I think there's good work in terms of laying out some success metrics and indicators, but we need to go, I think, a step further in terms of those measurables. I talked a little bit about a dashboard, or asked about a dashboard, and something that I'm struck by is the importance of us empowering our wider community, whether it's the business community, consumers, Torontonians at large, to be part of this vision of a circular economy along with us. I love the image that highlights all of the different ways that spaces and places in the city can be part of a circular economy, and I think it's valuable for us not only to track and measure that internally and bringing in our agencies, boards, and corporations on this journey, but also bringing in, again, small businesses. I would love for vintage shops to be able to show how much, pounds of clothing they kept out of the system, and again, encouraging Torontonians to shop to thrift versus doing a Shein haul every other week, right? And understanding what the impacts of those kinds of choices that we're making every day in our lives are having on our wider economy, on our city, and certainly on our planet. So those are some of the things that I think we should be thinking about, is not only how do we lead in this, but how do we bring people along that journey and give them opportunities to really be part of it. The other piece that I think is really critically important in this work, and my colleague, Councillor Chernos Lynn, highlighted it, is this conversation around how do we budget in a big city this way, and how do we understand the value of our dollars? It is important that we understand that investing a bit more at the higher end to something that's going to be sustainable does pay not only, you know, in cost savings to us, but in huge benefit to the environment, to the circular economy. So these are some of the things we really need to shift our thinking as we continue to do that. I hope our CFO is listening. I don't think he's in here today. But as we work through our budget building processes, I think these are really important conversations that we continue to have and be able to point to some examples of. So those are some of my general comments, Madam Chair. I do again want to thank staff for their great work here. We do, I think, as a council, need to continue to champion this. One of the things I was chatting with some colleagues from the Climate Division at a recent event, recognizing folks in the circular economy, was about, again, bringing the conversation forward into the public a little bit more, looking forward to the report coming from Solid Waste Management on their long-term strategy. And I hope that there's opportunities to connect in here to the communication campaigns that will be happening for circular economy to highlight our landfills are filling up, folks. We all need to take action here, and we all have a role to play, no matter where you sit, you know, in the city. So those are some of the things that are coming up for me. I'm really excited about where we go from here. The last thing I'll just state is we had a conversation, I was chatting with Alice from the division about a video I saw when I was in middle school that really traumatized me. It was called The Story of Stuff. And it was a really eye-opening look about how our economy currently works and how kind of things are made and where they go and what that impact is. That video is 20 years old now, and I think it would be really beneficial for us to continue to look at those kinds of opportunities to share information with people in an accessible way that gets them thinking about what actions they can take to be part of the solutions that we need to see. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Next, Councillor Sachs, I believe you wish to speak. You have some motions. Thank you.
Yes, thank
go
you.
ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I have a motion, and that staff come back to us with a supplementary report before council addressing the recommendations of the Circular Innovation Council. Thank you very much, Joanne. We've been talking about waste reduction, circular economy in one form or another for decades in Ontario. And we know that it is more important than ever, given the affordability crisis that our constituents are facing. 1 in 10 people dependent on food banks. Anything that can make life more affordable while improving the quality of life and supporting local businesses, there's a lot of appetite and energy for this if we can make it easy and straightforward for people. We saw this at the Circular Economy Innovators Awards event that Deputy Mayor Morley just referred to. There is so much enthusiasm. There are so many people with great ideas. And particularly as Trump continues to attack our economy, ways to localize our economy, support our neighbors, keep our costs down so we can survive the body hit that he's sending our way. I mean, these are all really important. They're environmentally important, but they have an overwhelming economic and social importance. And we've seen lots of years of talking and not much meaningful action, which is why our diversion rate has been stuck. Our waste generation has been going up. And we're on track within 10 years to have no place to send our waste, and certainly to have an enormously greater cost burden for dealing with waste. So this is urgent. We need to see tangible changes that actually start making life more affordable for people, not in 5 years, not in 10 years, but in the next year. So I want to see that in for consumers and for businesses. Certainly, I've also got some questions we didn't get time to today about the proposed 10-year delegation recommendation 2. I'll be following up with that on staff, but that's a very long time to be delegating to staff without much visibility back to the public or to council. But the key thing is we need real change here, not just more paper pushing, not just more plans. We need to actually see change that allows the city's costs to come down and allows individuals and businesses to get their costs down while supporting all the innovators and the local businesses who want to be part of the solution, and many of them do. So this plan is a place to start. It's disappointing how few specifics are in it. Hopefully we'll get more of those in the subcommittee presentation, and we're going to have to keep on top of this and not just leave it to staff. We left it to staff for the last 2 years and nothing happened. So let's keep on it. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a different perspective. I just think we should let Mr. Kelleher and Mr. Nolan do their work. We're giving them too many orders for reports. They're the professionals. They know what they're doing, but we keep getting in the way, moving more motions, more studies. Now we've got this 10-year, what's it called, circular economy thing. The public has no idea what this is. No wonder they're not engaged. Some are, but they're a minority. The vast majority of the public, they're in a, what's that thing called, Temu and Amazon. That's their world now. They're not cooking at home anymore. They're just door dashing, skip the dishes, Uber Eats. If you go by, and I'm a street runner for years, and I just see more and more garbage and stuff, blue boxes, cardboard boxes on our main streets. You can't even walk down most of our main streets in the city core, especially with so many cardboard boxes. Just incredible what's happening. So there's so much waste out there, and that's because people are into this basically online economy now, where they can just sit back home and think they're doing the right thing by getting all their food delivered and every Amazon product made by man. You know, addicted to Amazon, addicted to Temu, all this stuff coming in from China. Where does it all go? It all goes back into our waste stream, trying to recycle this junk. Where clothes, the clothes that people Deputy Mayor Morley talked about the, what do you call that? No, the vintage shops, which are great. But that's a small portion of the population. The real majority of the population is doing nothing but buying junk clothes made by plastic products. That's all they do. They just go online and boom, they get delivered T-shirts, jerseys, shoes, hats, whatever you want. So I just think, I'm going to vote against all this stuff, because I think the one good point that I like that Rod Muir made is enough ideas. Let's just get boots on the ground and start to essentially try and change the channel and all this junk stuff that's overrunning our city that is delivered online from China. People have got to change their attitudes, and this circular economy is not going to sink in. In Councillor Pasternak area, are they talking about the circular economy? When's the last time somebody asked you about the circular economy in one of your public meetings? They're not there, because we're just drowning them in paper, or drowning them in these theoretical concepts. Meanwhile, the garbage is piling up, our landfill is piling up, and now the province is going to do us supposedly a favor. They're now going to complicate things even more by taking over recycling, and the public doesn't even know that's going to happen until they see that different trucks are going to be picking up their blue box stuff. Anyways, I'm voting against everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. Anybody else? I have a quick motion which refers to social development, finance, and admin, which really does anchor a lot of our community development work, because I do agree that the public doesn't know what the circular economy is. So there is a messaging piece here. There's also an option to go deeper in communities that may not be actively busy on recycling, reusing, repairing, the 3 R's. And I think that that would be one of the goals over the 10 years. There's also the option of building more jobs or using grants in a different way for people to come together to create small economic engines for themselves. And that would be part of that direction. I do think that Councillor Cole has raised a really important issue of the online world and the food delivery business that we haven't quite captured here as the trend, because that is all packaging 100%. Because when you go to a shop, you usually have to bring your own bag or buy a bag, whereas when you're getting these materials. So part of our next discussion on the blue bin, and when we have our folks here from the circular materials, that would be something I'm sure that they've thought about. I was very interested with our speaker who indicated that she knows of nowhere that has a 4% contamination rate. So that'll be another discussion that we'll be having for item number 2. So I won't carry on because we have a very busy agenda and I'll say meaty subjects. So let's move into our motions and deliberation of the committee for this item. Thank you. Did you want recorded votes on that? Yes, thank you.
A negative vote on everything.
Just a question for you.
Yes.
I did send in that motion, but I
Okay.
haven't spoken just to move it. I don't need to speak
Okay.
about it,
I
but
will
just
say
to,
Councillor
just to mention that I did.
Chernos Lynn also has a motion that she was just moving in that way, which is about a vendor list.
It would have come in from Parker Samuels.
A vendor list for demolition companies, so we know who is recycling those. And they don't have that yet. Yeah, just 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe thank you, Councillor. We'll just wait for that. That also, I've just asked the DCM, is there a spot where demolition permits are? You can look to see who's taking something down and then make sure that as much is reused as possible and doesn't going, used to go to the Leslie Street spit. I don't know where it goes now. Pardon me? You've got the motion up on the screen? There we go. I don't have a screen, so I'm flying a little blind here. I wonder if I can get IT down to figure out how I can get my main screen to have the motions and things. Sorry for all this, folks, but this is a new room. We're not used to doing it like this. Not everything's here. Okay, the number of motions, can we just start with those? Then we have one now from, there it is. Request the General Manager, Environment, Climate and Forestry in consultation with other relevant divisions consider developing a public reference list for companies providing deconstruction services in conjunction with the feasibility assessment of a reuse hub for construction materials. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Oh, sorry. All right, I'm just going to note that. Do you want them recorded or can we just go opposed? Okay, we're going to record this vote. Starting with you, Councillor Sachs. In favor? All
Put the
those in
motion back
favor?
on the screen,
Okay,
please.
it's about, there we go. All
In favor.
Favor. Councillor Sachs? Councillor
In
Pastor?
favor.
Yes, I've
No, you
got you
haven't
in
asked for the
favor.
no's yet.
Pardon me?
You haven't asked for the
I'm
no's
asking
yet.
for the yeses in a recorded
Yeah, and I'm
vote.
not responding to the yes.
Okay, so put your hand up if you're a yes. Councillor Sachs, Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Rachel Chernos Lynn, Councillor Fletcher, all those opposed. Councillor Pasternak, Deputy Mayor Cole. Thank you very much.
And Councillor Perruzza.
I'm sorry, where are you? Oh, you're here. I didn't know you were still here.
Liz is on the.
Stay in the meeting, that would be great. You're opposed, so that carries 4-3. Thank you. Just next motion, could I know which one it is, please? Pardon me? My motion, thank you very much. I'm still going to ask IT to come down to get this on my screen. Thank you. All those in favor of that, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Morley, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, how are you voting? Councillor Chernos-Lynn, yes, in favor. Councillor Fletcher, in favor. Opposed? Councillor Cole, thank you. That's 5-1.
Councillor Prutz is opposed.
Sorry, Councillor Prutz is opposed, 5-2. I keep forgetting you're here because you're not on screen all the time. Sorry about that.
I got his back.
Yeah, maybe you could keep him with us. All right, next motion is Councillor Chernos-Lynn's motion. But we did that already. We did that. Pardon me? We're having a recorded vote? I thought we did that. All right, recorded vote. Clerk's telling me we need a recorded vote, basically on the reuse hub for construction materials, having a list of vendors. All those in favor of this motion, please signify. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Deputy Mayor Morley. I don't have Councillor Sachs on. I can't see her. She's in favor.
Yes, in favor.
And I'm in favor. Those opposed, Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Prutza, how are you voting? Against, thank you. That's 5-2. Next motion. Item as amended. All those in favor of the item as amended, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Fletcher. Those opposed, Deputy Mayor Cole, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Pasternak, how are you voting?
Is this the item as amended?
Yes?
In favor.
Okay, in favor. 5-2. Thank you very much. That concludes this number one. Next one, we're going to be dealing with transition to the Blue Box program to extend producer responsibility, the post-transition plan. We've had this here a few times, and you'll be back, just like Arnold. Thank you. So apologies to everybody for the meeting, and we're in this big chamber. It's very different from what you may have experienced before. It's a little jagged, and but we're doing our very best while Committee Room 1 is being renovated. That's why we're here today. So I think first up, we're going to have a presentation from the General Manager of Solid Waste. This is item 2. We have item 2A. You'll recall we're going to go in camera at noon or maybe 10 after in order to get our in-camera questions done, so we're not inconveniencing everybody here that's in the. I'd like to have our presentation first. Yes. Here's our presentation, and then we do have circular materials here, and we will have them second. I'll reorder the deputations. Thank you very much. There is a presentation from the General Manager. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you, committee. I'm just going to give a brief overview of extended producer responsibility at large, and then how it's going to impact the City of Toronto and what we are doing as staff, working very closely with circular materials to ensure that we have a streamlined process for all of our customers. So extended producer responsibility is a program that's put in place so that the end-of-life management of products is the responsibility of those who produce those materials. So the intent with extended producer responsibility, or EPR, is that the end-of-life management is now on the responsibility of the producers, which then hopefully the producers, because it's at their cost, will look at innovative ways to reduce the amount of packaging that goes into the market, reduce the overall burden on the rate or taxpayer, and streamline operations and have consistency across multiple jurisdictions. So originally we had the Waste Diversion Act, and prior to the new regulations being implemented, the city received, and all municipalities within the province received up to 50% cost recovery for their blue bin program. The city generally received between 40 and 45% of those costs, and then the rest was the responsibility of the ratepayers. With the new regulation that's been put in place, 100% of those costs have been moved to the producer and away from the municipalities for eligible items. So here's just a quick graph or diagram that outlines the pre-2023 up until today. So on the left, the local government was responsible for the management of the Blue Box program, and up to 50% was moved from the producers to the municipalities. And then on the right, it's now all the responsibility of the producers. With extended producer responsibilities, there's really two categories of material sources. So that's the eligible and the non-eligible. So the eligible properties for the province of Ontario are single-family homes and multi-residential buildings that are on city service and long-term care facilities and schools. And then we have what are considered non-eligible sources. So these are identified here, and these are the areas that recycling is not the responsibility of the producers and would be the responsibility of either the municipality or the source themselves. When we look at the city approach and timeline on extended producer responsibility, we received direction from council in 2022 to negotiate an agreement with Circular Materials for the city to continue to provide our service to the residents of Toronto. We were successful with that and had an agreement completed in 2023, and we rolled out a seamless transition service in July of 2023. So there was no impact to residents. Most didn't even know that there was a change in the overall behind-the-scenes programming of waste management. In 2023, Circular Materials put out RFP for service starting in 2026 when the entire province was transitioned to EPR. There were a number of challenges with the city being able to submit a bid on that, and we were directed by council to not submit a bid but try to negotiate with Circular Materials on a contract for work in 2026, and unfortunately that was not successful. The next step was the receiving facilities, or as we call them, our transfer stations. So there was a RFP put out by Circular Materials for transfer station network, and we did submit a bid on that one, but we were not chosen as a service provider. We ultimately got direction from council to sell our bins to Circular Materials, and we worked out an arrangement with them on that, as well as our joint calendar. So we have one calendar that's going out rather than a Circular Materials calendar and a City of Toronto calendar. It is one calendar that will continue to have your recycling on it. Just as a snapshot here of what work the city did for recycling before transition, what work we do or did do during transition, and what work we will be doing in 2026. So as you can see, the city was responsible for every facet of recycling, whether it was education, collection, haulage, etc. When we moved over to the first implementation of extended producer responsibility, the only thing that moved away from the city was the actual processing of the recycling, which was not an impact to residents because that took place kind of as a next step after curbside collection. When we look at the future state right now for eligible sources, so the vast majority of them will be curbside collection. The city is not involved in any process from collection to 311 to bin maintenance repair. It is all on Circular Materials. And again, on that date, we also have some of the non-eligible sources that the city has managed over the past number of years and will continue to manage, like our religious organizations, charities, city divisions, and agencies. So we'll continue to do the work for those, even though that they're deemed non-eligible. From a resident standpoint, the changes to collection are small. So you will continue to have your waste collected on the same day. If Tuesday is your garbage, recycling, organics day, it will stay Tuesday. The bin will be the same, continue to use the bin, and we will continue with our accommodations within our program, and Circular Materials has also agreed to continue that as well. So what this is we have a number of individuals who are elderly or who have disabilities and are not able to bring their garbage down to the curb. We will continue to go up to their door, bring their garbage down for them, tip it, and then bring the carts back up. And there's an application process for this, and we're glad that Circular Materials has agreed to continue with this practice that we have here in the city. The big changes for our customers is that there will be no 311 for recycling. You are required to call Circular Materials or submit through their email or online portal service requests for hopefully not, but potentially a miscollection or a bin lid repair on your blue bin. So that is to go through a different mechanism versus 311. In Districts 2 and Districts 3, there's going to be some minor adjustments where your day is going to stay the same, but your material type may change for a number of the residents. So again, if your garbage day is Tuesday and your recycling day is Tuesday, it will stay Tuesday, but the material that you put out might flip. So if your first collection of January would normally be garbage, it may be recycling. And that again only impacts around half of District 2 and District 3. And then when we look at new commercial customers, we are not going to be collecting from new commercial customers. Recycling, they are to go get their own recycling collection operator, and very similar to new multi-residential customers. So any units that are 6 and above, they are deemed non-eligible and will be required to get their own service provider, which the vast majority of the new multi-res businesses or sites do currently. As we went over last month, we have a very, very robust communication strategy. I won't go through each of these items. We had a report and discussion last month on them, but the big piece here is that the calendar is going to be sent out to all the locations, and we will have a very robust package of information for councillors, and we will have our own internal solid waste customer care group specifically for the transition to EPR if there's questions from councillors or their office. So the next steps, we will work very closely with Circular Materials and GFL, their collection operator, over the next number of months and into 2026. The goal of the three organizations is a seamless transfer of service with minimal to no hiccups for our customers. And with that, the presentation's concluded.
Thank you. I like the minimal to no hiccups for our customers. Thank you very much. We'll now go to our deputants, and as we do that, and then we'll come back for questions, remembering that we're going to be going. And I'm going to first call, Alan Langdon is here from Circular Materials, and Baljeet Lally is here. Are the two of you doing that together, or are you separate deputations? Together? All right. And I'm going to take that as two because I have you both down here, so you'll have a little more time in order to present as Circular Materials. Thank you.
Just waiting for the presentation to come up. So good morning, Chairperson, Committee. My name is Alan Langdon. I'm the CEO for Circular Materials.
Closer
yeah,
to
is that better?
mic. Yes.
Okay, great. With me is my colleague Baljeet Lally, who's our Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, And we're here today just to give you a briefing on the transition to EPR in the City of Toronto. So first of all, important to note that we're a national not-for-profit producer responsibility organization. We represent producers in a number of jurisdictions in Canada, including Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Alberta, and the Yukon, representing them in implementing their obligations under extended producer responsibility regulations in those jurisdictions. Our commitment, so we have two roles in the province of Ontario. We act as the administrator of the Common Collection System, and we're also, again, a national not-for-profit that's looking to build efficient and effective recycling systems across Canada. Since 2023, we've led the Ontario EPR transition, reaching over 4.5 million households to date with a communication strategy that keeps communities informed and engaged. And we remain committed to a smooth transition and a results-driven recycling program that Torontonians can be proud of. Our approach focuses on strong partnerships, a clear rollout, and continuous improvement backed by data and community feedback. And probably the most impactful change that we have coming in 2026 is the move to a consistent material list across Ontario. So an important aspect of the new system is a standardized approach to materials for recycling province-wide. The new unified material list will make it easier for residents to recycle, improve recovery rates, and hopefully reduce consumer confusion as well. So while currently materials collected for recycling across Ontario vary from community to community, starting January 1st, Ontario residents will be able to recycle the same, and there'll be a number of additional materials added to the blue box, including things like black plastics, ice cream tubs, toothpaste tubes, and deodorant sticks. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Val to talk about resident communications.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to spend some time just talking a little bit about our resident communications program. We are committed to a seamless transition to extended producer responsibility effective January 1st. And we have an extensive promotion education campaign that is being shared with communities in advance of January 1st. So we've kind of split up what we're doing from today in the present state until the end of the year. So currently the recycling program remains managed by the City of Toronto with resident inquiries directed to 311. To support change management and resident education, we've been closely collaborating with the City of Toronto since 2023 on a comprehensive resident education program that is really going to be seamless. So as noted earlier, some of the opportunities we've had for collaboration is one unified calendar with recycling information, a coordinated recycling app for residents, coordinated key messages and Q&A for 311 staff together for the website, and a coordinated resident campaign. What you'll start seeing starting next week is a province-wide campaign to start informing residents on the changes underway come January 1st, 2026, including materials that are going to be expanded and a unified material list. So come January 1st, there will be our commitment to seamless transition with no impact. As alluded to earlier, it will be the same bins with recycling collected on the same day as garbage collection. And we have a number of targeted tactics and custom messaging that will really support this resident awareness in Toronto. In terms of our strategic and targeted promotion education program, we've really been focusing our efforts on building a program that not only meets regulatory requirements, but also ensures a smooth transition for residents. Our commitment is to really improve recycling rates, and we see this as a two-prong approach. One is around increasing users in the recycling system and adding more residents to recycle through participation, and secondly, to reduce contamination through targeted education and behavior change. We utilize a number of data, including local audits, focus groups, discovery meetings, to really understand what the gaps and barriers to recycling are. And we've developed a strategic, simple resident call to action to really help support behavior change. So the call to action is a ready, recycle, repeat, a very simplistic call to action for residents. When we talk about ready, we usually highlight that in green, and that's really around preparation and what residents need to know before their material goes into the recycling cart. When we speak to recycle, it's all about understanding what goes into the recycling cart and what doesn't belong in the recycling cart. And that's really in the purposes of targeting contamination. When we do local audits, we do understand what is causing contamination, and we really strategically target our ads and all of our promotion education to really educate residents on what doesn't belong in the bin. And then lastly is around repeat, and that's really around the why. What we know from our focus groups is that residents that don't recycle really don't understand the impact of not recycling and what it means. And so in an effort to really support the circular economy of materials, we really focus on the importance of recycling to extend the life cycle of that product. In terms of tactics, so this is a summary of the tactics we will be deploying come January 1st, including a school recycling education toolkit and collaborations. We're working with eco schools and earth rangers to really help educate youth on the importance of recycling. And what we found from our research is that it's important to educate youth so that they are educating their parents and they're actually continuing that behavior cycle early on. We have a dedicated website page for each of the municipalities we will be launching starting January 1st. So on our website, you can go to the City of Toronto, where you'll find locally tailored content and information that really educates residents on who to call if they have a recycling inquiry, together what is recyclable and what isn't. We are working with the city on recycling guides and calendars, contests and incentive programs to really encourage behavior and participation in recycling, social media education, local events activation. Starting in the spring of next year, we'll be activating a lot of high-profile community events across Ontario, including Toronto, to really start profiling and talking a lot more about education and behavior change. And as I mentioned earlier, a recycling app as well, where residents can go to understand when the recycling is being picked up, access what materials are recyclable, some trivia games, and other information they may need. And as I mentioned earlier, the province-wide and locally tailored advertising program as well that we'll be launching starting next week. In terms of our commitment to responsiveness, we do understand the importance of residents understanding who they need to call come January 1st. And so one of the two areas, so if residents have any recycling inquiries, they can contact the collection contractor through a telephone number, through a web form as well. And then if residents aren't getting the timely or accurate answers that they need to the recycling inquiries, calls could be escalated to circular materials, and we have dedicated customer service staff that address resident needs. We also have dedicated council support, so if any city councillors have any questions or concerns or hearing from their constituents, we have a dedicated person who's a director of media and community relations who will be managing those inquiries directly. We've also shared a bilingual toolkit for municipalities and councillors that was shared earlier this week, just to help support the preparation and the change to EPR starting January 1st. Those toolkits include backgrounds, overviews, key messages, Q&As, and any information you may need, including some standard messaging that can be used within existing communication tools. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Alan to conclude.
Great. And I guess just to end, our commitment is one of ongoing collaboration. By the time we get to January 1st, that will be the fourth province we've transitioned just in the last 12 months. So we've worked with municipalities across the country, and I think that it's important that we work together if we want to deliver an outcomes-based recycling program that Torontonians can be proud of. And as we said before, we're committed to continuous improvement. So we want to evolve the program based on data and performance metrics. But above all, I think over the next 2 months, we want to continue the collaboration that we've already engaged in with the city and ensure as we get to January 1st and beyond that it's a seamless transition and that we minimize any disruption for the average resident, and hopefully, given the limited number of changes they'll see, that we'll be able to accomplish that goal.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we'll bring this into committee for questions of you. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you for joining us. I'm really glad to have the opportunity to chat. This has been a big point of discussion for our committee. On the presentation from our colleagues at Solid Waste Management, it was clear that there are a number of non-eligible buildings. Can you talk to us about how that came about and why those folks are not included?
Yeah, it's really a function of the regulation. So as the administrator of the program, we're responsible for ensuring every eligible source is serviced under the program, and what's deemed non-eligible is really a function of the regulation. And that's primarily around businesses, commercial customers.
Right, so multi-residential, schools, and care homes are all excluded, correct?
Multi-residential was previously serviced by the city. I think there was around 4,000 buildings will continue to be serviced through the program. And then additional buildings will have the opportunity to join the amendments to the regulations starting in 2031. They'll need to register with the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority. And once they do that, then they can then access service through the common collection system.
Is the effort to engage and encourage folks to register as that timeline comes up going to be, the onus going to be on you all as circular economies, or is that something that the solid waste management team will need to focus on?
So twofold. I think a number of those buildings probably already have service through a private contractor. I think the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority is going to play a role in that. It's their registry, so the buildings need to register with the authority first, and then once they've registered, they turn them over to us, and then we can arrange for service. So I think they'll be the primary lead in educating those building owners or building managers on where and when to register.
Thank you. Just a couple other quick ones. On the education materials, glad to see that there's a consideration for bilingual, which we know is a requirement for all nonprofits in the country. In Toronto, we speak quite a number more languages than just English and French. I wonder what additional efforts are possible from your group to ensure that Torontonians that speak all kinds of languages. I think the city, we often aim for 12 of the key languages here. How are you all thinking about, and are there plans to expand the number of languages that your materials, education campaigns, et cetera, will be produced in?
Definitely. So we will be translating it to the top 10 languages through census data. If there are requests for other languages, we would be more than happy to actually accommodate those as well.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. I appreciate that confirmation. Thank you. My last quick one was a point of discussion. My colleague, Deputy Mayor Cole, spoke a bit about it, and I mentioned it in my comments as well. And the last item was about the proliferation of online shopping and producers that are coming from not maybe locally, maybe not even Ontario. We know Amazon, Temu, all these other things are frankly probably a big share of the producers. How are they captured and included in the circular materials world?
Yeah, great question. So they would be obligated parties under the regulation. I can attest that if all of them have registered and are actually part of the program, that would be the function of the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority. They ultimately are the regulator for this program. But as a pro, we represent a number of those companies, and they would have to pay fees according to the amount of material they supply into the province. So every kilogram of cardboard, flexible plastic they put into the marketplace needs to be accounted for, and they need to pay fees based on that supply.
And the people responsible for accounting for that, can you repeat the resource product?
Yeah, it's called the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, or RIPRA. They're the oversight body responsible for all EPR programs in the province. And so if companies, and I know there's probably over 200 companies at this juncture that are still free riding, have not actually met their obligations, it's the Recovery Authority's job to ensure that those companies are compliant and paying their fair share of the program.
Great. And do we know what kind of powers or purview they have to compel those companies? Are there fines? Can we limit their access to the marketplace?
They have a range of things they can do, but the primary tool would be administrative monetary penalties. So they can levy those penalties on a daily, monthly, yearly basis until the company in question comes into compliance.
Great. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I know Councillor Sachs, you have questions.
Yes, thank you. Hello, through you. Hello, Mr. Langdon. So based on your experience rolling this program out across other provinces, what do you predict will be the impact on diversion rates in Toronto for 2026 and 2027?
Yeah, so I'm hoping that we're going to see an increase in diversion and that more materials that currently go to landfill will actually be accepted for recycling, and we'll be able to responsibly recycle them and hopefully ensure that that increases going forward.
Well, we all hope for that, but do you have a quantitative prediction on which we can hold you accountable? This is supposed to be part of the Zero Waste Ontario Act, so can you tell us, based on the experience you've just bragged about, what do you predict will be the increase in waste diverted or reduction in waste going to landfill in Toronto?
Yeah, so I think it's important to remember that for us, performance is based on how much of the material we're able to recycle. And so our goal is to ensure that we collect more material and ultimately we can ensure that more of that material was recycled. We have specific targets under the regulation we need to meet, and those targets are based on the amount of material we recycle versus the amount of material supplied into the province. So diversion itself isn't a metric for us. The metric for us is ensuring that we hit specific targets related to the amount of material recycled versus the amount of material supplied. And those targets, there's 6 of them in the regulation, are specific to certain materials. So paper, plastics, both rigid and flexible, metals and glass, and then beverage containers.
All right, so if we want any quantitative tracking, we're not going to get it from you, it sounds like. In terms of the impact on the cost to the city, what are you doing to prevent your blue box materials ending up as litter, which are very expensive and degrading for the city, both in terms of litter escaping from your bins and just your materials being discarded as litter?
Yeah, so through our promotion education, the objective is to try and ensure that more residents recycle more material going forward. Certainly, if it comes to material coming out of the bins, that's a customer service issue, and we can take that up with the contractor and make sure that that's addressed. But ultimately, we want to ensure that more of this material is recycled through the Blue Bin program so that we can, well, more is collected, so ultimately we can have more of the material recycled and diverted from landfill.
Well, that gets to the question of tactics. I mean, the tactics you described are the same tactics the city has used for these many years. What is it that you're going to do that's new, that's going to reduce, for example, litter?
That's a great question. So I think the primary change is we can now communicate on a province-wide level. So I think in the past, each jurisdiction has been trying to do this communication on a community-by-community basis, and there's certainly still some of that activity that's going to go forward. But now we can communicate more broadly on a province-wide basis what materials can and can't be recycled, and that we can communicate on a province-wide basis the increase of materials. And given just how difficult it is communicating these days, and I think we can all talk to that, not just in waste management, I think having a simpler message, one that can be more broad-based, and we communicate with a variety of tools that might not be available on a municipal-by-municipal basis, both digitally and through platforms such as radio and TV. I think through that, we hope we can be more effective in increasing the amount of material recycled and hopefully addressing some of the confusion that residents commonly feel because they felt that there's a different list of materials that can be recycled from community to community.
Well, I mean, Alan, that's much less significant in Toronto because of the size of the city than it is where you have a whole series of small municipalities. Let's try this a different way. You've told us you've done this in several provinces. How much did you increase waste diverted from landfill?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think some of the challenges, there wasn't a lot of data in other jurisdictions when we came in. Certainly there wasn't data available at the provincial level. So what I think we've seen is, I think 2 things. One is generally we've seen an increase in the amount of collection rate and an increase in the recycling rate. So we're seeing more material collected and then ultimately more material recycled. We've also seen reduction in contamination rates in other jurisdiction, all of which we think contributes to higher quality of recycled material that we can ensure will be responsibly recycled and turned into new products or packaging.
Right. Well, so one thing that was in the report, concern I think to all of us, is it says that if you miss a collection of a blue bin, you're not going to pick it up for the next collection day, which would be 2 weeks later. That's way too long for most people who don't have any place to store this and don't have an alternate bin. If a resident asks for a missed bin to be picked up, or if a counselor asks for a missed bin to be picked up, will you pick it up?
Yeah, so certainly we have issues with mixed collection. I think that's the reason for the customer service line. So if they want to send through that service request, we'll ensure that it gets addressed as quickly as possible. And certainly I agree with you on the waiting 2 weeks to have that being picked up.
So to be clear, you're not going to make people wait for 2 weeks. If we contact you or the residents contact you, you will pick it up.
That's our goal, and certainly that's the reason that we've established the direct contact for the counselors, for them to contact us directly and for us to address situations like that.
Is it your goal or will you do it?
We will do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to focus for a minute on the issues of contamination. And it seems to have quite a broad definition. Materials, recyclable materials that are not eligible or have some kind of food contamination can be rejected either at the pickup point or in the recycling transfer station. So in other words, unless things come clearly washed out or rinsed, they can be considered contaminated?
Correct. I think that at the end of the day, if we can get clean, recyclable materials that are free from organic waste, it'll certainly help us improve the recyclability of that material. So particularly for fiber-based, if it's heavily contaminated, it may mean that it's difficult, if not impossible, to recycle some of that material.
Do our recyclable processors, so when it reaches the plant, do they use power washing or any kind of a process to clean off contamination from recyclable products?
Not the sorting facility, so I think there's two steps in the process. One is the material leaves, is collected, and then goes to a sorting facility where it's sorted into the various commodities. And from there, it's baled and it's sent through to, in the case of fiber, it would go to mills. In the case of plastics, it would go to local plastics processors. And certainly on the fiber, if there's something that's heavily contaminated, it's likely to end up in residue and then be sent to landfill.
So when a truck comes by, they're able to spot items in a closed bin that are not eligible for free recycling, and they can reject the whole bin?
So to the point on the closed bin, it's unlikely that they're going to, especially given the current system, be able to identify that contamination. So I think in our, especially in the early years, our goal is through education, is to educate residents about the impact of contamination on things like organic materials, on our ability to ultimately recycle that material, but not to reject or not pick up the material.
So what we're looking for in this transition period is a redefinition of contamination, and we're not going to really know what that is until the new year. You're reporting back.
So in terms of redefinition of contamination, it's important to remember that a lot of materials currently defined as contamination won't be defined as contamination in the new program. So things like, previously coffee cups, but maybe ice cream tubs, black plastics, toothpaste tubes would have, under a previous system, been identified as contamination, but they're no longer identified as contamination. They're accepted materials. So I think that is part of the redefinition of what is or is not contamination. And again, the ultimate goal, I think, is to ensure that we can collect the cleanest amount of material possible and ensure that we have the highest yield of recyclable material being collected, so that we can ensure that the least amount of material is actually sent to landfill and we can recycle the most of it.
Okay, thanks very much.
Anyone else for questions? Thank you. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you, and I apologize if this may have been asked already. I had to step away for just a quick moment. But I was advised that a parameter of your RFP was that trucks should be equipped with AI that could detect contamination rates of recycling bins and return them to residents without clearing them out if they don't meet a threshold. Is this still a part of the plan once collections are transitioned? And if so, what would the threshold of contamination be?
Yeah, so I think in the RFP, one of the things is we wanted to ensure that a contractor could use AI, knowing that it's being deployed in a number of communities in Canada right now. It's still early days, and I'm not sure that the efficacy of that has been fully proven out. There's no current plans in terms of the trucks starting on January 1st will not be equipped with AI, but we're still monitoring what's happening in other jurisdictions and seeing how effective that might be in terms of reducing contamination.
Okay, and then so just as a follow-up, what is the plan to bring down contamination rates?
So one of the things we're doing is collecting audit data within our receiving facilities to understand any contaminants that are included within the recycling stream. And then we use promotion education to specifically target that through education and awareness. What we're finding is short vignettes, simple, easy to understand messaging that supports what should not be going into your recycling cart will help support that education and awareness. That's one of the tactics we're deploying. The other piece is just around education around what needs to go into your bin and also what preparation needs to happen before you put the material into your cart or bin.
Okay, that's it for me, thanks.
Thank you. Further questions? No, I have a couple. Thank you for clarifying. So the 4% that's in the RFP, that's not your starting number on January 1st, 2026, correct?
So the 4% is a target, and it's something that we,
I hear you.
yeah,
The target you're expecting to have in place by when then?
we haven't set a timeline for it. It's a target we put in the contract, and it's to provide a target for our contractors to work for. But our actual goal is to see year-over-year reduction in contaminants.
Got it, but your contract, your RFP said 4%.
Correct.
Correct?
Yep.
So if you were bidding on the 4%.
Correct.
Would I be right about that as
Correct.
an RFP?
Yep, correct.
And since you're not strict on that, would you not consider that that was perhaps, what could I say, because it's a procurement document, that that fact might not have been accurate?
Again, in the RFP document and in our contracts, it's established as a target, and then we work with the collector to move towards that target. Again, targeting year-over-year reduction in contamination.
Okay, thank you. I'm very interested in just in your organization and in the RPRA, what is the public accountability for budget, for operations, et cetera? At what point and where can the public find out everything that's going on?
Yeah, so that would be available through the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority. We provide an annual performance report that would talk about the performance of the program, and ultimately they would collate that information and release it as a public document.
So there's no direct oversight by the province. That's the oversight. This is the oversight organization set up by the province. And what's their requirement for accountability on everything? Do they have one strict?
The primary responsibility the Resource Productivity Recovery Authority has is to ensure that the standards set under the regulation are met, and that also that the performance targets established under the regulation are met by producers.
And where can we see financial reporting, everything else for your circular materials once you've taken this over? Because we can see everything at the city. I'm sure we'd like to see it. So where will that all be published and made publicly available?
Financial information for all of the pros participating in the Ontario program is kept to those individual organizations. And so from a circular materials point, we would not be releasing information publicly on our operations.
So we're not going to know the costs? So we know them publicly now. I'm not being combative, I'm just trying to ascertain.
Yeah, and I'm
that
just...
This is now going behind a closed door.
So the cost of the program will be paid by producers, and the producers who are paying the costs will certainly be aware of the costs, and they will have the opportunity to see the costs on an annual basis.
Not a public number,
Correct.
although it's a public process, correct?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, you're set up through the province. The Resource Authority is set up through the province and has a relationship. You're not out there. You're not a private business.
We are a private organization. We're a not-for-profit.
Not-for-profit.
Yeah.
Your report, so that was, okay.
Yeah.
I get that. All right, and then I'm wondering if you have reached out or you have a plan to reach out to all the MPPs in the City of Toronto, because the province is taking this over, and that one of the things that we could tell people is to phone your MPP, because it's a provincial program now. How is that going to work, and how have you set that up?
Yes, we will be circulating within the next week toolkits to all MPPs, together with ministries around the transition, key messages, and Q&A, similar to the toolkit that each of the councillors were provided with as well.
And will you have in our toolkit, here's the MPP list, and you're expecting that residents will call their MPP if they're having problems with the pickup?
We're hoping they don't contact their MPP, but if they do, MPPs will be armed with the information they need to answer those inquiries.
But when I get a call, I would like to say we're no longer doing that. It's an MPP call, and I'm not sure they're really aware of that. We're highly aware. Would you agree that they're not completely aware at this point?
We have been reaching out to MPPs, but they will be receiving a toolkit, as I mentioned, in the next week with all the information they need when there is a redirect.
All right, thank you. And then for the response times, I know you put something on the bins, a number, but nobody can read it. You may be aware that there was 15,000 calls to 311 about blue bins in 2024. That's a high number, and we won't be taking those any longer. I'm a little worried about your toll-free number is kind of confusing. A lot of numbers in there. And how well you're going to be able to promote that so it is seamless. Do you think there's more steps you can take individually to residential dwellers in the city to heighten that understanding of that number with, I don't know, on the blue bin, something to every home?
Most definitely. So we will be starting to launch more of a provincial and local-based campaign starting next week. And one of the items we will be educating residents on is both with the phone number and also a dedicated website page as well where residents can go to. So some of the things we're looking at is a QR code that you can actually use through your telephone, which will go to straight to a website page, which will give you the information that you need to contact.
And you do understand there's a number of people that don't have website access. They're using texting, so will you make that available to the non-completely digital public?
Definitely, yeah. It will be tailored by audience, definitely.
Thank you. And lastly, would you be willing to come back in early 2026 so we could look at how well this is working, a kind of a come back to committee, so we review the fine-tuning here and the changes in this program?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, this is really needs to be a partnership. I think the city and Circular Materials have been working closely to ensure there's a seamless transition. We'd be happy to come back to the committee and talk about hopefully what has been a seamless transition, and if there's been bumps in the road, certainly talk about that and the mitigating activities we've undertaken to reduce those challenges.
That's great. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions here?
Just Prudence, I got one.
Pardon me? Sorry, you have a question, Anthony? Yep, go ahead.
I do, yeah. Yeah. You thank you so much.
Could you just get a little
touched on-
closer? Councillor Prutzer, could you just move in closer? It's a little hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little loud. I never thought I'd say that. A little louder, please. Thank you.
Oh, all right, sure. Thank you. You touched on it a little bit. So at the end of your question there, how do you envision the relationship between yourselves and us, like the City of Toronto and others that are in similar businesses and providing similar type services? How do you see that relationship evolving, and have you taken steps to to make sure that we do have a relationship of sorts?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. So first of all, I think all of our efforts right now are focused on the transition, not just in Ontario, but across the province. All of the province transitions on January 1st, or at least most of the province. And so all our resources and sort of energy right now is directed in the Ontario transition. I think the relationship has been productive to date and that there's been lots of collaboration, and I think we've spoken to some of the examples of that. And I think it would be the benefit of both organizations, both Circular Materials and the City of Toronto, to continue to dialogue on some of the shared interests we have. And I think the primary interest is we want to see more material diverted from landfill. So certainly if the city has data that it finds that would be helpful for us to know and vice versa, I think there's always opportunities to work together. And certainly we're going to be communicating to the same audiences. So if there's ways that we can ensure that our messages are consistent and to the extent we can, reducing confusion as much as possible, I think that's to the benefit of both the city and ourselves.
I guess what I'm looking for, I understand that you have a big jurisdiction now, the province, and you're going to be dealing in multiple jurisdictions across the province. Your service, your trucks, your the collections, where they occur, winter, summer, spring, fall, different weather conditions are really dependent a lot on what's also happening locally. Are you set up in that way? Do you have a sort of do you envision setting up a department, let's call it, that will have those contacts and develop those linkages with the local authorities in similar businesses? Or do you just see it as a, we're like a private outfit here, and that, and this is the business we're in and what we're going to do, and and then figure out everything else as you go along. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, how do you see that relationship between us and working? I mean, I know you're a nonprofit private entity, but you're providing a very sort of clear public service on what people view as has been a longstanding public service, right?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. So I think, for the last few years, we've been working on through a contract with the city to have the service of blue box collection delivered. That's changing now in that we will now be working with another entity on the collection of that material. But again, I think, we have contractors and staff across the province working on this. And certainly we think, and I don't want to be vague, but I just don't know. We're entering a different phase where we don't have a contractual relationship anymore. So I think it's more of an opening. I think there's an opportunity for the city and for Circular Materials to work together, given that we have similar interests, similar objectives, and we're communicating to the same audience. So I think there's lots of opportunity to work together. I just don't think we've had time, as we've tried to get ready for the transition, to actually map out how that relationship would work. But from a Circular Materials point of view, we think there is opportunity and that there should be ongoing dialogue and an ongoing relationship with the city to help on, achieve our shared objectives, which again is, increased diversion from landfill, and for us ultimately ensuring that we can have more material in the province recycled.
And does that relationship I guess in your mind, Councillor Fletcher was alluding to, sort of you coming back to committee and sharing with us your experience and that kind of thing? Is that the way that's going to go? Is that the way you see it?
So we can certainly come back to the committee, but I think there's going to be lots of opportunity for shared work on promotion, education, communicating to residents what can and can't go in the blue box. That's already being done through the joint guide, joint calendar, and I'm sure there'll be more opportunities like that in the future.
Are you finished?
All right, thank you.
Councillor Prusa, are you finished with your questions?
I am, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor, please, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did go already, but I did just want to quickly ask about the language of cart versus bin. Talk to me about that, please.
Yeah, certain municipalities have bins, and then in City of Toronto, they have carts. So and when we customize our targeted kind of promotion education, we always tailor our language based on how we're collecting that material.
Okay, I think that's going to be an important part of the education campaign because that's something new for us here. Thank you so much.
Just explain again for everybody about the cart versus the bin.
So in the City of Toronto, recycling is collected via a cart, and then in other municipalities, we have bins. So in Toronto, we'll be consistent. We'll be saying recycling cart because it's the larger containers, and then in other municipalities, it may be collected through a bin, a smaller bin. So
I'm sorry, don't we call them bins here? We have three sizes of bins, recycling bins. Do we not call them that?
Yeah, I believe it's recycling carts.
If I may, Madam Chair, I believe potentially the operators may refer to them as carts, but certainly from the residential perspective and standpoint, the language of bins has been very consistent. So again, just wanting to raise that, flag that, as we move through to ensure a smooth transition. Language matters, and I think Torontonians will be like, what's a cart? We don't have carts, we have bins. So I'll leave that with you for consideration.
Again, put the cart before the bin, says the Deputy Mayor. Very good point. Thank you for flagging that, because nobody would understand what a recycling cart was in the public. Your vendor might, but the public won't. So part of this conversation is to help us all get through this transition. So I'm sure you've heard that and probably will tailor your language to be that which every resident who's going to be using those services understands. Thanks very much. Thank you for flagging that, Deputy Mayor. It's 12:05, and what we agreed we would do, we do have an opinion from legal about a certain number of matters that we asked about, and we will now Oh, yes, sorry, we have some more. How many more deputants are here? One. Let's hear from Emily Alford, and then we'll go in camera. Thank you very much, and I'm going to be asking you to return on to the February 25th meeting, so we can all check in, see how we're doing.
Sounds good. Thanks so
Thank you.
much.
No, you can't. It's closed, Rod. I'm sorry. Sorry. And we have to move in camera, so I apologize for that, but we did close the meeting at 10 for deputations. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for making time for me to speak. I have, I'm here from T. I will try to keep it quick, but I'm basically here to talk about the negative impacts of the Blue Box transition on the environment and Toronto residents. I just want to present the environmental perspective because we are very concerned about this. As has been described, Ontario's Blue Box transition enters the next phase in January. Environmental groups like T, the Circular Innovation Council that you heard from earlier, and many others have advocated for a new regulation for the Blue Box for many years. The new reg was meant to improve recycling. It was meant to address stagnating recycling rates, largely because of rapidly growing amounts of packaging and the increasing costs of managing recycling. The new regulation was meant to improve recycling by giving an incentive to companies to reduce their packaging, to cover the costs of recycling, and by including more types of materials, as was mentioned. Importantly, the new regulation was also meant to create a consistent, streamlined system across the province so all residents and communities, no matter where they live or what type of building they live in, can recycle their waste. However, due to no fault of the city, and despite our efforts to stop it and many other municipal advocacy against this, the provincial regulation has been repeatedly reduced and weakened. It's gone from bad to worse. You can see in the attached comments from the city to the province that they outlined a number of these problems with the regulation and their concerns about what this will do. It's now generally expected by many that Ontario's new Blue Box regulation will not improve recycling and that recycling rates will go down in Ontario. The province has been relentlessly lobbied by the producers that are represented, or the ones that work with circular materials, not circular materials itself, to focus on their costs, not the environmental outcomes of the regulation. They've pushed the province to weaken and delay recycling targets. In fact, there are no recycling targets for the first 2 years. They just have to make their best efforts. To allow incineration to count for up to 15% of their recycling targets, to weaken penalties, and significantly to declare many buildings and locations as ineligible for producer-funded Blue Box recycling. As staff outlined, circular materials will not collect recycling from public spaces and litter bins in parks and on Toronto streets. This is a huge issue in a major city like Toronto with millions of commuters, tourists, and visitors that go to our parks, our public spaces, and beaches every year. Importantly, tens of thousands of residents and households in condos and apartment buildings that currently have private waste collection will not get producer-funded Blue Box services that they were promised by the province. Instead, they will have to wait 5 years. On top of that, as our city grows and looks to build more housing, no new buildings will be part of the Blue Box program. Staff report estimates that that could be up to 85,000 new households in multi-residential buildings that will be completed in Toronto in the next 5 years, including nonprofit and Toronto housing. None of these will receive producer-funded Blue Box services. Instead, those tens of thousands of residents, your constituents, will have to pay for recycling. We're also dismayed that many daycares, some community buildings and charities, and many small businesses are considered ineligible. They'll be denied producer-funded Blue Box recycling, and the city has to figure out what to do with those residents and those communities. I've heard of public schools in Ottawa that had to cancel their recycling programs because they simply could not afford to pay for private recycling services. So we can talk about educating kids in schools about recycling, but if they don't even have recycling services in their schools, that will be a problem. We're concerned we won't have a streamlined system when so many people are left out. We're concerned about metrics and outcomes that are vague and not clear, with best efforts for recycling to count as a target. And while this is a bad situation, it's not of the city's making, we want to urge you to do your best to stay focused on the important goals of the circular economy and zero waste. We will continue to urge the province to stick to its commitments to fix this, to reduce litter and to improve diversion and create an equitable system. And we will do what we can to help you advocate to the province and to MPPs. We also think the city can do its best to stay focused on communications and look at other policies like single-use and takeaway items and takeout food packaging to help reduce some of that litter. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Very much. Any questions for Ms. Alford? No? Thank you. Oh, Councillor Sachs, yes?
Sorry, was there anything else you wanted? I mean, you're absolutely right in everything you said, but that's all about the terrible things the province is doing. Is there anything in particular you're asking us to do?
It's really a difficult situation. I know that the city, the staff report recommends that the city eliminate recycling services or not continue to provide recycling services for new buildings and to consider maybe canceling recycling services for some ineligible sources in the future. It's very expensive to manage recycling. In an ideal world, the city would stay committed to recycling and providing that for those sources that are currently deemed ineligible. At the very least, I think that the city council needs to ensure that city staff have enough resources and time to measure and document what happens so that we can go back to the province and say, look what happened on our city streets, to continue to do audits and to watch closely, because this is going to be very difficult and painful, and it's really confusing when we're talking about shifting to a circular economy and asking everyone to do their part, and then recycling, which is what most people think of when they think about reducing waste, is just going to be a disaster.
Well, that's our provincial government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alford. I'm now going to move us into private session so we can have a conversation with city legal. But first of all, I'd just like to ask that we extend the meeting past 12:30 so we can complete that part of the private session. It might not go that long, but it might. So, yes?
Will we have a chance to do questions to staff in a public session?
Yes, when we come back.
Okay.
And everybody waiting on item 6 will have to wait a bit longer because we'll come back to this item after lunch. So this is really so the public isn't going in and out right now. This is to go in private session, and public will come back when we reconvene in public session. So that's not to inconvenience all the people that came today. And everyone will be able to hear the public discussion and motions that will take place on this item later. So thank you very much. I'm going to ask that we extend the meeting in case we take longer than 12:30. Deputy Mayor moving that. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then I would move that the Infrastructure and Environment Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to considering the following, i.e. 25.2a, legal advice regarding aspects of the City of Toronto's Blue Box Program post-transition plan. Reason for confidentiality contains advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege. Thank you very much. And Mr. Clerk, I guess we'll look at when we're ready. We have been cleared. I'm not sure everybody. There we go. Who's here and who isn't? But just
Those of
again,
us
to everybody
online,
who's visiting, you'll come back after lunch. So after 1:30, when the meeting restarts, you can come back into the council chamber.
Yeah,
Are you
and Madam
asking?
Chair,
I think there's
Madam
somebody
Chair,
here who needs a little help.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, those of us online, we just stay connected and we just get
I'm
transitioned over.
sorry,
Is that-
pardon me?
Those of us online, we just stay online and we're going to get transitioned over.
I'm just going to ask the clerk if No motions were moved in closed session, and we're recessing the meeting till 1:30. Thank you very much. we're back. This item will not go, I'm sorry. Can I just check, here are our deputants. We have deputants on basement flooding. We have Tom Angelotti. Are you here, Tom? Yes, there you are. Thank you. We have deputants on the Allen, and that would be Daniel Freiheit and Laura Sloan. Are they here or online? No. We have at least 8 deputants on the Spadina Streetcar. Everybody here for that? And we have high pollution days and 2-stroke engines. So that's where we're at there. And we're still in our blue box deliberations for anybody who's here for any other items. And as we said, we're actually very close to item 6. We have one little one after blue box, and then we'll do that. So I'm now opening up the speakers list for motions and speakers on item 2, the blue box.
Madam Chair, can we do questions of staff?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, my apologies. I was trying to move that along. So now we have questions of staff based on their presentation, the circular materials presentation, and also anything that was raised by the deputants. Go ahead, please. Yes, please.
Thank you,
Deputy Mayor.
Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and I do have a few questions of staff. Wanting to specifically address some of the properties that were ineligible or that are ineligible for the EPR program. We heard about some multi-residentials, some churches, daycares, etc. What's the plan to continue to service those locations that are excluded until 2031?
So through the chair, the ineligible sources, so you named most of them, from daycares and places of worship and charities, religious organizations, etc., that are currently on the city service will remain on the city service. So we will grandfather them in starting January 1st, and we'll continue to collect from those groups. And we will also, those particular ones, we will also allow to register as customers, and we will collect them moving forward. So there's no real change for those. The change that will take place will be the multi-residential, the 6 plus buildings, and the small commercial. Starting January 1st, the new multi-residential and the new small business will have to find their own collection program, similar to all other ineligible. But when we're looking at the charities, religious institutions, etc., they will stay on our system and be eligible for service if they're new.
Great. Couple of follow-up questions, and you took me exactly where I wanted to go. In terms of the private collection services, how do they integrate with the city? Like in terms of processing the waste that they collect, what does that look like for a private company?
So through the chair, there's really no integration. The private companies will collect from their customers and take it to their recycling facilities that they would have contracts with. The city is not part of any of that work.
Got it. So from an operational standpoint, as we move to look towards a smooth transition, I'm wondering what the implications are for the number of trucks on the road, for example, on a regular garbage pickup day. Are we going to have like private EPR as well as the city continuing to do? Are we kind of tracking how many more additional trucks, for example, are going to be on the road as a result of this transition?
So we're not specifically tracking the number of trucks. What we're looking at is, with the curbside recycling changing, the number of trucks that we would put out to do curbside recycling is going to drop. And then on the circular materials side, it's going to increase. So we don't envision a lot of new trucks on the road delivering service. We are hopeful, and we envision that it would likely be a wash for the vast majority of the services being delivered.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a few more questions, and apologies, I'm first up after lunch, so I'm a little disorganized here. Apologies. think those were most of my key questions. I will leave it there and defer my time to colleagues. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Chernos Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. In the presentation made by Circular Materials, we learned that we would see the same types of materials collected across Ontario. So certain things that are of the sites that Circular Materials will collect from, just to be clear. Like, so black recycling containers, for example, like that black plastic that I don't believe have been collecting, they will begin collecting from the places where they will collect as of January 1st. With respect to, and I don't know if you can answer this, but with respect to the sites they will not be collecting, which are, you know, the existing apartment buildings that they don't collect from, and then the new ones that they won't, will there be different things? Like, because those are going to other private collectors, will those residents have different requirements than the City of Toronto?
So that's a great question, Councillor. The locations that we will continue to collect from, the ineligible customers, we are going to align what's allowed into the bin with what circular material is as well. So that way the communication is exactly the same, and we will increase the material that is allowed to help streamline that and reduce confusion from the customers. From a private sector collection standpoint, if a business or another ineligible source has a private contractor, it's up to the private contractor to determine what would be eligible or okay to put in their blue box based on what their service contract was with their recycling facility. That being said, with the standardization across the municipalities and the material recovery facilities, which is where all the materials go to get sorted, I'm hopeful that all the private sector businesses will align, and so that we do have a province-wide list of what can go in the bins for everybody, but that's ultimately up to the private sector for those specific ineligible sources that they would collect from.
Okay, thank you. It's so confusing, and every time someone gives a presentation, it feels like we have more and more questions. Okay, as per the report, there were a number of amendments made to the regulation that required the city to reassess our plans for the post-transition period. For the most critical amendments, those pertaining to non-eligible sources, when was the city notified? Were we given an adequate heads up to adjust plans that have been developed in the years since extended producer responsibility was greenlit?
So, Councillor, the province released draft regulations in the summer of potential changes that were being considered. Those changes were ultimately, some of them were ultimately adopted, I believe it was in September. And that has really led to some of the challenges that we face now with really short-term notice to amend some of our programmatic delivery because we only have a couple months really to pivot from those changes.
It's really not a lot of time. Thank you to staff for all you're doing to try and make, I guess, lemonade when you're given lemons.
Anybody else on this item? Councillor Cole? Councillor Sachs, did you have questions or just going to speak?
Just my motion, thanks.
Okay. Now I'm going to move to speakers. Who are they? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My colleague, Councillor Chernos Lynn, just, I think, said it pretty well, and we have the benefit of being in the weeds along with our colleagues as these transitions are being implemented. And I do think there's a lot of questions and pieces that we do need to closely monitor and fully appreciate the impact of, so we can continue to improve along the way. I appreciated hearing from the representatives from Circular Materials that they are committed as part of their work to ongoing improvement as this rolls out and takes effect. I do think that there are some glaring challenges, including where the private garbage collection companies come into the picture, what their diversion rates are, what their requirements are, who oversees and governs, that piece that they do. Again, understanding that they are private companies, but they have a big role to play and are definitely part of this ecosystem of waste collection that we need to improve in order to get at some of the bigger picture goals that we have here. This is critically important work, and as someone who grew up with the Blue Box program and learning a lot as a young Torontonian, the importance of recycle, reuse, reduce. Now it's ready, recycle, I forget the other one, but we need to continue to be on this journey together. We have learned a lot in the last 20 plus years about the impacts of waste, the impacts of garbage and litter in our streets and in our ecosystem, and we have a shared responsibility to figure it out and to do better. So we're very deeply committed, I know, as a city, as well as in collaboration with the incredible staff who are leading this work, but I think we need to continue to keep a sharp eye on what's working, what's not working, and continue to raise the questions and come up with solutions. We've got one planet to live on, unless you're planning to book a trip with a rocket to Mars. We've got a lot of work to do, and we need to continue to roll up our sleeves and stay at it. So I'll leave that there with thanks to staff, and we'll continue to watch this very closely. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there's other speakers who would like to speak on this. Councillor Sachs, you'd like to speak on this?
Yes, thank you. I have a motion asking staff to report back in Q2 with an update on how this is going and a strategy to minimize the risks to the city. As we heard from the deputants, there is no question that these changes that the province has made are, as usual, bad for the city. An enormous amount of work went into working to have the Waste Free Ontario Act, the point of which was to free municipalities of the cost of dealing with material that could and should be recycled, and to dramatically increase the reuse of material, reduce what goes to landfill at the very same time that the province has made it exceptionally difficult to site a new landfill. So it was really clear a decade ago or more what we needed to do, and it's equally clear that the province keeps changing the rules to the benefit of the companies that make the packaging and to the detriment of municipalities, including the City of Toronto. So we heard Alan Langdon speak to the committee and refuse to answer questions. We didn't get any quantitative information. We didn't get any assurance that we're going to get appropriate quantitative information. So here we are again with yet another damage that Ford government is doing to Toronto and our staff, and we are doing our best. But we have to be on our guard. There is a very high risk of increased cost to the city, both in terms of blue box material ending up going to landfill, blue box material ending as litter, which the city pays 100% of the costs of, and which degrades our public space. We have a commitment that you heard from Alan Langdon that despite the written promise that if they don't pick up your blue box this time, they'll pick it up in 2 weeks, that they will pick it up if requested. So that's something else we need to watch and see. But it's going to be very hard to make this go smoothly and without adversely affecting, among other things, our circular economy plan, which we just adopted this morning. So lots of bad news here from the province as usual. And thank you to staff. We're doing our best, and we have to keep on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Motions? No, thank you. Thanks. I have a couple of motions, and I'll speak to them. Something along the lines of with yours, Councillor Sachs, and I think this is for the specific date of February 25th. And I think your motion for Q2 fits quite well because we'll have a first check-in 2026, February 25th, and then the end of Q2 would be somewhere in May or June once we see what's happening. And this is to report and request our general manager of solid waste to invite circular materials back for their presentation. We'd like to know from both our solid waste general manager and circular materials to get an update on the transition. That'll be a 6-week transition period. Plans and strategies to manage waste from large online marketplaces that Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor, raised earlier about all of the online shopping and what happens to that. And they indicated that they don't have those agreements yet, so this would give us a chance to understand where they're at with that. Looking at the volume and nature of complaints about blue bin collection that have been received by the telephone complaint line. And I'll just flag that I hope that at 311, while we're not answering, that there's going to be a category that it was referred to circular materials. And I'm just looking over at Mr. Kelleher, and he says yes, so we'll be able to capture, you'll be able to capture that data as well to be able to know how well their system is performing. And the process for addressing and resolving the residents' complaints about the blue bin. That would be an overview of how well that's going. And I'm assuming that there should be a category there where we're tracking something about the nature of those complaints without resolving them. And I don't know if we have to be more specific in that motion or if I think everybody knows what we're looking at. What they're getting, what we're hearing in order to fine-tune that. And I will note that the first pickup for the recycling is going to be right after the Christmas holidays with all of the materials that people have got. It's January the 1st. Christmas is the 31st on a Wednesday. So if you aren't on the cycle, if you're the cycle after the 1st of January, now you're going to, it's our first big test of the amount of materials and how well they're going to be picked up. That's a good flag. It would have been better, of course, to have initiated this mid-January than the 1st of January, but that is the way that is. I was quite interested to hear the circular materials coming today. I want to thank them for being here and making their presentation. I'm still a little confused about the RFP and the 4% and what the target, when the target is to be met. That's unclear, completely unclear. And how that was read or interpreted at the city side. And I really do want to know, I think we all want to know on behalf of our residents, how well the 1877 number is working for missed pickup or bins that are not put back properly. We're hoping that it will be smooth, but we're hoping for the best and planning for the worst. This is a program that we've had in the city of Toronto, which is a large municipality. All 6 cities that were amalgamated, everybody had their own program, highly successful. I met a young man whose mother started the Blue Box program in North York out of her garage, and he used to help her when he was just 8 or 9 years old, and that's how these programs were built. I am a tiny bit concerned that the RIPRA and circular materials, because they are provincially mandated agencies, that there does appear to be a curtain there, unlike what we have here around budgeting, everything that has to do with pickup, solid waste, and recycling is moving behind a curtain. That's what I heard. We'll be able to establish that a little bit better. And I am happy that they're going to be reaching out to MPs, and I think we should all do that, because when calls come to my office, this is a provincial program. It's no longer a City of Toronto program. We had 15,000 calls to our 311 about blue bins in 2024. 15,000 interactions on blue bins. So that's a heck of a lot. I'm not sure they're teed up for that. And I really want us to be in a position to say we're doing our best to make this work, but there are a number of factors in this complicated large city of 3 million people and 450,000 households that might make it a little more difficult than a smaller city or smaller municipality that really has smaller borders, less number of people in it. So the program is rolling out for 3 million people, as it would be in my hometown of 70,000 people in Sault Ste. Marie. And those are apples and oranges. Let's make sure that our apples are looked after very well. So those are, I think, all the motions we have in front of us today. Oh, and then we have one more from the solicitor, making sure we keep information that was in the confidential attachment confidential in its entirety as it contains to advice, which is subject to solicitor-client privilege. So we have 3 motions in front of us, and I think, Mr. Chair, Mr. Clerk, we have to deal with each of them separately. So I'd like to ask Councillor Sachs, your motion. If we could put that on the screen.
Madam Chair, can we ask this first up, please? I want to vote against
I'm
the
sorry,
mo-
pardon, did you want to
Yeah.
speak? I'm sorry, did you wish
No,
to speak, Councillor?
no, I don't need to speak to take up any more time. Everything has pretty much been said, and I've said always what I wanted to say in the past. We had an opportunity to get into a business that had the potential to be good for us and lucrative for us. We missed that opportunity. I'm saddened by that. I'll repeat it one last time today. That's all I have to say on that. I just want to vote against the motion that you made requesting these folks to appear before us. And I'll tell you why I'll vote against that. Because, Madam Chair, you create the impression that somehow we have influence or we are connected to this program, and we are not. I believe it's up to them to reach out from time to time and to connect with us. It's not the other way around. They have no obligations to us, and I don't want to create the impression that there is an obligation there or that somehow we have the ability to summon them before us. We don't have that. If our staff wants to do that as an offline request to them from time to time, and they do that of their own volition, that is great. But to pretend that we can, somehow pass a resolution here that binds them to appear before us with certain information.
Councillor Prutz, it does not bind them to appear before us. It invites them to appear. Want to be clear.
Correct, and it creates that impression, and I don't believe that that's the case, so I won't be supporting
I
that,
think
Madam
you're
Chair.
supposed to ask me questions, but since you're not here, it's hard. I'm taking that as a question because that's where we're at in this, unless you're speaking with a motion, because that was the end of the speakers. But I will just respond to you and say, I don't think we should get in the habit, but this will be the real 6 weeks of it. We're going to hear from our own staff. We're going to hear how the the seasonal holidays went, and we're going to hear what they have to say. And then at that point, I think that's fine to just have our staff report or however we'd like to do that. But they are an agency, and they are a nonprofit agency, and I would like to hear what they have to say about their rollout after their rollout. But everybody's free to vote in what way they'd like. I presume you'd like to take those separately.
Yeah, I just
1
want to
and
vote
2.
against.
Yep, I hear you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we're voting, we were in the middle of a vote on your motion, Councillor Sachs. It's on the screen. There it is. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I'll just do the confidential attachment. All in favor of the confidential, keeping it confidential. Thank you. And then the motion that I have, I think we'll do it number 1. Request the general manager to come to February 25th. I think that's not very controversial. So do the Mad Seriatim. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then the other one, and our general manager to invite them back to hear how they think the rollout is going. Councillor Prutz, you don't approve of that, but I'm happy to put that to the vote. All in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Prutz, we didn't have a, you're opposed to that. That's fine. Thank you very much. And now the item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much, everybody. I'm wondering if we could I know we have item 6 up there. Councillor Matlow, I told him we'll be finished by 2:30 for item 6, and there's 2 deputants, but we have Mr. Angelotti that's been sitting here all morning. So would you like to come up and give us your 3 minutes, please? Could you assist him to get to the dais? Thank you. And you're going to have 3 minutes for your deputation to us today. Thank you. Thank you to the clerk for helping. Please, go ahead.
Is it on?
Yep.
Good. My name is Tom Angelotti. I am a retired licensed drain contractor. I've put together some facts from information I have received mostly from municipal employees of your own city engineers. This is a very serious health and safety issue. My area of Etobicoke has been suffering from basement flooding caused by supercharged municipal sanitary sewers. The same drains designed to take the raw sewage down to the treatment plant. They work every day as they are designed until a heavy rainstorm. Every city, town, and borough has their own rules and regulations for their plumbing and drains. Every licensed plumbing and drain contractor is obligated to follow these regulations. Now, in the 40s and 50s, the Etobicoke municipality mandated that foundation drains and rainwater downpipes were to be connected to their sanitary sewer. I know this because as a licensed drain contractor, I had to comply. Thankfully, that bylaw was later revised and all those drains were declared illegal and were to be corrected by December 2016. Mr. E.T. Wood, the storm drainage engineer for the Borough of Etobicoke in November 1968, and Mr. David Kellershon, engineer for Toronto Water Infrastructure Management on June 2014, have stated that illegal drain connections are the main reasons for basement flooding. The Etobicoke Municipal Office's drain permit archives have all those permits and plans from the 40s and 50s that would identify which properties may still be housing illegal drain connections. Not one engineer, councillor, or employee of both Etobicoke and Toronto has assured me that the existing archives have even been investigated. I had a mainline full port backwater valve installed in my house as recommended by the city. There's no guarantee that they will work. They only mitigate flooding. Backwater valves will not be needed if the existing illegal drain connections are eliminated.
Thank you, Mr. Angelotti. That's your 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. I was told I could have
No,
5.
you were here. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
not going to
I have
argue
another
with
1
you.
minute, and I would like to say.
Somebody can ask you that question. That's how we're going to do it here. You are here. You heard that earlier. Deputy Mayor Cole will ask you for a further thought. Please proceed.
Mr. Angelotti, could you give us some further thoughts on the disconnection of these sanitary hookups?
How do you mean?
Continue.
Oh.
His question allows you to continue within our rules.
Thank you very much. I was advised by a councillor that no permit or inspection of sump pumps is required. If that's true, I'm astounded. My sump pump spews water on my grass like a fire hose. All sump pumps should not be connected to the sanitary system. Sanitary sewers are designed for sanitary purposes only, not for groundwater. The regulations must be changed. Any questions I can answer?
Oh, yes. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Mr. Angelotti, for joining us and sharing your insights and expertise. I just had a quick question, and I agree with a lot of the points that you made. This is a difficult thing for us to enforce. We may have talked about this in the past, how it is often a complaints-based system. But I will put your question to staff about the records to see if there has been an analysis. I'll do that in the next opportunity. But I want to ask you specifically, during extreme weather events, as you noted, the systems work okay until we get a 100-year storm, which we're seeing more often. Is it your assessment, or are you suggesting to this committee that if we're able to fully eliminate the issue of illegal drain connections, that we won't have as much severe flooding during extreme weather as well?
I can only say that the illegal connections that we know about, which were attached in the 40s and 50s,
Right.
are, if people connect their sanitary sewer illegally through something illegal, there's no guarantee because it's there.
Right.
But the sanitary sewers are designed strictly for sanitary sewers.
Point well taken. Thanks for taking the time to join us. I appreciate it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for looking after Etobicoke, Deputy Mayor. Are there any questions of staff? I also have some. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As promised to the deputant, I did want to have an inquiry, and thanks for joining us here, Mr. DiGeronimo, on the question of historical illegal connections and whether there is or has been any proactive work to review the records, send out notices to some of those households. What work has been done to engage potentially illegal addresses on this issue?
Through you, Madam Chair, as part of the basement flooding environmental assessments that were completed throughout the whole city, so we've completed now the entire city, one of the exercises that we would do is we would check any of the records that we would have, but we would only deal with the records that were readily available. Some of the archived information, particularly building permit drawings, aren't as easily accessible as their older blueprints, especially from the 40s and 50s, and would require a significant amount of time to go through to verify it. So what we did instead as part of that, and in addition to the records we had, we put out surveys and asked homeowners if they were aware of any connections that they had, and we would take an inventory. So within all of those studies, we did our best to attempt to do two things: determine whether there was a connection between foundation drains and sanitary, because it is a contributing factor. The gentleman is correct. The other piece is whether the downspout was disconnected or not. We took that information into account, and we conveyed that back to the public and worked that into our design, our preferred designs that are part of our construction work now.
Great. If you could hazard a guess, I know that staff hate that question, but in terms of the number of households that may still be illegally connected to this sanitary.
So across the city, I would comfortably tell you it'd be in the tens of thousands still. If you think about the time period, it was in the 1940s and 50s. That was the way the houses were designed. Now, a lot of them have changed. They've been redeveloped and built, and whenever they are renovated extensively, we make them conform to the new standard, and the separation occurs.
Got it. On the issue of the archives you mentioned, understanding that the existing records have been reviewed as part of basement flooding, but the archives maybe have not. Is it the same archives that are in the buildings records in the basement of this building here? Would those be the Toronto buildings?
The archives that are being referenced would be different. As the gentleman mentioned, everybody did it differently. So all the different boroughs and townships at the time that had development would have had their own archives, their own way of storing information. Some of them we don't even know where they are anymore, to be quite honest. Some of them we do have. The older city of Toronto kept some pretty good records, and we could find records going back 100 years in certain situations. But some communities did not keep good records, so it's inconsistent.
Got it. Is this an undertaking as part of the ongoing basement flooding protection work? We know we've got, a 20-year capital plan and lots more to do on bringing our system, upgrading our systems below grade to handle the extreme weather that we're experiencing more and more of. Is this an undertaking in terms of, you mentioned tens of thousands of potential spaces? Can we take a more proactive approach to this issue?
So yes, actually, the report that we have in front of you, one of the key additions to the program is to pay and help a homeowner pay for an assessment of their basement. So that's the best way to figure out exactly how your house is plumbed. Because the other piece that you have to remember is the house hasn't remained the same over the years. Somebody might have done some renovations and connected differently. So what you need is an inventory of the way your house is connected today. So the program that we're adding today is to help fund that. So get someone to do an assessment of your basement, submit that invoice to the city, and we would cover up to $500 towards that assessment. That'll help inform the steps you should take to protect your house.
Great, helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Cole, did you have some questions?
Yeah, I just, following up on that, sump pumps, as Mr. Angelotti said, his sump pump goes into his rear yard. Is there any requirement for the sump pump to empty outside in the grass rather than into the storm or sanitary sewer system?
Yes, the present building code does require for it to be discharged externally. And within our sewer bylaw, we also prohibit the discharge of that. There are exceptions only when there's a health and safety concern, because we do have some properties where they're located. They might have to discharge into a sewer, but we will only grant that on an exemption basis and if it is also safe within that sewer to do it. Otherwise, it must drain to property.
So with this new program we're talking about in this motion today, when this assessment takes place and the professional doing the assessment of the sump pump or the foundation sewers, if they find that there is discharge into the sanitary or if there is discharge of the sump pump into the sewers, will you be notified of that, or what happens there?
So the assessment would be done by the private homeowner first. But what they can do then is get advice from that professional. Say, if you want to eliminate that potential problem, they would probably recommend then that you cap that pumping into that and sever it. And so one of the programs that we have, when you can get up to $400 to the capping and severancing of that connection. So if that professional says you should remove that, that will protect you, and you pay for that, you could submit that to us to get a subsidy. So it does tie into it if the professional recommends they change it. We can't force that change. It is all up to the homeowner to initiate that change.
So you wouldn't be notified by the professional sewer and drain person that there was a nonconformity?
We only if they are submitting for a subsidy or an application for subsidy reimbursement. Otherwise, it's a private transaction between the drain contractor or the plumber that's doing the inspection and the homeowner. So we are not party to that arrangement unless they approach us to access the subsidy, and then we would ask for that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions just on that. So being clear, you have to get the assessment before you get the subsidy, and we're not giving a subsidy to do the assessment.
So, no, just so we're clear, you can get and be eligible for other subsidies that are available without an assessment. What we're adding to this program is if you want to get an assessment, because it might be a good idea to figure out your plumbing, in the past, we wouldn't cover that cost. In this program, we will add that, and it'll be in addition to the existing program. And so we would put some money towards that.
So you can get paid for the assessment, but if something's not right for our sewer system, we're not advised. That's what I'm hearing.
Unless they make an application to make the changes.
But we're paying for the assessment. So I think that's what's
Yeah,
confusing, confusing counselors here, why we would pay and then not know if there's going to be a problem with the property.
If they make an application for a subsidy, they will be submitting documents to us. If the homeowner does not want to proceed with any work, that might happen, right? So you get an assessment and the homeowner chooses not to proceed with anything, then we won't know.
Yes, but we hear that the assessment, if something's found on the property, then we don't know. So I guess that's what's confusing us here, I think. The downspout disconnection program, what is the current legislation for that? Is it required to connect your downspout, or can you leave a downspout connected to the sewer system?
So the city does have a mandatory downspout disconnection requirement in our bylaw. And so if you have a disconnection, if you have a downspout that's connected, you must disconnect it and discharge the property. You can ask for an exemption by application.
Yes, I understand.
And so
Mr.
that's the program that remains in
Yes,
place.
our deputant told us that there's a lot of downspouts that aren't disconnected. So we used to be quite proactive about getting them disconnected at the beginning. How many staff do you have that are getting downspouts disconnected so we're keeping water out of the sanitary sewer and then ending up in people's basements? Do we
So
still
we've
have
got-
a program?
Yeah, so we've got, as part of the basement flooding studies that we did, we do have an inventory, and then we do samples every 2 or 3 years. We're up about a 70%, in the 70% range of disconnections. So there's a number of homes that still haven't fully applied for the program.
We could see the areas of the city that still are outstanding. You could give us that at some point, little map showing where they're disconnected.
Yes, we
and
can.
not.
We
And-
typically provide that as part of our updates in our budget documents. There's a
Well,
ward
yeah.
map that shows you some information there.
We might just pull that out for the committee.
Okay.
The other thing is the combined sewer overflow. I was shocked to hear that those were connected directly into the sanitary sewer rather than they're in the sewer, and then in extreme weather, it ends up being combined. So this is not a combined sewer overflow problem that our deputant, Mr. Angelotti, told us about. This is actually structurally connecting homes at the very beginning into the sanitary.
It sounds like the part, I don't know where he lives, but it sounds like the part of Etobicoke that he's in a separated system. So it is rainwater that's coming from roof leads or foundation drains being added to the sanitary. So you get a peak flow problem,
Yeah,
and that's
different than
part of what we're
combined.
trying to fix with the basement flooding program.
So just to be clear, then, that there's this regular sewer, rainwater sewer, and then there's the sanitary everywhere, or there's only
No,
sanitary sewers that are
In
there?
parts of Etobicoke and North York and Scarborough, there are no storm sewers. There could be
Okay.
ditches and swales.
I see. And there we have that problem of overflow that,
That's
it's
typically,
not combined sewer overflow, it's direct,
It-
direct sanitary overflow.
and it's
You're-
part of the reason why they connected at that time the foundation drains to the sanitary, because it was the only pipe that was there.
Hear you, yeah. Thank you very much for those questions, and I do thank Mr. Angelotti, thank you for coming. You've raised a lot of excellent questions here today, and we thank you. Are there any speakers here today on this one, or we just, Deputy Mayor?
I'm happy to move this with thanks to staff. We do need to continue to support homeowners to better prepare their property as we navigate the impacts of extreme weather. I know the city's doing a huge amount of work, but I think this will be very complementary to that work. So happy to move what's before us, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. And now we're moving to item 6, and Councillor Matlow, I don't know where you are, but, oh, you're right here. Why don't you move into the front row here with us? So, thank you. Well, beside the Deputy Mayor. Yes, welcome, welcome. And we have 2 speakers here today for this item. As I'd mentioned earlier, I don't know if they're online or are they here? Daniel Freiheit and Laura Sloan. Are you online? Both online. Okay, that's great. And we'll start with you, Daniel. Once we get set up and you're on camera. And the item is redesign study of the intersection of Eglinton Avenue West and the Allen Road Expressway. It's an update, and we have the
What
2
do I got, 3
speakers.
minutes or
Thank you.
5?
Pardon me?
Do I have 3
Oh,
minutes
it's
or
3
5?
minutes. 3 minutes for you. Thank you.
I saw the prior gentleman had waited all day and he couldn't
I'm
even get
sorry,
the
we
extra-
can't hear you very well. You're going to
How's
have
about now?
little better, a little closer, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I saw the other gentleman had been waiting all day and didn't get the extra 2 minutes, so I was a bit surprised by that.
No, he didn't get, he was asked by
The loophole through a
councilors
loophole.
if he had anything more to say. I want to be very clear. I'm very strict on the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, but the gentleman was there all
I'm not using up
day.
your time here. Would you like to make a deputation now?
I do,
Yes?
but
Thank you.
it ties
Off you
in.
go.
It ties in. It ties in. Counselor, Madam Chair, because what's happening in this area is an absolute disaster. And a lot of us are trying to figure out how this disaster happened, including myself. How much time do I have now, by the way? Still 2.5. The words of the report were that there was a failing level of service, and I think that those are strong and good words. This is a failing level of service. It has wrecked this entire the livability of certain of these streets. It has created. It's actually creating a public health issue because emergency vehicles now cannot access many of the houses in these areas. So there's now an emergency medical service issue, which doesn't sound like it's being addressed or cared for. I don't know how some houses are going to be accessed. My first question when they did a town hall on this was, where were the traffic studies? Did they do any traffic studies? And it was interesting to learn that they did not. There was no accurate, up-to-date traffic studies on what was going to happen when they did all that reconfiguration. So you have now streets that are entirely blocking houses. Vehicles can't get in, vehicles can't get out. It's amazing to see. I've got video footage of it, pictures of it. And the question is, how did this happen and how can it be remedied? I know they've now talked about different options, some of which are going to be unbearably complicated and expensive. The 4-lane option. Now there's hope that maybe pedestrians are going to get on earlier, I think, at Chaplin. The simple, I think, solution is to try to go back to what there once was, which is just less pedestrians on that east side. So less pedestrians using that side and changing the signalization there. I think that would be the highest return, highest leverage result to fix the problem. But but just to give you an example, the delays there back up all the way across, and this is affecting not just this area, but various other areas where they're doing high aggressive push for I don't know the transit or careless disregard for the residents and not accommodating and not being mindful of these impacts. I'll leave it at that. It has led me to question at that when they did the open town hall, by the way, when they took feedback from everybody, I noticed it was very interesting. They made all the streets, everyone put on the streets, fight each other on changing the directions of each of these streets. And what happened was everyone started fighting with each other when the real problem, and I asked them to turn it into a town hall so that all the attention could be directed towards the organizer or the councillors. But getting everyone to fight against each other is not the way to do. It was not appropriate. The sole people responsible for this this disaster, and it needs to be tracked. The disaster needs to be tracked because I think people are getting harmed by the traffic at this point. I think in addition to escalating aggressive drivers, there is a health issue that has not and needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank
Open
you
to
very
questions or
much.
more
You're
time.
within your 3 minutes. Now we have a chance to question you if any councillors have a question, and Councillor Pasternak does. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your comments. You're referring at the front end of your deputation to the neighborhoods on the south side of Eglinton, near Allen Road and Eglinton, and exiting and entering those neighborhoods is particularly difficult. Is that what you're referring to?
Exit. Well, everything.
All right. But I don't want to hear about everything. We were talking about turn restrictions and one-way streets. Is that what it?
The issue is the backup along Eglinton, so it's not accessing the streets. Like access to the streets is now a foregone conclusion. You can't turn left from Westover Hill on. That was their solution, was to shut down Westover Hill. Great for makes that street nice and quiet now. But you haven't solved the problem. You just pushed
Right,
it.
but with all due respect, it's my understanding of the history of that. It was the local residents under the former councillor who fought vigorously for turn restrictions, one-way streets, speed humps, and other ways to stop cut-through traffic. And that's why people are having difficulty getting in and out of those neighborhoods.
Right. So you're pulling the strategy they pulled at that town hall. You want everybody to fight each other on this. So you want me to fight, other people on the street. That's not the cause of the problem. I'm not going to engage in that. That's not the issue. The issue is that crossing signal. Ask your traffic experts. That crossing signals is for the pedestrians is the problem.
Well, I'm through that neighborhood and through that area every week, and the restrictions that went up were mostly at the request of local residents. I'm not trying to create any fights. This was a local request and implemented with the approval of council by the former councillor, and it was mostly during the construction of the Eglinton LRT. So, I mean, is your recommendation to reverse those restrictions?
You organize another town hall. I'll get everybody's voices and we can debate,
Sorry.
we can discuss this properly. But my solution is no, I'm not wanting, my suggestion here is not to undermine what's already been done in terms of those quiet streets now. I know that, not gonna make friends doing that. My point is the pedestrian signal at that intersection is what's causing traffic all along the Eglinton, all through the neighborhoods north, all through, well, it goes everywhere. I mean, I could draw you a map if you want.
Did you have your questions answered yet?
No, they weren't answered, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Oh, I did.
Thank you very much. Our next deputant is Laura Sloan. Thank you. Laura, are you online? Is she online? Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you have 3 minutes, Laura.
Okay. Hi there, my name is Laura Sloan.
It's a little hard to hear you. Please move closer to your microphone.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. My name is Laura Sloan. I'm speaking on behalf of the Cedarville Upper Village Community Group. The city's latest IEC update report raises serious concerns for us in regards to its accuracy of its statements, lack of accountability for the decisions that have caused this gridlock in our neighborhood, and the lack of urgency to resolve the dysfunction at Allen and Eglinton. First, the latest report claims that the original 4-lane Allen on-ramp design was not advanced beyond a conceptual level. However, through a Freedom of Information request, our group obtained documentation showing that the 4-lane design was in fact 90% complete before being canceled and abandoned. In 2020, the city approved the current design, the 2-lane on-ramp configuration, after spending $1.4 million in change orders without sharing any technical evidence demonstrating that the design would be safe or functional. The report also suggests that a 4-lane design would have triggered an environmental assessment and delay Metrolinx's construction timelines. In reality, an Allen Road environmental assessment was already mandated nearly 15 years ago under the Eglinton Crosstown Connects project, the Lawrence Avenue Revitalization Project, and other transportation initiatives. The city did begin the environmental assessment back over 10 years ago, filed the terms of reference, and then withdrew and canceled it in 2016. And by avoiding this essential study, the city bypassed its own planning obligations, and now residents and commuters are paying the price of congestion, lost productivity, and safety risks. The city report claims that the current 2-lane design improves eastbound flow, and yet a 2016 engineering report also obtained through an FOI explicitly warned that implementing a double eastbound left turns on the on-ramp without adding additional northbound receiving lanes on the Allen would reduce overall capacity, disrupt traffic operations, and increase weaving, which would compromise safety. In other words, expert advice was ignored to save money on lighting, noise walls, and retaining structures that were part of the 4-lane plan. This cost-cutting decisions and the short-sighted planning have now produced a reinstated intersection that is fully dysfunctional. The intersection reopened in 2023, and now almost 2.5 years have passed, and the IEC update report offers no clear plan, framework, or timeline commitments. The next update isn't expected for another 6 months, which we feel is unacceptable. The Allen is not a local road.
I'm going to have to cut you off, Laura, and I'm sure that one of the councillors will ask you for your final thoughts. 1 second. Councillor Matlow, did you have a question you'd like her to finish?
Yes. Laura, would you please answer this question? Could you please let me know what you were about to say?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's not a local road, the Allen. It's a regional expressway. It carries close to 80,000 cars per day, connects us to the Ontario highway system. And in fact, the Allen carries more traffic per kilometer of roadway than any other of the 5 municipal expressways that we have in the GTHA, including the DVP and the Gardner. After a decade of construction and planning, we don't need to start studying from scratch. We have data, plans, reports that already exist and should be leveraged to deliver a functional intersection that reflects the complexity of the area and plans holistically. We have a holistic neighborhood network that needs to be addressed for its long-term safety and vibrancy. So we're asking for immediate action. Shovels should be in the ground by 2026, with it fully completed by 2027. We know that the city got money from the upload of the DVP and the Gardner, $350 million dedicated to transportation funding. And also the province should be willing to contribute because of its role in the design of the intersection and the importance, the economic and regional importance of the island into the city and how it's functioning. And we want immediate action. We don't want delayed updates and waiting and studies for another 10 years.
Thank you. Any further questions of the deputant? No, thank you. Bring this into committee now. Questions of staff? Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, when the intersection was rebuilt by Metrolinx during the construction of the ORT, why wasn't it built, again, with a 4-lane on-ramp? Why was that choice made?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, a number of options were reviewed at the time that Metrolinx was planning and designing in advance and during the construction of stations, including at Eglinton and Allen. It wasn't rebuilt to the state that it was because the analysis demonstrated that the configuration that it was would not serve the community well. The option that was delivered was the one that that best performed and could be delivered in the project timeframe. A 4-lane option was reviewed and it did demonstrate it could perform best, but it would not be deliverable within Metrolinx's construction timeframe, so we were not able to proceed with it.
Now that Metrolinx has been delayed for so many years, in retrospect, can we not acknowledge that the time frame may have been longer than they first suggested, and that the status quo has been, in fact, a failure? It has worsened the conditions for the community.
Councillor, staff certainly agree that there's a problem at Eglinton and Allen. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The report that is before you is updating on the status of work that we've been doing to improve conditions as it operates today, as fast as we can, with things that we can do quickly, like signal retiming. And we've negotiated with Metrolinx to have the pedestrian tunnel open for fare-free access as of November 16th. But at the same time, we know that a redesign is what's really going to solve this issue, and we are writing the scope of that redesign in order to get engineering consultants on board so that we can proceed with that project as soon as possible.
And that segues to my next question. It's been roughly 8 months since Councillor Cole and I first brought this to you through council, and the council supported our request to have this report. But the report has come back without, an engineering consultant being hired. There's no mention of financial implications. There's no identified resources needed to fund the redesign of this intersection in time for the 2026 budget. And, if I may, I think the greatest frustration by the community now is we asked for this many months ago. They've been asking for this for years. And today we're looking at a report that doesn't have any of these next step recommendations or information for us to act on.
Thank you for that question as well. Councillor, through the chair, with due respect, the initial direction from council was to report back in Q1 at that time of 26. And so this was a second request to report earlier on the progress, which we're happy to provide a progress update. What we've done since that motion is we have continued to work with the engineering consultant that was on board for the preliminary review of signal timing improvements that we did in late 2024. We have hired a staff person. We've started to write the scope to hire a new engineering consultant that focuses on the engineering design aspect. And we've been working working closely with Metrolinx on getting that station tunnel opened, which, as you know, those conversations are not always easy or quickly achieved, but we have an opening date now in the calendar that we can rely on, hopefully the Metrolinx will give. So we have been working very hard on this, and there are resources assigned. The study that we're updating on in this report, we anticipate will cost about $400,000, and that's within the budget for the Transportation Services Capital Plan that we currently have. There just aren't any new financial implications as a result of the update in this report. So if that was misunderstood in the way it was conveyed, I apologize.
So we obviously need to know what funding we need for an engineering report. We need to know, it's not just say, go fix it, and there are many suggestions, whether it be the 4 lanes, whether it be adding to the pedestrian tunnel, maybe a bridge or some way for pedestrians to get to the other side so that we can open up the intersection and maybe even remove the signal. There's lots of suggestions, but we obviously want to have an evidence-based plan that can function, that can work, and it can improve the lives of commuters and local residents. So when will we have something that we can move on and that we can work with the mayor to fund and budget and move forward on?
That was your last question.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, we do have a budget for that study, so the engineering consultant that will be hired, that budget is available. We won't be waiting for funds. This report commits to a report back in Q2 of 26, at which time we'd recommend that we would have initial outcomes of that study with more to be done, because this is a complex problem. We know it's been a long-standing one with the fact that an expressway ends at Eglinton quite abruptly and has a neighborhood surrounding it. So it's a transportation design and network issue, as much as it's gotten worse with the fact that there's been construction and a change to that signal operation over time. We have commitment to reporting back in Q2. We're happy to provide updates in advance of that, if so council chooses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Cole, thank you.
Thank you. Would there be a problem? I have a motion here that's going to call for an update in the first quarter of 26 rather than Q2. Is it possible to have that done in Q1?
Councillor, we would certainly have more information available on the outcome of the study or the status of the study in Q2, but if this committee requests an update on the progress to date to bring forward at February Q1 2026, we can certainly do so.
Yes, I know one of the deputants mentioned the capacity or the number of cars that use the Allen compared to the Gardner, compared to the Don Valley. That's the first time I've ever heard that there's more cars, basically, that automobile traffic on the Allen than there is on the Gardner or the Don Valley?
I don't have the comparison of volumes in front of me, but I would find that surprising to be true.
Yeah, maybe she didn't quite, I didn't hear the whole sort of context of it, but anyways, maybe we can, I'll ask Laura, the presenter, to give us clarification where she got that data. The other thing is, people forget there's 2 ends to this. It's not just Eglinton. I've got a disaster at Lawrence and the Allen. It's probably worse than the one at Eglinton and the Allen, where you've got the access right to the Allen at Lawrence. And what I'm worried about is, what I'm worried about, I'm just wondering if you're considering, is the fact that right now there are 20 40-story towers being planned to be built at Eglinton and the Allen and Lawrence and the Allen, up and down the gridlock Marley corridor. When you're doing this analysis, is the additional 6,000 people that are going to be coming into this hellish corridor and the number of vehicles it will take to accommodate these people, is that going to be taken into account in these studies?
Councillor, we'll certainly do our best efforts to do so based on those projections of new development coming in. I will say that the change at Eglinton and Allen has been a big part of why it's hard to get the design exactly right for traffic signal timing and forecasting, because we've seen more than 10 years of an intersection that's been closed in many manners with construction while the Eglinton Crosstown was being constructed. Traffic patterns changed a lot, and they are about to change again, with some people choosing the LRT when it does open and less buses on the corridor. So we also will see a change in pedestrian traffic patterns when people start to use that tunnel in a couple of weeks. So having that new data, the freshest data available to inform the study, will be really important to get it right.
So I'm asking you if I can get some kind of analysis done by transportation on the impact of, there's one tower of 43 stories planned at the corner, the northeast corner of Marley and Eglinton, okay, which is right next to this hellish intersection. And then there's two other 37-story towers on Park Hill, which is right adjacent to the new Cedarvale station. So can I get some kind of guarantee from you? You're going to include your concern about making Eglinton and the Allen workable when you've got right at that point of intersection, you've got these three towers that are imminently going to be built there, and what the impact of those three towers is going to be on trying to get on and off the Eglinton disaster. Anyways, can I get that guarantee from you? You're going to include that as part of your impact study about these three towers going in there?
What we can commit to is any information that is available in city planning about development units and traffic forecasts that are in the pipeline of development. We can incorporate that into our model.
But as you know, the province says as long as there's a subway station, it doesn't matter. You can build as many towers as you want. How are you going to respond to that?
Last question.
That's a challenge we all face at many locations in the city, I think, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cole, you did, Deputy Mayor, you did circulate a motion, I think, ahead of time. Would you like to move that now? Or, sorry, you're asking questions. Pardon? No, I know that. I'm just letting the deputy go first. He's on the committee. Thank you. Go ahead, because he has a motion that he set up.
Yeah, and just following up on what Councillor Matlow was suggesting and the questions by the deputant and my questions as I'm moving.
Stop. I'm sorry. We have another question of staff. I was only looking over in that direction, and now I have to look at you. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah,
for
no
stopping
problem,
you.
Madam Speaker.
There's a few questions
It's
from
lonely,
Councillor
it's
Pasternak.
lonely over here at the bottom, so.
What, if you move with them, it's easier for me. Thank you.
No, that's where the action is. So, just very quickly, doing a whole re-engineering of this intersection, which has gone through numerous iterations since the Spadina Expressway was canceled in 1971, is a major engineering feat. But I'm looking at some of the local traffic decisions that were made, and I'm just trying to get clarity whether there's no right driving westbound on Eglinton. There's no right turn on a red to the Allen Road restriction at the light? Is that?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe that is the case, and I think that's particularly because of the very heavy pedestrian volume at that crossing.
Right. And there's generous parking on Eglinton Avenue, is another thing. So I drive that route, and the congestion I see is from very generous on-street parking, and the no right turn on red driving westbound on Eglinton, both of which we control.
Through the chair, so there are a number of factors that are contributing to it in terms of the congestion through the area. Obviously, if there was the ability to make changes in those regards, again, recognizing the constraints though with respect to the heavy pedestrian volume of that crossing, so it's something that couldn't really be removed, but alternatively, the underground crossing, if and when that opens up, will alleviate that. Anytime we look at the possibility of removing parking, we have to sort of obviously consult with everybody in the neighborhood and make sure that there is some sort of an alternative parking options for people. So that may or may not be something, but it's definitely something that we could take a look at.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all your questions? Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go back to you, Deputy Mayor, with your motion. Why don't you make it again? Thanks.
Here's my motion that the Infrastructure and Environment Committee recommend that City Council request the General Manager of Transportation Services report to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee with a further status update in the first quarter of 2026 on the progress to date to conduct a study of redesign options for the intersection of Eglinton Avenue West and the Allen Road Expressway. So I'm just basically saying, rather than waiting, as you know, the deputies have said, and as Councillor Matlow and I have said, we've waited long enough, and if we could just expedite this report to be at least not 100% complete, but be made available to the public and to the committee on the first quarter of 2026.
Thank you. Motion received. Councillor Matlow, did you wish to speak? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to give you sort of a very quick history. Back in the 70s, Jane Jacobs residents fought back against a planned Spadina Expressway that would have gone all the way down to Bloor Street. And while that was a successful fight to preserve neighborhoods, an anomaly of history occurred where we have something that most cities would never, ever, ever do. To have a major expressway spill out onto a main street abutting residential neighborhoods. You couldn't, if it was planned, you couldn't plan any worse, but it was just an anomaly of history. But here we are. Then you have 15 years of a debacle by Metrolinx as they are incompetently constructing an LRT, which led to not only Eglinton being dysfunctional for many, many years, but more and more drivers choosing a path of least resistance through our neighborhoods, which led to being not a path of least resistance, lots of resistance because everyone was driving there. And I know that every neighborhood complains about being the worst neighborhood when it comes to traffic. We hear a lot of hyperbole and a lot of upset. But neighborhoods like Cedarvale and adjacent neighborhoods are really getting the brunt of it. There are residents who have been living their lives for years, as Mike alluded to, who cannot leave their driveway, who cannot get home, who can't get to shul, who can't get to the doctor. They can't function. It's not safe. And there's aggression that comes out. There's collisions that happen. It's not fair. It's not right. And they're angry. And they're asking, like, what are you all going to do about it? Whether it be the councillors, whether it be the city, whether it be the province. They want somebody to fix this because this isn't acceptable. And no reasonable person, I can't tell you how many times I've been visiting with family and constituents, in many cases both, where I've been stuck there. I've been stuck there for an hour, like just thinking, is this my life now? I'm just never going to leave this traffic jam. That is a daily reality for people in the area. And what they're asking us for are a number of things. Now, one of the things that one of the residents alluded to, with some criticism, is the mazing strategy that's been suggested. So we're going to be taking a phased approach to the mazing strategy because I recognize that when it comes to mazing strategies in any neighborhood, if you ask for a one-way street on one street, half the street wants it this way, the other street wants it the other way. If you put a restriction on one street, the traffic goes to another street. So we're going to do it in a way that we're going to trial it and make sure that we're not worsening things. But I'm also hearing from residents that the status quo isn't acceptable and we need to try things. And if they don't work, then we pull back. And if they work, then we do more. But we can't do nothing. That's not acceptable and that's not leadership. They also want us to focus on the Allen itself. They want it to be redesigned. And there are options that we should be considering. If we can look at the real estate we have there and make it easier for people to go on and off the Allen, we should be doing that. If we can make it easier and safer for pedestrians to cross, so we can free up the signal and have seamless flow on and off the Allen, we should be looking at that. Everything and anything we can do to make this better designed, we should be doing. And not in a few years. And I hear from residents, no more studies, no more, none of this. Just go and do something. So what I'm asking city staff to do, I'm asking my colleagues to do, I'm asking the mayor to do is, I know that there's lots going on in the world, and there's lots of priorities, and there's lots of headlines that take our attention. This has to be one of the priorities. This has to be something that we take seriously. And if we focus our time and our attention and our resources toward it, we can make life better. Now, I'll conclude with this. The reality is, it's never going to be perfect. We're in the heart of Midtown. We have neighborhoods directly adjacent to this anomaly of history where we have a main street and an expressway meet. It's never going to be nirvana, but we can make it better. And our job, in my view, is to leave this place better than we found it. And I'm asking city staff and all of us together to work as a team with a laser-like focus to making this better. And I appreciate your time, I appreciate your attention, and I also appreciate having a colleague like Mike Cole who understands it as well as we do, as the community does, and we want to get to the finish line together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 5 minutes. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, no, I wanted to thank the two councillors who are closely related to this
Thank you.
for their advocacy, but I can assure you that when Eglinton Lawrence sneezes, York Centre catches pneumonia. And many of my residents do take that same route, including me. The Spadina Expressway, as Councillor Matlow mentioned, was canceled on June the 3rd, 1971. And full disclosure, my parents vigorously fought against it. I must admit I was about 10 years old at that time, so I don't know how much role I had. If that had gone through, you would have lost all the ravines and forests and river system pretty well south of Eglinton, certainly south of St. Clair, or just north of St. Clair. And probably the Spadina subway line would have never been built. For its time, under a conservative government actually, Bill Davis, it was the right decision. But where the weakness occurred was there was no real plan to manage the volume of cars that were coming onto and off the Allen Road. And Eglinton is totally ill-equipped to handle that kind of volume. With generous parking on both north and south sides, the street is regularly jammed up, and there's no easy solutions. The things that we can change is the parking, but you'll get enormous pushback from local retail, so I don't even know whether that's an option. Whether people are stuck in their neighborhoods, I remember back in the Councillor Mahevic days, he was running around doing turn restrictions, one-way streets, speed humps, because those local communities wanted the restrictions there to keep cut-through traffic out. Things we can change are very small, certainly when it comes to turn restrictions onto the Allen, advanced screens which are already there, left-hand turn lanes which are sort of inadequate in size. We can't control traffic volume. Our options are very limited in fixing that problem there. And there was a TPA parking lot on the east side of Allen and Eglinton, and whether that can be leveraged and who even owns it, Metrolinx took it over for 10 years, that is an option for on-ramp, but it wouldn't be an option for off-ramp. So I look forward to the next iteration of the Allen Road Spadina Expressway drama. I guess the final story has not been written, but I think there are things we can do, whether it's micro or macro, to make that intersection safer, have traffic flow more reasonable, and respect the local neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cole moved his motion, but he forgot to say a few things about it, so I'm giving him the 4 minutes that he didn't use.
Yeah, thank you. I thank,
if you need them all.
I thank Councillor Pasternak for his condolences and sympathy. And I have to blame his mother for all this, but not really. This has a long history, and I've been involved in it for a long time myself. I even I'm glad I was involved in the Stop Spadina situation back in the day with Jane Jacobs and Colin Bond and others. And anyways, it was done. The expressway would have been a disaster for the city. But then, when, as James says, when they stopped it, they left us with this stub, an expressway dead ending on Eglinton, basically, and just destroying that neighborhood because the traffic had nowhere to go. So it's the only part, it's the only major expressway road, whatever, in the city with this kind of volume, 80,000 to 100,000 cars a day, depending, that dead ends in a residential area. There's nothing else in the city like it. So I want to commend staff for trying to deal with this over the years. It is easy to blame staff for not having done this, proposed this, and I can see the frustration of the residents, and I also want to thank the residents who over the last 2 years with Councillor Matlow's staff, my staff, have been meeting regularly to try to undertake some mitigative actions. They have been looking at it, and as Councillor Matlow said, you know, you don't want to play whack-a-mole. This is what happens. People don't understand, well, make my street one way, no turns onto my street, but then it pours all the traffic on the adjoining street. That is not acceptable. So that's why we're taking a very phased approach, examining each possible scenario, because there is no quick fix. There's no magic bullet here when you've got this many vehicles dead-ending in a residential neighborhood. Now, my biggest worry right now is not actually the existing traffic. My biggest worry is about this harebrained provincial government that is now saying because you have a subway station, there is unlimited density at subway stations. So you think traffic is bad right now on Eglinton or Lawrence or the Allen, wait until these 20 towers go up all around the 3 subway stations there on the Allen. The Lawrence West, which is a disaster itself, trying to access it. Glencairn, which is going to be smothered in condos. And then Eglinton. I mean, we did stop the creation. They were going to, on that small lot you were talking about, James, on the north east corner of Eglinton, they were going to put a 24-story building there on that small lot. So you can imagine trying to make turns as people are trying to get into this 24-story building in that corner. We got that stopped, and that was a city Great Teal thing. But then now we have, as I said, I've got 3 imminent towers going in right there at the mouth of the Allen and Eglinton. 3 40-story towers about to go in. And for sure, the consultants for the developers are going to say, we did an analysis, no problem. And their escape clause is, well, there's a subway station there, so there'll be no traffic problems. And then our transportation department is going to say, well, wait a minute, what about the roads? No, no, no. The province has dictated if there's a subway station, you can have as many towers as you want. So when we add these 3 towers there and another 17 towers up the Allen, which is Marley, it is going to be, I don't know, if it's bad now, God help us. Anyways, but we got to keep trying.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we've had our speakers. We have one motion. Let's take that now for a vote. Councillor Cole's motion. All in favor? Opposed? I don't see any. So now that's item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Matlow, for being here with us. We'll move now to item number 8, which was held by you, Councillor Cole. Sorry, Councillor Cole, you held item 8, which is Automated Speed Enforcement Program Update. I think we have an update, all right, but what did you want to speak about?
Just wanted to ask staff, like, are we preparing scenarios for the impact of removing the speed cameras in terms of what our strategy is going to be to try to protect, especially children at our schools, when these speed cameras are being removed? And one question I really have is, are we meeting with the Toronto Police Services to indicate to them that they're going to have to fill some of the safety void that is about to come once they remove the speed cameras?
So through the chair, to your second question, yes, we work with the Toronto Police on a regular basis as part of their Vision Zero enforcement team. Obviously, there's also been a previous motion at City Council to look at what the cost and implications would be in replacing automated speed enforcement cameras with traditional enforcement. We've also, and as part of this report goes, we've looked at other safety measures. We have a lot of other signage in school zones where we have cameras, flashing beacons, radar feedback signs that are another component of our Vision Zero toolbox, and so those features will remain.
And one last question is, one of the comments I'm getting from people who insist that they have the right to speed by schools is they say, well, I don't know it's a school. Can we look at maybe working with the school boards and to essentially maybe put up big signs that say this is a school? Because this is a question I'm getting from people. I don't know it's a school. Why do I have to slow down? So they're saying there's no indication it's a school.
Yes, so we have multiple signs around schools. We have a school sign with a flashing beacon that says there's a school. We have pavement markings that say school ahead. We can definitely look at those treatments and see whether we can enhance or enlarge those treatments, but they go above and beyond what's required under the Highway Traffic Act to identify that a school is present.
But I'm saying, can we not ask the schools, the school boards, the school board, the Toronto Public Catholic, say, put up a big sign that says, this is a school?
Yes, we can certainly engage.
Ask them to put up a big sign, this is a school. Because right now they're saying, we don't know it's a school.
Yes, we can take that
At least
back.
ask them that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. That's all.
Any further questions?
That's it.
Thank you. I just have a couple. Will there be many jobs lost because of the imminent provincial legislation on automated speed cameras at the city?
So again, I believe that is something that was identified through the previous administrative inquiry. There will be there will be positions affected.
How many?
Within transportation services. We're looking at approximately 60.
60?
64.
64?
64. Again, there would be other impacts to other departments across the city.
Which other departments?
So on behalf of Legal Services, I can say that also we will be affected in terms of our screening offices. We are currently examining the numbers with the city solicitor. We haven't reported back to the CFO on the exact number yet, but we're working closely with the CFO and the head of People and Equity.
So approximately how many jobs then for courts, legal, and everything else would be looking at?
Through the chair, that number has not been calculated yet. The different divisions are working on that. For court services, we only got 2 additional staff for red light camera and automated speed for tribunals. So the impact is likely larger on legal, transportation, and the other areas.
And who else? Sorry, legal, transport?
Legal, transportation, and revenue services.
Oh, revenue services. Okay, so we don't know the answer.
So to you, Madam Chair, in terms of the impact, we believe, the numbers are still being finalised, but we believe it's around about 115, 117 staff that would be affected across transportation services, courts, legal services, and revenue services.
And when would you anticipate that those jobs would no longer be at the city if this legislation is successful?
It will take some time to understand that. There are going to be some wind down activities that would be required, closing out with the contractor, having the equipment removed, ensuring site restoration, data archiving. So there are a number of activities that need to take place before those positions can be kind of wrapped up.
If I can add, Madam Chair, sorry, on behalf of Legal Services, in addition, every penalty notice issued before the effective date of the legislation, whether it's before our administrative penalty system or still before the Provincial Offences Court, has to continue. So we will require staff to complete all of those matters.
So till the last picture is taken, that's still a court matter? for
It's still a matter
yeah,
that,
matter to deal with. So
Yes.
that's a phased approach there. And then there will be some separation costs for the city for that. Thank you. That's questions. Any speakers here? Move to receive that. Sorry, did you wish to ask a question or to speak, Councillor? Which one? Okay, question from Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Are we doing all items together?
Do you have a question on 8 or 9? 10 has been referred.
I do have a question on 8.
On 8, all right, thank you.
So, you know, we've talked about the possibility of not issuing multiple tickets until the first ticket is received. But I'm wondering if people are doing, you know, a speed limit that is sort of beyond a casual error, like let's say somebody's going 30 kilometers over the speed limit, let's say multiple times in that first week before they get their first notice, would it be possible with the technology we have or with the program as we have it to consider like that those ones aren't waived? Because it strikes me that there's a difference between someone going 11 over, let's say, and someone going 30 or 40 or 50 over. And we heard, I know when I had asked when this was before council, I had asked what the highest speed we've recorded and it was 187 kilometers in a 50 zone. And I hate the thought of us not giving multiple tickets to people doing egregious things just because you haven't gotten that first notice. Like, you shouldn't be driving.
I'm just not sure that we have the ability to change
So
it.
that's my question.
Do we have the ability to change anything now since council has taken this last position? I guess that's to legal. To make exceptions, make changes. Your advice, please?
I think the question's actually to Transportation Services as the enforcement agency,
it's
not
to
a legal
transportation.
question. It's an enforcement question. They cannot be directed by council on an enforcement decision, but certainly information can be brought to their attention for their decision making.
Okay. Well,
So-
are you asking, somebody from transportation has to answer
Yeah,
that.
so certainly what we've prepared for today was to consider that we would have that 7-day period before issuing a second ticket. So if we were asked to again, or requested to consider, we would have to go back and again speak with the vendor. There's assessments that we've done with the vendor in terms of how that software works to limit those tickets. That's something that we could do, but we wouldn't be able to answer that today in terms of yes, absolutely we can.
Okay, well, that's something that I hope committee members will think about, I guess, at this point.
I don't think we have a direction to do that, Councillor.
Well, I was just told we can't direct.
Yes, we can't direct. They can think about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that I just hope that's something people will think about. Well, it's not my turn to speak.
Another
It was just
question
my turn to
or
question.
not?
No, that was really
Okay.
my question.
Let's have some speakers then. Who wishes to speak? Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
Well, I mean, I think I've probably made my point, but I guess my concern, while I'm sensitive and I understand, and I'm generally supportive of the idea that people shouldn't get multiple tickets within that first week if they don't know there's a speed camera before they've gotten that second infraction. There's a part of me that worries that if we have people who are egregiously speeding, which we do in this city, we've heard that in the data. We've heard that on multiple occasions. We've heard really excessive speeds. And it strikes me that if we have this sort of blanket policy that you can't get more in that first week, that we're not treating this with the seriousness in certain cases that it requires. And so I just, I want everyone to, I am hoping people will think about that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we're moving forward very quickly to the end of speed cameras, so might be a moot point. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief, but really just to underscore the comment that you just made, it's a really disappointing reality that we don't have a province that supports or seems to fully understand the important value that come from the automated speed enforcement tools that we have been able to deploy and see good results from. It has been heartening to see some local community groups and parent groups get involved, but Deputy Mayor Cole was just commenting as well, it's a little disappointing for the lack of pushback and advocacy at a grander scale, because we do know that this is going to have very real and serious implications in our communities for our children and other vulnerable road users, and it's just incredibly disappointing that we find ourselves where we are today due to the lack of leadership from this province. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this before we take it in? Okay, can I have a motion? I think it's to adopt. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. You held the next one, Councillor Pasternak, on review of automated speed enforcement ticket appeals process. Did you wish to speak to that or ask questions?
Yes, just questions for staff. When you were, I believe we issued a little over 800,000 speeding tickets last year. Am I?
Automated speed enforcement tickets, about 500,000 under the courts.
500,000.
2024.
And when I read this report, I get the sense that there's been one complaint out of 500,000 tickets issued over the appeals process. Is that correct? And the one person who called my office.
No, there are public inquiries when it comes to tickets. There are people calling, complaining about receiving a ticket to begin with. Then there are people calling, receiving, or complaining about the decision made by the Justice of the Peace regarding their ticket. Then there are people calling about the ability to appeal that process. So it's difficult to indicate that they are all complaints. They are inquiries, and we have over 10,000 provincial offenses that are processed through the courts. The process,
Right,
appeal process for ASE is the same for all of those 10,000 provincial offenses.
Okay, let's back up a bit. In your report, you say the request for this report came from one specific complaint. Now, what I'm trying to figure out of 500,000 tickets issued, these other issues, I don't want to hear about. How many do we know? Is there only one person who complained about the process or accessing due justice?
As I indicated, there are people who call and have inquiries about their tickets, and we deal with their tickets. They're not necessarily complaints per se. A lot of them are just inquiries about the process and inquiries about how they can appeal the process. So we receive hundreds of calls a day, including hundreds of emails a day across 10,000 provincial offenses. So sometimes it really is just the public wanting to understand the process better and understanding their options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Speakers? Councillor Pasternak, you held that. Did you want to move that? So did you?
I'll move, yes, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one recommendation here, I'll move it.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak's moving the staff recommendation. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next one is item number, we referred 10. We've dealt with, is number 11, and that is Councillor Sachs, you held that, and that's the Hoskin Reconstruction. Do you have questions of staff, Councillor?
I do. Thank you very much. For Jennifer Graham Harkness. The first question is about the concrete blocks. I've received a lot of complaints and concerns from my community. What are the concrete blocks for? Why aren't they better marked? And why aren't they being used for something?
Hi, Councillor, through the chair. It's Jacqueline from Transportation. So the concrete blocks are actually, they're concrete medians that separate the parking areas for parked cars from where the cycle track is along Harvard Hoskin.
Right, but they seem to be, there's a lot of them. There are different sizes and shapes. And there doesn't seem to be a clear explanation as to why they were put where they are put. If someone has a specific question about the concrete block in front of their home, who can they ask to get an explanation?
If they're looking for an answer to that, it's really just that they are parking medians. The different size and shape of them is because of the way the street is designed. But to your point about how the space is used, our team is actively looking at using that space with some above ground planters or other elements that could beautify them so it doesn't look like wasted space. And I will say that wherever we could, attempted to have that be in-ground planted space, but because of utility conflicts and the very low depth of where the roadbed is there, we weren't able to provide as much planting as was hoped.
Okay, but the questions I asked, if someone has a particular question about a particular concrete block, who do they ask?
So there would be a contact on the notice that they would have received through construction, so if they can refer to that, but if it's a general question, the cycling@toronto.ca account can always answer those sorts of questions as well.
Okay, the second thing is that not very well marked. There are a few bollards and posts now, but in many cases, they're still hard to see and will be very hard to see in snow. When is the marking of these blocks going to be improved?
Through the chair, Councillor, the markings of that there will be signposts and so forth that are going to be installed to mark out those island areas. That work is getting underway now, and so it should be in fairly shortly.
Okay. What are you doing to improve communication between your division and those affected? And the situation of Piano, which we heard about during the public meeting, was particularly egregious, where they were told they couldn't have a patio in 2024 because construction was supposed to begin in the spring. And then nothing happened all summer. And then so they lost 2 summers of patio revenue when it should only have been 1. What are you doing to fix that kind of communication screw up?
So, through the chair, Councillor, we absolutely understand the disruption that was caused to Piano and the impacts to businesses as it relates to construction at large. In regards to the Cafe TO, when we originally were starting the project, we understood that the construction was going to begin during the patio season. And so in order to make sure that we didn't cause board disruption, the patio and the Cafe TO permits were not provided. That was unfortunate, and absolutely understand what you're saying in terms of the impact to businesses. What we're doing now is we've learned from this contract, as well as many others, that we need to improve our communications. We followed our standard communication process, but we know we can do better. So we've begun a process through the Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery Program to really refresh and look at how do we have better communications with our neighbors as we're doing construction and as we're planning for the start of construction.
All right, where are you going to post what you've learned from this unfortunate experience so that people can see that something happened?
So there will be information about the work continuing to be on the project website. But in the broader sense, with our Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery, we will be back to Council with a report on our progress. We will also be communicating with industry partners and others about the work that we're doing.
Okay, I'm out of time, but obviously we're going to have to.
You're out of
need to
time.
continue to talk about this.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have some questions because this is now highlighting something that is quite concerning to me, which I hear from Councillor Sachs that you say it's happening this year and then it's not this year. It's a different time, or it's going to start in May. The window is proximate People need certainty for construction. They don't, would you agree that there's no certainty for construction, whether that's for water, transportation, city services, and I'm not sure who's in charge of making sure it happens on time. Whose job is that?
So Chair, the reliable construction, there's many people involved in ensuring that, and I absolutely agree that our goal is to create a place and a space where we have reliable construction, and what that means is that we plan, we tender, and we deliver construction.
Why is it not reliable when you've tendered it? You've got dates, and it's never at the date that it said. I don't understand. You'll have to explain.
I can, so what occurs is we run into challenges related to the planning process, which can at times delay the tendering process. We then run into issues related to bid disputes and other things that can also delay the award of a contract. And then we set up for the start of construction, and of course, delays can be encountered due to weather and so forth. But our goal is to set reasonable timeframes and deliver on
I
them.
hear your goal, but we'd agree it's not being met, correct?
We have made some substantial changes in the recent past. For instance, the number of construction projects that we have currently undertaken related to our King Dufferin intersection, Bathurst and Fleet intersection. We're setting aggressive schedules, and we are targeting to deliver them at or before that schedule.
Yes, but the tendering, everybody knows something's going to happen this year, but your problem with tendering, why is that a community problem? Why is that a residential problem? That's your problem if you've got a tender problem or a bid problem. Have you announced you're doing it at a certain time before the tender closes?
We aim to provide a window of when the construction will start, and as we become more and more aware of what the actual timing is, we then communicate that out to the public. And so again, we try every effort to provide proper communication.
So there's a window of 3 months, but the actual start date is not often very clear, from my experience.
There are often times where things happen where the award is actually delayed, and we are working behind the scenes aggressively to get those contracts awarded.
I think that I'd like to, I'm sure Councillor Sachs, I'd like to dig in on this a little bit more and understand ward by ward where all of those are and which ones were, where were we told that was happening and it hasn't happened. So can you give us a list of kind of miscommunication where people think something's happening on their street and it hasn't happened or not happening yet?
We'd be happy to provide that list.
For anyone that wishes to have that. And thank you. I'll speak. Mr. Sachs, are you planning to speak?
Yes.
Sorry, do you have a question? Speak, question. Anybody else on a question? So we have speakers, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Cole, myself. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to get more on the record as to what went wrong and what staff learned from it, because the impact on local residents and businesses was completely unnecessarily exacerbated by city conduct, which included, examples like Piano, where they were denied their patio permit for what turned out to be no good reason. And lost an entire summer, which is very important for a small business. And then going through a whole year where nobody could park and there was tremendous disruption. There was poor communication just about throughout. It did get a little better at the end, but it was very bad. People did not know what was coming or what to expect. There was very poor supervision of the contractor who was on multiple occasions rude to constituents. Didn't properly display signs, didn't clean up their mess, left tripping hazards in the road where people had to cross. They just didn't conduct themselves as if they gave a damn about the community around them. And it was, call after call after call from our office didn't produce much improvement. I mean, eventually we got some, but it wasn't enough. I do know that our staff work hard and try to deliver a good result, but and we do have an enormous number of repairs to do after 13 years of kicking every cans down the road and not doing repairs. And so now there's an enormous number of repairs that have to be done all at once. But to have people's trust and permission to upend their lives as we do when we dig up roads and dig them up again and again. We have to show that we value people's time, their ability to conduct their business, their ability to get home and to school. And that didn't happen in this case. This was a comparatively simple project, 3 kilometers of, not one of the busiest roads in the city. And it was conducted as if nobody who lived or worked there mattered at all. So we need to see really clearly for the public in writing where they can look it up, what did our staff learn from this experience? What's being done so that it doesn't happen again? And that is what I keep trying to get. I do appreciate that with hard work from engineering and from transportation staff, some answers have been provided to the community, but it's been bits and pieces. And only because I pushed and insisted and complained, but not in a generally accessible way. The fact that nobody showed up to Depute today, I guess, says that they're also exhausted from the entire process. They just want to get on with their lives and try to put their businesses together, which I understand. But we as a city should be learning lessons and not repeating the same mistakes over and over. And that's what I'm looking for here is proof that the city has learned something from this experience and is going to do better. So I will continue to pursue this with transportation and with engineering, but I am asking that a clear explanation of what went wrong and what's been learned so that it won't happen again be posted somewhere that people can find. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, I just, I'm taking the opposite approach from my councillor colleague. I just, we don't appreciate the work our city staff do enough. I mean, what they're asked to do in the city of 3.2 million is beyond belief. You talk about the challenges of the Gardner and the Allen and the DVP and all these streets. We don't appreciate, if we don't appreciate them as council members, the public is never going to appreciate them. Because the media is, it's CP24 stuff. All they want to report is who got shot, who got run over. That's their job. But our job as councillors is also to remind people that we have hard-working staff. They're not perfect, but we ask them sometimes to do miracles. And I just want to give an example of where our city staff did an amazing job, and that is they repaved Eglinton Avenue, the heart of darkness. They repaved it overnight almost from the Allen Road to Keel Street. They did it in record time. Record time. I couldn't believe it. I had to go up there and kiss the ground. It was so fast. I do have a video of it. Anyways, and I want to thank Kelsey Carrier, who is the project manager for this miracle work on Eglinton, Jacqueline Hayward, Vince Barazza, and the road ops people. After 30 years, they got Eglinton paved. Eglinton's been like the Wild West road to, Cut and Shoots Flats in Wyoming or something for years. They did it they worked 24/7, got the city contractors, the private contractors. They worked all through the night for 2 or 3 weeks. They got it done. So I just want to make sure that's on the record because we don't do that enough. I know we demand a lot because our constituents demand a lot, but I think we owe it to our staff and our constituents to let them know there are some things that our staff is doing that are excellent. They're effective, strategic, and they do it on time and even watching the dollars. So I just want to make sure we also get that on the record, plus the lecturing we do of our staff constantly. I want to say thank you for finally paving Eglinton. God bless you. Thank you.
There you go. Nobody else, I will speak, and I will actually pick up on that because we do have some great news. The Gardner is great news. King Bathurst is great news. I'm actually hearing people on the radio say, oh my God, I'm so happy that's done. And I see Deputy Mayor is happy because she comes in that way. And so I think between the staff, all the staff, and then the mayor, I'd say she's intervened in moving things along to push that they go faster, all stops open in order to make these projects finish on time, or in some of these cases ahead of schedule. So that's the kudos that go to that. I think my frustration is the smaller projects in the community where in your local neighborhood, you're told this is going to happen in this time, and then it's a rollout, no longer rollout. That they are not citywide projects, they're kind of local ones. And if you're telling me your goal is to shorten that window, that there's some certainty as to what's going to happen in your life and in your neighborhood, that is all of our goals. So I'm happy to hear you say that. I will discuss a couple of little projects that are a little behind. And, but the ones that have been delivered, the massive ones, the millions and millions of dollars that we're spending on the Gardner, I guess we can say money well spent because it's open early. And I think everybody's extremely happy about that. So let's continue to fix going right from the big arteries right down into the smaller streets that I hear about a lot. Thank you very much. And I'll just ask, who held that? Councillor Sachs, would you like to move that recommendation? Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yes, please.
Sorry, 1 second. Pardon me? Oh, we're receiving the item of information. You're moving that, Councillor Sachs. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That was number 11. Number 12, we're now going to speeding up the Spadina streetcar. There are 8 speakers. That's a half an hour. So I'm going to hold everybody right to their 3 minutes. Very tough. Okay, starting with our first speakers, Jonathan English, if you're here. Faoud Aga, who's here? Who's in the room? Jonathan English, Faoud Aga, Satrudu Satalroy, Chandra Gumalru, Nicholas Christou, August Baranuth, Andrew Pulsifer, Alex Salton. Are any of those people here in this room? I'm going to have you speak first because online is very hard for us. Thank you. And so starting with whoever is first that I read out that's in the room. Thank you. Okay, you're getting a chance here. Please come up and then identify yourself. Are you together, Andrew, the two of you? And who's with you? Sadru, thank you. Okay, is that a 3 minutes each or 3 minutes between you? Okay, thank you. And that's your deputation? Hers, not yours. Okay, thank you. You're reading that? Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, hello, everybody. Good morning, Chair and members of, I'll just wait for the presentation to go up if it's there. It's okay. Okay. My name is Satadel Roy, and I live in Ward 10, Spadina, Fort York. I'm here to show support for this item. The 510 Spadina streetcar moves around 23,000 riders every day, but often feels slower than driving or taking a taxi. Giving the streetcar priority before left-turning vehicles simply makes sense, as transit should take the same time as driving, not longer. From my daily experience, streetcars arrive at Union Station are unpredictable. A short trip that could take 20 minutes can easily stretch to 50 minutes. During the Blue Jays home games with when more 510 streetcars were running, I didn't even have to wait for the streetcar after getting off from GO trains, and my total trip was 15 minutes faster than by car. I drove the other day in the same route, slide 5. That shows that frequent, reliable transit can beat driving when it's given the priority it needs to have higher frequency. One of the biggest problem spots is King Street and Spadina Avenue, one of the downtown's busiest intersections for pedestrians, cyclists, and streetcars. Vehicles perform left turns recklessly and even trying to do left turns from the through line, which creates safety risks. I request the city to take necessary action about banning and restricting left turns at this intersection and give the 510 Spadina a clear green signal priority. Similar left turn issues happen at Dundas and Spadina and College and Spadina, where drivers often turn left through lanes, even right after the light changes to orange or red. Improved signal timing and better enforcement would make a major difference. At Lakeshore Boulevard in Spadina, there was severe congestion last summer, which trapped streetcars behind cars in the intersection. I have noticed it seems to have improved recently. However, I would like to ask the city to continue to monitor and optimize the signals and ensure that the streetcar is able to get priority and move without any delays. I would also encourage similar measures for the 505 Dundas and the 506 Carleton streetcars, as these connects diverse communities, commuters, and connects major hospitals and healthcare facilities. Together, these lines move more than 55,000 daily riders, and speeding these up will make riders' life much better.
15 seconds.
In conclusion, faster and more reliable streetcars will benefit residents, commuters, and visitors alike. They support our city's goals for safety, sustainability, and mobility, especially as Toronto prepares for major international events like the 2026 FIFA World Cup this summer. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you very much for being here today. Why don't you just stay there, Mr. Pulsifer, and do your deputation since you're... No, I'm putting you up next because you're here. Please sit down and do that. Thanks a lot. If you're ready. Are you ready?
Let me just pull up my thing.
Good.
Think I'm ready?
Okie dokie. Off you go. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Let's fix some streetcars. We got some issues with our streetcars, eh? 61% on-time performance is not a good number. The target's 90%. That's such a dreadful standard that erodes public trust in our transit system, and we absolutely need to figure this out and have a made in Toronto approach to making our streetcars more reliable. And that's why we're pleased to see something like this. Like, it's a feasibility study. I was hoping that it would just be something that you could just do. We like a lot of feasibility studies. Hope we can just do it. And while there's no silver bullet for fixing our streetcar issues, there's a number of other things that we can and should be implementing. And I hope that other councillors and other members of this committee that have streetcars in their ward are looking towards measures like this to improve the streetcar there, because it would make such a huge difference to a lot of people. Left turning vehicles remains a major drag on streetcar reliability and speed. By removing the interference of private vehicles turning left on the corridors like Spadina, we can start to tackle one of the biggest external constraints undermining the reliability of our streetcar system. But beyond this, I hope that this committee and Toronto City Council at large would consider, more rapid TO corridors, more parking and stopping restrictions along streetcar lines in your ward and on Spadina. A full investigation of the transit signal priority. I thought we were going to get one. We were going to get a report on signal priority on the LRTs when they eventually open in today's meeting, but that's not the case. So certainly a full investigation of transit signal priorities on the Eglinton line and the Finch line to make sure that they're not also stuck behind left-turning vehicles. A review of single-track switches to allow streetcars to pass through intersections faster. So measures like this are integral to the development of the 3-year ridership growth strategy. Ridership has not come back across the system, but streetcars are the worst of the lot. So thank you, Councillor Sachs, for putting this forward. Again, I wish it wasn't a feasibility study. I wish we would just forge ahead and just do it. I think we know that banning left-turning vehicles would make streetcars faster.
15 seconds.
But I'm pleased to see this, and I hope to see more of the same from everybody and from this committee.
Thank you for being here today in person. Any questions of the deputy today? No. Thank Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's here in person. I'm just doing you first, then we'll go to online. So it's easier to do. If your name is here in person, Alex, August, Nicholas, Chandra, Aude, or Jonathan, please be prepared to come and speak. Thank you. Do you have a presentation?
Yeah, just plugging in the laptop.
And please tell us your name.
Yeah, Chandra.
Chandra, thank you.
Chandra, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right. Good afternoon, councilors. Thank you so much for your time. I commute along this stretch between Bloor and Queens Quay on Spadina every day for about 10 years now. And man, let me tell you, taking the streetcar is brutal. It's taking about 25 minutes to cover that stretch. I've tried driving every now and then, not much better. And by the way, this time is during off-peak hours where it's taking about 18 minutes. During rush hour, it's significantly worse. The only thing that I can reasonably do on this street is bike, and honestly, that's kind of scary. I did bring my helmet, but there's no bike lanes, and honestly, with the provincial legislation, who knows when there will be. And so even if I do bike, I'm averaging about 14 kilometers an hour along this 3.5 kilometer stretch, so it's not working for any of us. And it's not like other cities don't have this problem, but their transportation system, their rapid transportation system, looks something like this. This is London over here, you've got New Delhi, you've got Paris, you've got Seoul, and this is us. And maybe, eventually, you know, the transit gods will give us something like this, but even then it's hard to tell if this is going to be rapid since many of those lines aren't getting signal priority. And I would hope that Spadina is one of the lines that do, along with banning left-turning vehicles and other restrictions to speed it up, especially when the city's own census data in 2016 showed that more people are using sustainable modes of transit, which includes active and public transit, than do drive. This is according to the census in 2016. And so we should be prioritizing these modes over all others. And just to give us some context here, according again to the city's own data, about 500,000 people used sustainable transit in 2016. And I'm using 2016 data because COVID and it changed a lot of stuff. But that equates to about 2,500 kilometers worth of cars if every single one of those people used a car. And I know numbers are kind of sometimes hard to comprehend. So that distance, 2,500 kilometers, is about the distance from here to Montreal and back 5 times. That's how many cars our transport system is kind of saving. And so I would hope that we prioritize that. And if we look at our transit system, it actually looks quite good. We have a ton of streetcar lines. They're just being bogged down. So I hope, and I'm glad to see that we're starting with Bathurst. We've implemented that, and I'm glad to see that we are looking to do similar things to Spadina. I just hope we keep up that effort and we reduce the feasibility studies and we just make it happen. Like with all of the other items that are going on today, it would be good to just get things moving, including the actual process. So 3 things that I would suggest, along with things that we've already seen. Of course, turn restrictions, dedicated lanes, which there already are on Spadina. And in addition to those turn restrictions, let's try to include active signal priority if we can. So I'd encourage council to look into these things as well. And one last thing I'll say, it's not a zero-sum game. A lot of these changes can also benefit drivers. Particularly banning left turn restrictions allows through traffic to move faster and can improve right turn and pedestrian safety as well.
Thank you.
So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Chandra? No, thank you.
Thanks.
Alex Salton has withdrawn. Is Nicholas, August, Ode, or Jonathan here, or are we going to the online people? Go ahead, please come up. Tell us your name. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Nicholas.
Thank you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, councilors and staff. Thank you for your time and attention today on item 2512. My name is Nicholas Christou, and I'm a resident of Ward 6, York Center, and I support the recommendation to adjust signal timings for the Spadina streetcar, and I'm happy to see it on the agenda. As a transit advocate, I will always support improvements to transit, but this is something I especially support because I have a lot of experience and many frustrations with taking the 510. It's a good thing we're limited in our time for deputing, otherwise we'd be here all day complaining about it. I went to U of T, so it was one of my main transit routes I used for getting to class. In my first year of school, I used it more or less every day. I used to take it a lot, but I would experience constant frustrations from how delayed, slow, and unreliable it is. I found myself walking more as the years went by as a result of the frustration. What was more frustrating, though, and surprising is how slow of a transit line it is despite being its own right-of-way. Despite having the makings of what could be a very fast, frequent, and reliable route, it is currently none of those. Especially in the tunnel going into the station, it constantly gets stuck and backed up behind other vehicles. For someone who is able to, it is much faster to walk. For myself, as long as the weather was bearable and I wasn't late for class, I would usually choose to walk from Spadina Station, especially when those frequencies show 15 to 20 minutes. Adjusting the signal timings would help improve and alleviate these delays. All of this is to say, I'm happy and commend this committee for the recommendation, and I'm urging all of you to consider this item. The 510 could set a great example of how good the streetcars could be with priority. And thankfully with the 510, it's already got its own right-of-way, so it doesn't need or require additional infrastructure or costly expenses to improve. It is a perfect candidate for full signal priority. I've been in packed rush hour streetcars on Spadina, and I've seen how frustrating it is seeing hundreds of people delayed from one left-turning car. To meet ridership growth goals, transit signal priority and signal adjustments can dramatically improve service to TTC routes. The further success of Spadina will further help justify and continue to illustrate how important transit priority is. Furthermore, I urge this committee to consider and explore reviewing the track switches along Spadina. Modernizing these switches would further improve the delays and speed issues along with the 510 and will work alongside signal adjustments to make it even faster. And I'd like to echo the previous sentiments of the speakers. We don't need more studies for this. We know this stuff works. Just fix those signals. Thank you for listening and for your support.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Nicholas? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I think we're going to move to the online people. Oh, sorry, August is here. August, you're in person? Very good, thank you. You have a presentation?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. You're setting up, and I'll start your time. Go ahead, thank you.
Hello, City Councilors. My name is August Piranot, and I'm a member of TTC Riders. And I'm here today to speak about single priority on the Spadina streetcar. These are 3 words I've heard in the last couple of days from TTC Riders volunteers and from my own friends. And it's how I felt myself. Slow, never ending, feels like torture. And I'm really describing 2 recent events, and that's taking the Spadina streetcar and watching the Jays game on Monday. Quite frankly, they feel quite similar. That Jays game was over 6 hours long. Don't fact check me about this, but taking the streetcar on Spadina from Queens Quay all the way up to Bloor on a rush hour afternoon, it feels about the same length of time to me. While I don't ride the 510 on a daily basis, for which I'm thankful, I do have regular doctor visits and medical procedures every few weeks near Spadina and College. I actually have one tomorrow. And, you know, that part of Spadina is relatively better than the rest of it. And one of the reasons is because there's not a lot of left turn signals. Just 2 of them. Most of the delays come from waiting for the left turn at College. Sometimes I'll be on the streetcar right at Spadina and College, and it'll be 4:50 p.m. And I'm thinking, nice, I've got 10 whole minutes to get to my appointment. The streetcar just needs to cross the street so it gets to the stop. But we're behind another 510. It gets caught at a red light right at College. When it finally gets to green, after waiting for a few left-turning drivers, we then hit another red light again. By the time the streetcar slowly rumbles across the intersection to the other side of the street, it's nearly 5 p.m. and then I have to run for my appointment. And that's just real unfortunate. What that really emphasizes is that, you know, dedicated lanes are good. They get transit out of traffic along roads, but once you reach an intersection, it doesn't help. Signal priority lets transit glide through gridlock intersections. We need both of them to make sure our transit is fast, reliable, and frequent. And, you know, just common sense planning, giving the green light to streetcars with hundreds of riders on board before left-turning cars that just have a few passengers on board, it just makes sense. It's just fairer, and it decongests downtown. When we look at the full length of Spadina, there's 14 traffic signals over 2 kilometers. It's quite a lot. And then when we look at how many of those signals have left turns and U-turns that happen before the actual transit phase, there's 10 of them. And yeah, with 10 of them, it takes a long time to get down Spadina. Each of those delays can be, a couple seconds, could be up to a minute, but when you go through the whole route, that adds up. That really, really adds up. 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, all possible. There's so many seconds and they just become minutes after a long trip. Streetcars are gonna run slower, results in longer waits, more crowding, even less reliable service, and the TTC budget has to grow to address those same wait times.
Thank you very much for being here. Any questions of the deputant? Nope, thank you. I understand, I'm just going to ask if Faoud Aga is online. I know Jonathan English is, and we're going to take Jonathan's deputation. And if Faoud is here, we'll do you after Jonathan. Thank you. He's not here. Okay. And so this is now you, Jonathan English, online. Thank you. Here you go.
Okay, hi there. I'm Jonathan English. I'm a fellow at the Marin Institute of Management at NYU. Along with Narayan Donaldson and Reese Martin, I wrote an op-ed recently on fixing the Spadina streetcar for the Star. So we're really excited to see that action is being discussed. But one thing we really wanted to draw attention to is that there are multiple issues that need to be addressed to really handle the roots issues. It's not just a left turning story, but that is a big part of it. And importantly, these lessons are applicable not just to Spadina, but to St. Clair, King, and even to the new LRTs. So we estimated that by fixing all these issues, we could save 5 minutes fairly conservatively on every 25-minute trip. So that's quite a lot, both in terms of cost and benefit to riders, and also make the route more reliable. So when you're coming to the stop, you'll likely have a much shorter average wait. So, the largest source of delay absolutely is the traffic signals. Roughly half the signals already have transit signal priority, but they're not really working as intended. Streetcars still wait longer than cars. The signal system can do 3 things: extend the green light, shorten other lights, and add an extra green just for transit. So the fix is pretty simple. We need to enable green extensions at major intersections like King, Queen, Dundas, and College. And then you make sure that cross streets are compensated in the next cycle so you don't penalize other routes. That tweak alone could save minutes per trip, along with a couple other things. Why can't we just shorten the red lights for cross streets? Because the pedestrian crossing times are already at the minimum legal limit. But in Europe, it's really common for trams to have this problem. They use 2-stage crossings. Spadina's already got a median, so you can add small islands so that pedestrians can cross halfway and then the next way, which means much shorter waits for a green light for the streetcar. When you talk about the left turns, there is only one intersection on Spadina at Lakeshore where the streetcar is allowed to go before the left turn phase. Left turns in general are an incredibly inefficient use of intersection time. A 12-second left turn phase moves maybe a dozen people. A 30-second straight through green moves hundreds. So removing left turns at key intersections, especially the major intersections, would increase capacity for everyone, including the east-west streets and streetcars on those routes, by reallocating the finite amount of time. Finally, another big issue is that the rail switches are outdated. The single point switches they use have been arguably obsolete for about 70 or 80 years. They require streetcars to creep through at 10 kilometers an hour and stop at every
15 seconds,
intersection.
sorry.
The modern switch systems are used by TTC, at the Leslie Barnes, for example, and will be on the new LRTs. So if we modernize those switches, that will help a lot.
There may be some questions for you. Are there questions? Yes. Deputy Mayor Morley has one.
Thanks for joining us, Jonathan. Could you share with us your final thought on
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so basically, by replacing the switches, you can probably save about another 2 minutes on every single journey. So that's 3 minutes from the signals and left turns, 2 minutes from the switches. And we rebuild these intersections all the time. All it requires is a little bit of new technology it's not new, in the streetcars themselves, and a little bit of modernization, just as we've modernized by switching to pantographs from trolley poles overhead. The streetcars, really are overdue for this technology. European systems have been using them since the 1940s. It's time. And so, yeah, just as a conclusion, we've seen the success of small improvements like the King pilot. With these improvements in dispatching streetcars evenly from the terminals, which is another big issue, we can really fix this line and set a model for the rest of the system. As a result, I'd love to see this go forward, but with an expanded mandate to look at some of these other issues to get them addressed as well.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. And I will put the
Thank you.
question of single track switches to staff when I get a chance. Thank you.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
if we have TTC staff here.
Single point switches, yeah.
If we don't have TTC, some of this is TTC related, not city transportation related. And if they're not here, I think we don't have that ability to do that. It's their own agency. Any other questions?
I do.
Yep, please, Councillor Saxon.
Yes, Jonathan, thank you very much. And yes, absolutely, your op-ed was helpful in me moving ahead with this motion instead of just waiting for staff, because I've asked this question a number of times. The answer that we get about rebuilding the switches is money. Do you have any evidence from other cities what it costs to install these 2-point switches at each intersection?
So, I can't give you a precise cost figure, not least because our costs are often very different from the costs in other cities. But suffice it to say, once you've installed the small extra bit of technology in the streetcars themselves, once you're already rebuilding the intersection, that's the major cost. Double point switches are, I don't exaggerate, an incredibly standard technology that are used all over the world, including in Toronto. We know how to build them. They're very, I would expect that the additional cost once you're already rebuilding the intersection would be, pretty small in percentage terms.
Okay, well, we don't rebuild these intersections very often, but I take the point. In terms of two-stage pedestrian crossings, certainly it would, pedestrian it's hard to get pedestrians to stop. Are you familiar with signaling systems that hold the pedestrians in the middle of the street only when there's a streetcar waiting to go? Does that technology exist?
Yeah, that's absolutely feasible. One of the big things, I didn't have time to get into all this, but one of the things is that once the system is more reliable, when travel times are more reliable, the system gets better at predicting when the streetcar is going to get to the stop, which in turn makes the signal priority itself more reliable. So it's a virtuous cycle. So yeah, if you could predict reliably when the streetcar is getting to the intersection, you can activate or deactivate the two-stage crossing for sure. There might be issues around will the pedestrians be confused, et cetera. Also, in a lot of cases, it will mean the lights changing more frequently. So the actual crossing time won't be, including wait, won't really be meaningfully longer. And then on top of that, for a lot of people who are physically fit, they may well be able to make the trip across the intersection in one go anyway, depending on how you do the timing. But obviously, signals have to be safe for everybody.
Right. What city is this the best in North America?
Oh, in North America, that's a big limiter. To be honest, it's not something that's done terribly well in North America. But there are lots of cities around the world that do it. Just about any city in Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, even the UK to some extent in some places, Australia.
Okay, how about cities that have the same kind of snow that we do?
Scandinavia. They certainly have quite a bit. North Germany has, a decent amount of snow. I would say that those would be probably the closest analogies. I guess Northern Japan.
All right. So if you have got a couple of cities that you think we should actually check out, if you email me, I'm easy to find. Let me know which ones I should look at. I will.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just want to be clear that we're dealing with things that city transportation is dealing with, and we're not drifting into the TTC. And Councillor Sachs, I think you are on the TTC, so that, sorry, Councillor, Deputy Mayor, I'm just trying to establish that with transportation services, that for questions, I want to be sure that we're not drifting into TTC territory. This is because the TTC isn't here, and I don't think that's fair. Okay. Thank you. Any questions for transportation services here? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the clarification, and I trust our colleague, Councillor Sachs, will be continuing this work at the other table she sits at as well. But I did want to just ask staff about when we have these transportation improvement, I'm thinking back to our earlier conversation about circular economy and how we think about our investment dollars and goals, Vision Zero, Transform TO, getting. How are we assessing these opportunities against some of our bigger picture city goals when it comes to getting
Through the chair, so it's important to note that within the congestion management plan of the City of Toronto, transit reliability, transit signal priority is one of the key pillars with respect to that plan. And so we have in the past few years, 140 transit signal priority locations within the city. Last year alone, we had new locations, and likewise, we're looking for similar numbers this year.
Is a related. I'm curious how transportation services is collaborating with TTC when we're having these opportunities through the signal. Hearing very clearly there are other track level opportunities around switches, for example, would be to an improvement. Collaborate with the TTC on these pieces of work.
Through the chair, so we have an ongoing TTC specifically focused on transit signal priority and on any sort of measures we can do to basically support in terms of transit reliability. As the chairman, I can't really comment on the track portion of it, but when it comes to things like looking at street parking and if there's opportunities to basically make adjustments there, implementing transit signal priority, and now we are looking at a brand new expansion, as the council alluded within this motion, look at lagging left turn or what we call rotational phase to further improve priority for transit.
Great. Would you agree with the statement that when we're looking to make improvements within our city, understanding things are new, complicated, multi-jurisdictional?
Absolutely.
Awesome. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions, Councillor Sachs? Please maintain transportation services. You are on the TTC board, so you've got way more chance than all of us to ask those there. Thank you.
Well, exactly. Yes. Well, hello, Roger. Thank you very much for coming. As you know, you appeared at the TTC board more than a year. Get serious about transit signal priority for the TTC surface vehicles, and yet, you know, we've had these terrible timing on the Spadina streetcar. So do you need to wait until you report back, or can you just go ahead and as you were asked a year ago at the TTC board and make these improvements to speed up the Spadina streetcar?
Yeah, through the chair, we don't need delegation of authority to make those changes. So yes, on one hand, we will be reporting back in terms of transit signal priority with the lagging left turn phases, but in parallel with that, we are hoping to actually be able to report that we've successfully implemented at some of those locations along Spadina as well.
Okay, well, that's exactly what I was hoping for, and I'd encourage you to fix all 10 of them if you can. One of the things we heard last year when you came to TDC is you had 440 transit signal priority locations, but a quarter of them didn't work and most of the rest were obsolete. How many of them work now?
Through the speaker, so yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mean, through the chair, you're absolutely correct. There's 440 within the city, and roughly about 2/3 of them a year or so ago were not functioning, and primarily because the technology that we're using is in road, in pavement, and as a result, with all the construction that's ongoing, we've seen a lot of the infrastructure in a state of good repair issue. So in 2024 alone, we managed to get 83 locations back online,
And we're typically able to get anywhere between 50 to 80 done per year at our current sort of resourcing levels.
Okay, so there's 440 locations, but most of them still don't work. The other point that Mr. English made about the very long red light timing in order to let pedestrians cross an extremely wide street. Are you able to do as he suggested, that if there is a streetcar waiting to come, the red light timing would be short and pedestrians would have to wait halfway?
So through the chair, that is one of our existing transit signal priority strategies, is to, they call it truncate the red. So in other words, minimize the dwell time for the transit by shortening the red turn phase. That being said, we do have to be very careful to not reduce or minimize the amount of time from a safety perspective of allowing pedestrians to cross. But certainly, we do try to tighten up the red turn allocation to minimize that dwell time for the streetcar.
Right, but his point specifically was you can make people hold in the middle of the street if there's a safe island for them to stay, which of course the streetcar stops provide. In your review of the traffic signals on Spadina, will you also look for every opportunity to do that, to shorten the red so that people don't cross the entire width of Spadina all at once if a streetcar is waiting?
Yeah, through the chair, we'll certainly look at the possibility of doing a two-stage crossing sort of thing if it means we can minimize the amount of time on the red and get transit moving. We will definitely look at that.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time it would take to make these changes on Spadina, well, all right, how long will it take you to make these changes on Spadina, and then how long will it take you to apply those same lessons to other streetcar lines?
Through the chair, right now we're still at the point of basically doing our modeling and our analysis, so it's still a little bit too early to say. But I will comment on the fact that the intent is to not just focus on Spadina, but to make sure that this new policy that we're developing with respect to lagging left turn phases or rotational phases is applied to all streetcars, and likewise, once the LRT systems get turned over to us, that they be applied there as well too.
Okay, so when will you be able to, when will we see material improvement in Spadina?
Through the chair, I'm hoping that we can basically see something maybe early next year, like Q1 type thing. But at the same extent, it's to comment because we're still going through the process of and seeing from a technology point of view in terms of those sections be hard to be upgraded. So again, I'm still thinking probably around Q1 of next year, but at the same extent, it's really really to sort of comment.
Okay. Well, I'll keep that for sure. But can I ask you,
about 15 seconds,
have this in place before FIFA?
Oh, through the speaker, absolutely. Going to be focusing to try and see as many as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also have, no, thank you. I have a few questions. I gather you don't appear in DC in order to discuss these things at the commission. Have you done that? It appears that you don't.
Through the speaker, in fact, the meeting coming up week, we will be in attendance. And we did actually appear in the summer meeting as well, too, where they talked about transit reliability as part of the overall board report.
And then you would report something back to the city if necessary to make any changes. Is that how we normally do things, rather than to guarantee that? I'm getting the impression that TTC commission meets and you do your thing and you never go there and you have these discussions at the TTC regularly.
We do appear
Thank
at
you.
TTC board, yeah.
And then just about the pedestrian signals, because I do have these left in Lakeshore. But currently, I know in Montreal, there's a pedestrian, they have the countdown, like at a certain point on the countdown, the hand goes up. In other words, walking on the 1 or something, there's a hand that's telling you, don't walk. Ours don't operate, do they?
Through you, so once there's a certain amount of time, typically about 5 to 7 minutes of pedestrian crossing, and then following that is the flashing hand, don't walk. It's very similar to Montreal. Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. I realize that doesn't appear to me. I'll have a real look next time. Thanks very much. And now I would encourage people to stick just to the city, and I know that our good people here in transportation are going to appear at the commission with the same information, so I'll ask you to keep it short. Thank you. Speakers?
Yes.
Pardon me? Do you want
Madam
to speak? Deputy Mayor? No? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Roger Brown. I mean, this attention and is under the city's control, and we can make better quickly. English for his article, which was a useful reminder to me that the improvements that the TTC board had already requested had not happened, and that the Spadina transit service was better when the streetcar was disabled was just a terrible demonstration that we're not managing these intersections correctly. So I'm very grateful to hear Mr. Brown's assurance that he won't wait to take action before he reports back to this committee, that he will be moving as quickly as possible to improve these signals, and they badly need it. People need to see improvement. People need to see that we're taking the problem seriously and making change to make it better. And this is easy. This is not a multi-million-dollar problem. This is signal timing. So I appreciate that following Mr. Brown appearing last year at Audit and Risk Committee with Josh Cole, there has been much greater cooperation between the TTC and transportation looking at these issues, but now we need to start demonstrating action, not just meetings. And that's what I'm looking for here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Cole, go ahead. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, well, this is something close to me. I was involved when I was vice chair of the TTC in the day. I was given the task of transforming Spadina from a busway to getting streetcars, and it took about 5 years to convince the people in Spadina that they couldn't have. Remember, they used to have the not parallel parking. They would have the incredible Texas-style parking on Spadina. And it was really difficult trying to convince people that we should put a streetcar there. Anyways, we did. And one of the things Howard Moscow and I pushed for is to put a tunnel underneath Bloor to get into the station, because we thought that would improve, reliability and, timing on the streetcar. So we spent $30 million extra to tunnel underneath Bloor Street. I think that was a good decision. This is not easy. Just simplifying this and saying, oh, this is easy to fix, and they do it in Copenhagen, they do it here. There's always a ripple effect. Everything is connected. So it's not simple. So therefore, we shouldn't, tell our transportation department, go do it. And I find it astonishing that this issue here before us at the city, when this is really a TDC matter. And I think that if there's ambiguity here, we've got to fix it. In other words, give TDC the power to handle this signalization priority system. Then already giving hell to our transportation people for not doing anything on the island, for not doing anything on local streets. The transportation people aren't coming through. Now we've got them trying to fix the TDC. So this is what happens, is when you have this ambiguity, it's a legitimate problem. Deputations, should be made to the TTC, and if they can handle it, they should be given the power to deal with signalized priority intersections, which obviously something's got to be done to fix it. I can give you a street in Toronto that needs something done with priority signals. And I don't want to talk about the people suffering on Dufferin. Forget, but the third bus lane in the city is on Dufferin, and those people suffering on Dufferin, sardines there for how many years? And then let's not talk about the Eglinton too. I don't think deputation people suffering on the Eglinton, the construction last waiting for the LRT to be finished. So, you know, on public transit, and I was really happy to see that Councillor Sachs stood up for the buses on Bathurst Street when they were being basically ignored as the TTC and the city was trying for the parking, but everybody yelled and screamed, "We need the park on Bathurst." What else is doing on Bathurst? Anyways, but Councillor Sachs at least worked hard to try and get people to understand that, you know, working people, low-income people, newcomers, they shouldn't be ignored. And the same thing with people who ride the Spadina streetcar. Are working people, they need some get to work in time. And right now, obviously, the deputation said the streetcar, to my sense, is not a faster way to get through. But let's not think this is a simple fix, and let's not get that illusion that because they do it in Copenhagen, they can do it in Toronto. It doesn't work. Copenhagen's a city of 600,000 people. Toronto's a population of 3.2 million. And every city in the world is different. On a trip to Copenhagen, and they'll tell you how wonderful it is there. They're cycling, they're doing this, that. We got here in Toronto. Our reality is a very difficult one because people love their F-150s here. They love their truck. Now they're getting rid of the speed cameras, getting rid of the bicycle lanes. They're getting rid of, you got a city here. And so it's not easy.
Thank you very much. That's it. Any speakers? Take this and we are to adopt. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Councillor Sachs. Oh, sorry. Now we're on 13. That is high pollution days and two-stroke engines. Do we have the deputants here? I have a number of names. I've got Dundee Stoughton, Harold Smith, and Chris Keating from Gasbusters.
Gasbusters?
That's not Ghostbusters. I know we're getting close to Halloween, but these are Gasbusters, not Ghostbusters. Two that are here, Mr. Green. Sorry, just check on the deputations. There's 3 listed. Are they all here? No, there's. You cut it off.
Harold is here.
Harold can appear virtually.
Harold's virtually here.
Yeah, I'm doing live in person first. So if you're here, your first chance.
Well, thank you, Madam.
Thank
would Chris Keating.
My name is Chris Keating with Gasbusters. Happy Halloween. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to you. Wildfire worsening the climate change. This summer, air smoke blanketed the city. Toronto recorded some of the worst air quality in the world. To one of the most pollution. According to Cool Brothers, Toronto's largest suppliers of landscape equipment, most residential contractors and small crews on 2-stroke backpack blowers. They're cheaper to buy, easier to repair, and giving better power to waste. But they're also an outdated technology that burns a mixture of gasoline and oil. Because of their inefficiency, that fuel mix is spewed into the air as fine, toxic, unburned droplets. That's unburned gas and oil right where we live, work, and breathe. The engines emit an astonishing amount of pollution. What's coming from these machines isn't just exhaust, it's a cocktail of chemicals and particles. And when the blower stops, the danger doesn't. The fine particles in the air can linger for hours and even days. That dust contains mold, pollen, fertilizers, brake dust, and microplastics from tires, all suspended into the air we breathe. Let's remember, air pollution is a silent killer. This organization confirms that even short-term exposure increases risk of heart and lung disease. And in Canada, it's responsible for an estimated 15,000 premature deaths. Now imagine this. During wildfire smoke events, when our air is already safe to breathe, thousands of gas blowers are running across Toronto, adding more poison to an already toxic sky. We all have families. Leo Persico from an American university found significant. Children exposed prenatally to pollution are more likely to live in poverty as adults, less likely to attend college, life out overall compared to unexposed children. Pausing the use of gas-powered leaf blowers, especially on poor air quality days, is a practical way Toronto can protect resident health and show leadership on clean air and climate. People can be involved through a flyer included with the property tax bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have, what's your name, please?
Dundee
Thank
Sound.
you. You have.
Thank you. Like Chris, I'm one of the members of the organizing committee of Gas Busters, and we're a grassroots residents organization within Toronto that has 6, also supported by 18 residents associations. And we have advocated for, since our inception, for gas-powered leaf blowers. Approximately 2.5 years ago, we were gathered in the committee room to discuss the logic for engine-powered equipment, including gas-powered leaf blowers. Air thick wildfire smoke. There was a sense of urgency that the city should act against a source of pollution whose use was elective, related to lawn care, not to any critical municipal services. The vote at the committee and at City Council instruct city staff to investigate the feasibility of a ban of two-stroke equipment. There was universal recognition that a discretionary source of pollution should be eliminated in the face of an ongoing climate emergency. Last May, the IE elected to restrict and eliminate stroke equipment the operation only, and to conduct education to encourage residents and contractors to pursue zero emission alternatives. While we applaud the city for its own effort, that within the context of public education, the message of some force has to be sent to citizens and contractors alike. It reminds them that the use of gas-powered equipment is needlessly using up our carbon budget, using Mark Carney's words. This is particularly important. Environmental degradation is before us in the form of air pollution levels that are dangerous to the public. We therefore endorse Councillor Sax's motion before the committee and request that it be extended to include four-stroke and any other fossil fuel-powered equipment operated not vital to the interests of citizens of Toronto as a whole. This would support public education with action and remind all stakeholders that gas-powered devices represent an environmental and health hazard that should be mitigated by controlled usage as we transition to zero-emission alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dundee. And now, Mr. Harold Smith. You're here, Harold? Oh, there's two online. Smith's online and Louise Hiddink is online. So please proceed, Harold. Thank you.
Last August, Toronto quality advisory for several days. Nevertheless, this on as usual, leaf blowers, mowers, and spewing out greenhouse gas emissions and threatening our health, environment, and economy. According to the California Air Resources Board, just 1 hour use of a typical 2-stroke gas-powered leaf blower can pump out as much smog forming pollution as driving a car from. I urge this committee to please adopt Councillor Sack's advisories to industry and the public to not use gas-powered garden equipment, including 4-stroke, during poor air quality days. It's inexpensive but yields several benefits. Number one, it helps reduce Toronto's GHG pollution. That's worse. It efficiently informs the public and industry that gas-powered garden equipment contributes to climate change, poor air quality, and endangers everyone's health and well-being. No enforcement is needed. How could anyone object to a public service advisory? There's no political risk. It encourages homeowners to ask their landscapers to use battery equipment. The growing number of landscapers that use battery-powered equipment instead of using gas-powered, highly polluting and unhealthy gas-powered equipment that's pervasive throughout the city today. As the number of more landscape companies will be motivated to go with this kind of message. While Canada's forests go up in smoke, banning these dirty gas engines would be best. A poor air quality advisory for 2- and 4-stroke engines will have to suffice for now.
Thank you very much. This motion is just asking everyone where everything is just a request. Thank you so much. Ms. Hettinger. Louise, I hope I said your name right. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a member in Vendale Butterfly Way Groups, part of the David Suzuki Foundation's Butterfly Way project, which aims to grow habitat for pollinators with native plants in neighborhoods across Canada. I'm also a member of Clean Indoor Air Toronto, and one of our areas of concern is pollution from climate change-related events and human activity. We strongly support Councillor Sax's motion to recommend that city operations, residents, and businesses refrain from using 2-stroke engines when the AQHI reaches 7 to 10. 2-stroke gas-powered engines are highly polluting in terms of noise, greenhouse gases, and harmful air pollution. As noted in the motion, the most common types of gas-powered equipment include lawnmowers and leaf blowers. However, we wish to advise the committee of another type of equipment that is becoming increasingly popular. At the September meeting of this committee, we raised the issue of companies selling pesticide spraying services to property owners with the supposed goal of limiting mosquitoes and ticks. This typically involves using a sprayer with a gas-powered 2-stroke engine to fog the area with pesticide, commonly permethrin or other pyrethroids. Although there is a ban on cosmetic pesticide use in Ontario, pyrethrins and pyrethroids can still be used for pest control. Pyrethrins are a class of pesticide derived from chrysanthemum, whereas permethrin and other pyrethroids are synthetic versions of pyrethrin which do not break down as quickly in the environment. Consequently, spraying with permethrin and other pyrethroids contaminates the air, water, and soil. Pyrethroids are highly toxic to insects and aquatic wildlife. Pyrethrins and pyrethroids act upon contact. However, full-release fogging of an area with this pesticide is not effective for controlling mosquitoes and ticks. Instead, fogging an area with pesticide spray ends up killing off many other insects in the area, including the pollinator species and other beneficial insects that we're trying to support with our native plant gardens. We're not just concerned about the effect that this type of pesticide spraying is having on the environment, we're also concerned about the health impact. Health Canada's 2019 decision on permethrin states that this pesticide is not to be applied with total release fumigating foggers, and it is not to be applied when people or pets are present. The majority of the pesticide spray goes into the air, creating harmful air pollution that can be inhaled by anyone in the vicinity. If someone has a window or door open when this spraying occurs, this pollution will come indoors and can concentrate there, especially if the ventilation is not adequate. We hope that the
10
committee
seconds.
will consider the issue of pesticide spraying using sprayers with two-stroke engines and include this in the motion as an action to be limited at all times, not just on days when the air quality index is high. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one question, because you talked about what we did last year. Did we not ask companies not to use these when we had that other debate? I think we did, but I'll ask the staff. Thank you so much. Are there questions of staff besides that one? I will ask that. When we had the debate recently, I think Councillor Pasternak was part of that. Was there not a request to ask everyone on those high-risk days to cease using the gas-fired two-stroke engines?
As part of the direction from last year, that wasn't specific to high-risk days. It was more of an overall campaign to promote the reduction in use of two-stroke engines. So this would be additional to that, focused on kind of an additional communication. So we have kind of an overall communications around changing to electric, finding other ways, but it wasn't specific to air quality, special days of air quality.
I see, because the city on special days of air quality, there's oftentimes the medical officer of health used to say, high-risk day, stay indoors, do this, do that. And the suggestion is to also then add, and please refrain from using these very bad engines in these difficult days. Am I reading that motion right, as far as you understand it?
That's correct.
And you have no trouble with doing that?
I think we can add to our existing communications, working with the Chief Medical Officer of Health's team, to increase that to also talk about those days, those special air quality days, or those high-risk air quality days as well.
And you will ask the MOH on how they have been managing this and if they can increase their communications, correct?
Yes, we'll work.
Great,
with the
thank you
MOH.
very much. Other questions?
Basically, you asked my questions, Madam Speaker.
Look at that. We're thinking alike here. Very good. So those questions are asked. Any speakers?
I'd like to speak.
Yeah, Councillor, Deputy Mayor has to go at 5, so I'd like to be able to try to complete this agenda as quickly as we can. Thanks. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, please. So the gas busters approached me and asked me to bring this motion today, which I'm pleased to do. The two-stroke engines are a problem any time of year, but when we have so much wildfire smoke that it's dangerous to breathe the air, that's a particularly important time to not make things worse. The city used to be pretty good about recognizing smog days and warning people because the health risk was so high. And when we closed the coal plants, we thought that was done. But now it's back because of wildfire smoke, which is the consequence of climate breakdown. So we need to go back to not making the air worse when it's already dangerous to breathe. And the city can fairly easily get started on that through this motion. There certainly is more that we could do, and you heard that from the deputies. Probably things we should be doing, and I've been pushing that along for a while. But at least on the very worst days when the air is dangerous, we should be asking everyone not to make it worse. And not many people know that two-stroke engines and the pre-2008 diesel engines are really serious health hazards. So we need to at least provide that information, and I hope that we'll start seeing the city setting a good example. So please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? We look forward to hearing those announcements on bad days. Let's take that into committee. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Item number 14 is again your item, Councillor Sachs, that you've placed on the agenda, and it is about stormwater runoff, your issues of long-standing parking pads that aren't illegal, I think. So this is your letter. Do you have questions of staff?
I don't have questions. I'm just looking for some guidance. This is a continuing problem in my ward and in other places. And I think we need staff to look at these very difficult situations and to advise us what criteria should be applied. So that I've discussed it with staff. They've advised me that it is very complicated and they need a little time to prepare clear and coherent advice, and that's what I'd like them to do.
So I'm unclear which motion is in front of us because I have a second one here. I have one on the motion on CMP that we have here to report. I think because it's quite complicated and it does deal, these are issues that deal with community council. I'm just going to ask, these are typical issues that are at community council, correct? I'm going to ask the general manager, acting general manager of transportation. Are you going to finish your questions? Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I did ask the clerk in advance whether this was properly
yeah.
IC.
I'm asking the general manager. Are you finished? I'm sorry, I cut you off. Are you finished with
Well,
your
then
questions?
I'm prepared to, I'm happy to ask the general manager, general manager.
I was going to ask that. I'm asking if you have other questions, Councillor.
I don't.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I do have that typically issues of this nature are at community council. They're delegated authority, correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So I'm just unclear what motion we have in front of us, but if we just heard this to you rather than have, it might be more helpful in figuring out where and how that would get reported. Might that?
That would help. We're certainly happy to take a look at it.
Thank you. Okay, those are my questions. I'm going to move a referral to staff. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. Questions?
Just, I guess, a procedural question. I do have parking pad related implications of this work that of a ward citywide nature, or with other wards. What opportunity to get that information back?
I think that would be a conversation here with the general manager for them to look at this and then figure out how that would come to that, or you could bring it to your community council. That I don't want to start taking delegated authority away from our community councils.
No, I appreciate that. We can follow it through the community council channel. Thank you.
Okay, so I do have a referral motion here, Mr. Clerk. Pardon me. Thank you for consideration. There it is. Debate. All in favor? We're voting. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. And that means, thank you for 5 o'clock for you, Deputy Mayor. So you can get back to your ward. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much to staff.
Move adjournment,
Thank you to all
Madam
the
Chair.
deputants. Here we are in this difficult chamber to do all this work because it's more interactive than at City Council. So thanks for your patience and your participation. I'm thanking you for your patience in particular, Deputy Mayor. I hardly saw you.